Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501. I really think she's going through menopause. This is already the 5th time Alfred has said this sentence in this class. His arm just changed color and looked like bark covered with lichen, but even so, it was enough to surpass everyone in this classroom. Most of the classmates who made themselves look weird. He swiped his magic wand from the hairs that turned into leaves and said boredly, "Does becoming a teacher really make a woman age so quickly? How can you say that, Alfred?" Nelson said righteously while swishing his wand, muttering words as if he had encountered some problem he had never seen while undergoing transformation. "McGonagall, you must have secretly thanked the professor for caring about us all the time." "I really thank her." Hearing Nelson's boring speech, Alfred rolled his eyes, turned his upper body back to his desk, and glanced out of the corner of his eye at a robe that was different from the school uniform, and his face was immediately covered. A layer of dead green light turned back at a speed hundreds of times faster than before, grasping Nelson's arm that had just been tasseled. His neck ached from the excess of force, and the facial features on his face were twisted and shrunk together. Suppressing the pain, with a pair of big eyes shining with sincerity, he gasped and said, "I have some questions about transfiguration and I want to ask you." "You're welcome." Black McGonagall's voice came faintly from behind him. She patted the plaster on Alfred's neck and said in a calm tone, "As for your question about transfiguration, why don't you how about me, the professor of transfiguration?" "Haha," Alfred said stiffly. "What a coincidence. You have successfully transformed your own face, Black. The color is no different from that of a tree," Mag said, looking at Alfred's increasingly green face. "I just don't know if the transformation of the material was successful. For example, is it not as thick as the bark?" The heavy homework done, the 7th grade students felt that the time was extremely long, so that when the bell rang for the end of the class, few people left the classroom quickly. They all stayed in their seats and regained their sense. They didn't have time to adapt to this intensity of teaching and schoolwork, and they all showed signs of collapse. But this class also gave the students a lot of rewards. Looking at the lush scene in the classroom, Mag stood on the podium with a gratified smile on her face, but after scanning the classroom, her face was very sad. Allegro got up, and in the center of the back row, Alfred's face, which was getting greener and greener due to the wrong deformation, was particularly glaring. She coughed lightly, waking up the students who were immersed in the classroom. "Get out of class has ended." These words seemed to turn on some switch. The students left their seats one after another and filed out of the classroom. Alfred walked past the podium with his head hooked. The broken hair on his temples had turned into emerald green leaves. Let him look like a green sunflower. "Blake, stay here," Mag called to Alfred, who was trying to hide herself. From her point of view, at this moment, Alfred would like to turn himself into a toad and jump silently against the wall if it could be done. She put away the lecture notes and said slowly, "I'll help you see how to deal with the damage caused by the failed transfiguration later." Alfred dejectedly walked to the podium and stood up. It looked like a potted plant on the table, like a quail that fell into the water. Nelson and Tom greeted McGonagall and left the classroom quickly. The people in the corridor were crowded together. Nelson and Tom looked around. The reporter who entered the school stood awkwardly by the wall of the classroom door. The students, especially the Slytherin students, did not give him a good look. Although there was no bad word, they leaned against the other side of the wall and left here, as if this Muggle was carrying some deadly virus. This is also the culprit that caused the blockage in the corridor. Mike's face was full of apprehension, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. This feeling of isolation and helplessness made him feel extremely suffocated, so he had to stick closer to the wall. "Son, it seems that he is making a bigger passage, but in fact he wants to hide himself like a current." Alfred, who was caught teasing behind his back. His eyes shuttled through the crowd and soon stopped on the faces of Nelson and Tom. These two familiar faces made him calm down a little, and he greeted them with a smile. "Oh, it's you." Nelson agreed, approached Mike, and said, "Are you going to interview Professor McGonagall today?" Yes, Mike agreed. Professor Dumbledore helped me coordinate Professor McGonagall's time. I think people must be full of interest in magic that can change everything freely. She's in the classroom, there should be no one else in it now. You can go in directly. Nelson looked around and said helplessly, it's like a magic guy suddenly appeared in an ordinary parish school. Can you understand the feeling, Mr. Wallace? HMM. Mike nodded quickly and suddenly noticed something was wrong. Huh? How do you know? I saw it on the press card on your chest. Nelson smiled and passed him, patted the reporter's shoulder. I hope you can write a good report, sir. Your current news, in a few years afterwards, it will become the source of references in history books. Nelson seemed to know a lot about journalists, which surprised Mike a little. Hearing Nelson's words, he also felt a sense of responsibility inexplicably, and his chest became hot. He turned his head. Nelson had already walked away, and it was Tom's turn to pat him on the shoulder this time. Mike's shoulders suddenly became stiff, and he was instinctively afraid of the black-haired youth in front of him. Although he didn't know exactly what it was for some reason, his hands and feet became stiff again. Mike, Tom whispered in his ear with an earthy but unpredictable smile. Have you found the toilet? What? Huh? Tom didn't say much, and left without looking back. Mike stood there, and it took a while to recover. Remembering what Nelson said just now, he straightened his collar, picked up the camera, and organized himself with a smile. He walked to the classroom of the transformation class. As soon as he entered the door, he almost bumped into Alfred, who came out in front of Mag. Seeing the patient in front of him, he subconsciously raised his arm to avoid hitting him, but his fingertips also touched the shutter of the camera at the same time. The spotlight blinded McGonagall and Alfred, who were about to walk out of the classroom for a moment. Magnesium powder spread in the air. A Muggle reporter took the first negative of a portrait of a wizard. In the center of the picture was a green young man with a fright and a man with a thick plaster cast on his neck, waving his arms to protect his cervical spine, his face almost touching the camera, exaggerating the already distorted expression infinitely. The film lay quietly in the camera, waiting for the moment to be published in the newspaper. Ahem. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. Mike waved his palm to disperse the smoke from the cameras, but Mag was already a step ahead of him. While supporting Alfred, he used his wand to blow the smoke away. Mag stared at the Muggle clumsy and sighed softly. Mr. Wallace, the elf will come to clean the room later. Go to my office and talk. Professor, if this is the case, then I was too late, but it was soon. Alfred dexterously rushed towards the airstrike between the door frame and Mike like a yellow croaker, but his collar was hooked back by a hook that suddenly appeared, and the forward momentum was broken. His neck suffered a secondary injury again. Professor, I think you still have business to do. Alfred argued with a green face. Is there anything more serious than teaching and educating people? Blake, don't you think I'm going to let you go like this? Mag stretched out his hand to fish and caught Alfred, who was about to slip away like a slippery fish. He showed a terrible smile and said, after dinner, come to my office for confinement, understand? But Alfred pointed to the plaster cast on his neck, making a helpless and pitiful expression. Maybe you are the only one in the whole world who doesn't know what is written on your neck. Mag lowered his head, took out one of the lesson plans in his arms, and held it in front of Alfred. The patch turned into a shining mirror while waving it, reflecting the bewildered Alfred in it. A line of crooked words was written on the upper plaster. The plaster can be. The text under the flip of the mirror is not so easy to read, and Alfred read out with difficulty. Before lunch, remove it by yourself. Go. Mag patted him on the shoulder and said, I'll see you tonight. Then what about my face? Now that the losing game was decided, Alfred finally cared about his green face. Don't you want to delay my business? Mag asked with a strange expression. Business. Alfred couldn't even speak, and after doing 2 sets of sit-ups with his tongue in his mouth, he finally straightened it and said, didn't you say that I'm more serious? What are you talking about? Mr. Black, McGonagall blinked, showing a brisk smile that is completely inconsistent with menopausal women. This is not within the scope of teaching and educating people. I think you should accept it. Pretty cool all day long, isn't it? Alfred froze in place. McGonagall had already taken Mike to the Gryffindor Tower. Professor McGonagall, was that mirror just magic? Yes, this kind of magic is called transformation. Sorry, let me read the notice given to me by the principal first. Mag's voice paused and then sounded again after a while. It can change the shape and even properties of objects. A very useful magic. Alfred's ears were filled with puff and puff laughter. I regained my composure, stiffened my neck, and glared at my classmates who were laughing at him, but this made them laugh even louder. I just saw Williams going there. A well-meaning person showed him the way. Tom is also there. It seems that he is going to the duel club. You can ask them to see if they can change it back for you. But I have to remind you that Professor Flitwick's dueling club has quite a lot of people these 2 days. Alfred simply pulled up his robe and put it over his head and drifted in Nelson's direction like a dementor. Yes, but it is not permanent. The time is determined according to the magic power of the caster and the difficulty of the deformation structure. McGonagall's voice became closer and farther away. I must emphasize, Mr. Wallace, what you are after it is often something that wizards can't ask for, and magic like turning stone into gold only exists in the legends of wizards. A skillful hand like yours can really turn stone into gold. In London, a new city has been built on the ruins, and all kinds of passers-by pass by on the prosperous streets. It does not seem to be a city that was once baptized by conservative gunfire. In inner London, where every inch of land is expensive, a tailor shop that has not been open for a long time lies quietly in a quiet alley. The rare sunlight blurs the gilded writing on the signboard. A man in a suit and leather shoes stands at the door of the store, watching the inside of the store amidst the crisp sound of scissors. In this small shop, there are dense clothes racks, on which cloth embryos and semi-finished products of various styles are hung. Although there are many, they are not messy. They are neatly arranged by category, which looks clear at a glance. There is only one workbench in the store, which is piled up with neatly folded fabrics. From the gaps in the fabrics, you can see a pair of dexterous and slender hands holding scissors like butterflies through flowers. Hearing the sound in front of the door, Martha, who was covered by the cloth, raised her head. On her head was an elastic grass green hood, which protected her coiled long hair. With a pair of glasses, she put down the scissors, stood up, took off her sleeves, and walked towards the new customers in suits and leather shoes at the door. "Welcome, sir." Martha walked up to the man, showing a smile that a warm-hearted shopkeeper should have. "Are you alone in the store?" The man walked into the store, casually pinched the cuffs of the suit jacket on the hanger by the door, and rubbed them in his hands. "The styles in your store are very special. This is my shop, sir, and I have no apprentices yet." "Oh." The man raised his head in surprise. He was dressed well enough to be used as a textbook, but Martha just took a look and looked away. The man continued, "Sorry, it's just the first time I see someone like you, a young and excellent seamstress. Thank you for your approval." The man went around into the shop, glanced at the fabric that was just taking shape on the workbench, and asked curiously, "What style is that? A robe? Could it be the clothes prepared for the legendary wizards? Maybe you can help me see if it's the right style, and if there's anything out of date." "Me? I'm just here to buy clothes, miss." The man laughed loudly after hearing this. He pinched the hem of his suit and said, "Look at me dressed like this. Can you understand this? Aren't you a wizard?" Martha covered her mouth with a chuckle. "Your clothes are really elegant. I really want to buy your clothes for reference, but this is not the clothes you should wear when you go out this season." He told 9 times out of 10 I, who dressed like this, am a Mr. Wizard. Huh. The man's expression became extremely awkward. "I just read a book and think it's classy to dress like this." "Magic is inherently classy," Martha said, shaking her head, "and the thing in your pocket is too conspicuous, so it shouldn't be a straw, right? I mistook the snail powder yesterday. I went to ask today. It turned out to be fermented soybeans." Chapter 502 Taylor. "Is there anything I can do for you, sir?" Martha walked up to the man and piled the slip fabric up, covering them together. "I'm a little curious, miss. Can you tell that I'm a wizard? Is it really because my clothes are out of date?" The man put down his arms that had been raised up for a long time, rubbed his sore shoulders, and asked curiously, "Is it true? Is it so abrupt? On the way here, people on the streets of London didn't notice any difference. Maybe it's because I'm a tailor, so I'm particularly sensitive to things like dressing up." Martha responded with a smile, and he told me, so when I meet someone like you, I will pay special attention. Who is the he you mentioned just now? Is it your wizard friend? The curiosity on the man's face continued. Do you have any muggle-born wizard friends? Yes. Martha hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said carefully, I grew up with him. Then you are really lucky. No, he is so lucky that you don't forget who you are among the wizards, the man said, bending down to let Martha measure his neck. After getting used to it for a while, you can buy a tape measure that you can measure the length by yourself. By the way, can you tell me what kind of person he is? He gave me one, but I'm not used to using it. Martha shook her head, thought for a moment, and then she bit her lip and said, I might be able to tell you before, but now I don't know. If I have to say, he is a good man. A good person? The man showed an exaggerated expression. This description is so vivid. There are still good people in this world, and it's not in vain for me to travel thousands of thousands to London to seek help. I'm actually not sure. Martha lowered her head, remained silent for a moment, took out a longer tape measure to measure the man's hips, and said softly, he fought with others, but I just think he is a good person. That's great. There are good people out there. Did something terrible happen in your hometown? Martha heard the groan in the man's voice, and asked, where are you from? Me. The man thought for a moment, turned around under Martha's guidance, wrapped the flexible tape measure around his waist, and said, I'm from Prussia. I just arrived yesterday. Prussia? Martha blinked, took off one of the clips pinned to her pocket, stuck it where the measuring tape overlapped, raised her head, and asked, is there still Prussia now? Sorry, I mean, it's been a long time, never heard of it. Oh, it's like saying you're England or Scotland. You can even say you're Londoner, but that doesn't stop you from being a beautiful English girl. You can really speak. Martha, who returned from the other side of the ocean, was undoubtedly much more cheerful and lively than the ladies in London at the same time. She covered her mouth and smiled. But I won't give you a discount. The man waved his hand. If you are willing to accept galleons, that would be great. I think with the current situation in the UK, you will be able to buy things with galleons soon. Deutschmark. What's the matter, sir? It's not the same as here. There is no wizard leader trying to guide people to get to know each other. There are no endless reports. There is no lovely man behind the scenes to push everything. There is nothing in Prussia, the most prosperous land in this empire. There is no one in the land to tell us what we should do. Miss, this is not a magic wand. This is something that gives me hope more than a magic wand. The man pulled out a roll of thinly rolled newspaper from his pocket. It was the long stick that Martha mistook for a magic wand. He found a clean surface and straightened it out. It was a copy of the Times from a week ago. On the cover is a photo of the Mayor of London and a bald man after the completion of the Alexander Building. The sun shines on the tall buildings behind them. They all looked so glamorous and dilapidated, but they were always positive. A torn poster slipped out from the cracks in the newspaper. It was a leaflet written in German, with only one sentence on it. Hold on. Looking at the leaflet, he showed a bitter smile and said, you may not even imagine that it took a lot of effort for me to leave there. Your homeland? Martha asked with concern. Did something bad happen? Wizards always regard the restoration of the Bulgarian dynasty as a joke after dinner, but never think of another place that doesn't even have news. The man unbuttoned his cuffs, exposed his wrist for Martha to measure, and whispered, that's because you're a muggle, miss. I don't mean to offend you, because you can't do magic. It's just that I really don't know who to tell this to. Every person waving a wand around me is probably wearing a wizard's robe. Jackals and beasts, I only dare to talk to you who is a stranger. Don't worry, I don't care about these. You will care about it in the future. It's inevitable. The man sighed and glanced outside the shop door, as if he was afraid of any trouble that might come. I really appreciate that you can talk so much with me, a German. I'm very happy. After all, my motherland once brought you such a tragic war. You should know nothing about the world of wizards, miss. The German Ministry of Magic has long been an organization that exists in name only, and they rely on knowing good. The survival of a black wizard's territory has made no contribution to making the country better. Until a few years ago, this black wizard stopped his expansion for some reason, and even withdrawn from some of the previously occupied territory, vast and fertile Prussia. Can you imagine? No, dare? The man's discussion was a bit unbelievable. Martha's hands froze, and the sharp clip slammed into his wrist. Martha hurriedly lowered her head. Blood was already oozing from the man's wrist. She hurriedly wanted to use it. Wiped the white satin in the pocket. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Don't use such beautiful cloth for this kind of thing. Don't forget, I'm a wizard. The man stopped her. He gasped and pointed at the cuff with his wand. The wound healed quickly. He closed his eyes and continued. That's right. Don't dare. That land has become a gathering place for black wizards who want to defect to Ermengarde, but are hated by black wizards because of their bad deeds. Rat hole. Hey, can you imagine? Dark wizards who hate even dark wizards. How many people hate ghosts? Maybe this is the real situation when wizards and muggles come into contact without preparation. The first week, the dark wizards are still a little restrained, for fear of encountering the siege of the German Ministry of Magic or Ermengarde. But as the first wizard punishes a muggle who offended him in the street anyway, this is what he said, with no penalty or even the slightest price, they quickly became unscrupulous. Talking about, miss? The man laughed, but there was an unconcealable sadness in his laughter. Prussia, especially East Prussia, is even more important to muggles. A hot potato. The victors in the East and West want to use this place as their buffer. Even our country was cut in half because of defeat. Of course, this is a muggle thing. But Prussia in the middle, however, this land that is most important to Germany, has become a wasteland that no one cares about. It seems that the people who live on it are all savages. There are only a few people who are war criminals. How can they rebuild the country in such a short period of time? There are not even a few men left there. Ironically, men are considered the most precious commodity there. Commodity? Martha opened her mouth in surprise, and all the movements of her hands stopped. Oh, I'm sorry, the wording is wrong. It's not a commodity, it's clearly a prey. The commodity at least needs to be paid for. The man curled his lips and said, the rural area, where I used to live, is very rich. After graduating from school some time ago, I got a job in Prussia, policing the Ministry of Magic. I was young, and in my head, thinking they valued my talents, and put me as a rookie in charge of a large number of auras. I later found out, they gave up there a long time ago, and the people who were arranged to go there are all annoying people who want to resign voluntarily. God knows where I pissed them off. Maybe because I lost face in Germany. To be honest, even my opponent, they all think I've done a good enough job. Listening to the man's complaints, Martha was a little confused. She was about to ask something, but the man had already continued. After I got there, I realized that I was fighting alone. Fortunately, those guys with a nest of snakes and rats dare not do their disgusting things in the sun. As long as I don't care about their rat nest, I will be happy, the man said. Rubbing his chest, he seemed to have some bad memories. I stayed for a while, and I really can't bear the rusty pain. I would rather go back to my hometown and suck coal ash to live, than slowly rot there. But I was just the day before I considered my resignation letter. What happened in Paris? A week later, my reply still hadn't arrived, and while I was waiting on pins and needles, my deputy, a 54-year-old nasty guy, took advantage of I controlled me while I was sleeping, and gave it to the head of this street. I didn't know that they even divided the territory during the night when I was sleeping. Maybe the brain circuit of the black wizard is as simple as that bar. Then how did you? My grandpa, pretending to be sick, made me run out. I didn't want to abandon him, but he told me not to abandon the people there, the man said angrily, beating his head. They dare not do anything to him, at least before confirming that I'm unable to cope. I must find help here as soon as possible. Dumbledore, Nobby Rich. The man babbled for a long time, then suddenly raised his head. Sorry, I said something strange. It's okay, sir. Martha, who heard the urgency, and Williams. Damn it, he's just a student, but I really can't find anyone I know. There is a donut shop on our street, whose name is Williams. Haha, how is it possible? The measurement of the figure was over. The man relaxed and said with a smile, you can pick up the clothes in a week later, and there may still be some unsuitable clothes at that time. I will make changes as soon as possible. Martha copied the recorded data into the notebook and daubed it lightly on the paper with a charcoal pen. After a while, a simple sketch jumped out on the paper, and the figure was no different from that of the man, but this picture looked naked, which made the man feel a little shy. Masha raised her head and said, "You only need to pay a part of the deposit. Alright, about £50. I'll pay the full amount." The man fumbled in his pocket, took out a large piece of something wrapped in oiled paper, thought about it, and piled it on the workbench. "Forget it, I don't know. If there is any, I'll give it to you. Do you have £1? Just give me some change. Leave your signature here." Martha pushed forward the notebook and pen in her hand, and then opened the oiled paper package. The luxurious golden light almost blinded her, so she hurriedly wrapped the oiled paper and pushed it away. "That's too much." But at this time, the man had already signed his name, turned around and walked towards the door. He casually grabbed a summer hat with a wide brim and put it on his head, hiding half of his face. "The rest of the money goes to the hat." Martha looked down at the signature on the paper. "Ludwig can't." She chased after her with the heavy oil paper bag in her arms. Ludwig lowered his head, held onto the brim of his hat, and after confirming that there was no one on the street, he walked out quickly, and the moment he walked into the sun, he jumped up and turned into a little bat flapping its wings in midair. Looking at this magical scene that was unique to magic, Martha couldn't help but stare blankly. Suck, a vampire. Can a vampire bask in the sun? After a long while, she shook her head, walked towards the workbench with the oiled paper bag in her hand, and carefully hid it. The next second, a heavy panting sound came to her ears, and the sunlight at the door was completely blocked. "Is it here? Hey, yes, my baby smells him. Damn bastard." A heavy panting sounded from Martha's ears, accompanied by a stench that seemed to have not been brushed for hundreds of years. "Who the hell is your baby? My head still hurts a bit. I can't finish writing today. I will fill it up slowly in the past 2 days." There is also a side story. I wrote more than half of it before, but it doesn't feel right. I'm rewriting it. Dog's life matters. I'm really sorry. Chapter 503. You look delicious. You look delicious. Martha stood stiffly in place, turned her head to look in the direction of the sound with a horrified expression, but found in despair that her body was unable to move due to the fear of facing the natural enemy. "Can I eat her? I've been hungry for too long." The owner of the voice seemed to be asking for advice from his companions, and no longer stared at Martha. Martha, who was no longer being watched, was finally able to move her neck a little bit. She tried her best to turn the angle of view, and at the edge of her peripheral vision, she saw the back of a beast-like tangle of hair. He looks like a wolf, squatting on a workbench full of fabrics. His bushy sideburns and his messy beard are connected together, and small bugs that cannot be seen clearly are jumping around in the dirty stubble. Martha couldn't help taking a breath. The man heard the movement. His ears with sharp horns trembled, and he turned his head suddenly. That face that didn't resemble a human at all appeared in front of Martha abruptly. Her heart beat suddenly. That stop. Where is he behind looking like a wolf? That is obviously a wolf. The protruding skull and wild facial features kept beating on Martha's heart like a giant hammer. It didn't matter whether Ludwig was a vampire or not. The person squatting on the table must be a werewolf. Martha, she couldn't help feeling a little lucky. Fortunately it was daytime, and it wasn't a full moon day. Otherwise she would have seen even more terrifying beasts. "Don't worry, little beauty." The man grinned and gave Martha a terrifying smile. His jagged canine teeth were yellow and black, and the gaps between his teeth were filled with disgusting dirt. Smelling the smell of death, as if the people howling under his sharp teeth were still screaming in despair, she closed her eyes tremblingly. Her mind was already emptied out of extreme fear. "There is no moon here, and I will not change become a beast that doesn't know how to taste. A delicious little dessert like you is more suitable for savoring, not gobble it up." When he said gulp it up, his voice had turned into a beast-like growl, as if he was about to pounce on him and tear Martha apart in the next second. Seeing his tense hind legs, Martha swallowed saliva. The sound of saliva passing through the throat was extremely harsh in this small tailor shop. You're hungry too, right little beauty? The werewolf smiled wildly and straightened his chest as if he had been recognized. I knew that top-notch desserts, like you must have a unique understanding of delicacy. I once ate a cook who cooked for a Muggle head of state. TSK. I still remember the taste. Speaking of this, his saliva flowed out uncontrollably through the gap between his teeth, drooping on his lips. His eyes slowly filled with excitement. You must also be curious about your own taste, right? His whole body was tense and ready to go, but he still said patiently, although I really want to taste you for the first time, but out of politeness, I'd still like to let you eat your first piece of meat. The muddy and aggressive gaze scanned Martha's body recklessly, staying on her uneven body. But only one piece. As soon as the words fell, a cold light hit Martha at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch. She only had time to see the werewolf raising his hand and the sharp nails on the palm that could only be called claw. Ding, she closed her eyes tightly, but the pain she imagined did not strike, followed by a piercing collision sound, as if two sharp swords collided together. Don't do superfluous things. A cold reprimand came from the door. This is England, not your kennel. So what about Britain? The werewolf turned his head, his blackened tongue swept across the same blackened gums, and carefully picked out a few shreds of meat that he didn't know when to eat from the gap, and the suffocating stench was even worse. It was pungent. He looked at the man at the door viciously, and let out a beast-like roar from his throat. Do you want to be eaten by me? Take your bones as my chamber pot, put it on my dog nest door. Did someone block his sharp claws? Martha opened her eyes and followed the gaze of the werewolf. At the door of the tailor's shop, a man in a dark blue robe was standing there, with his arms raised, his hands the wand pointed to the werewolf on the workbench, who had blocked the werewolf's claws with magic just now. We are here to capture Kant, don't make trouble for us. Looking for trouble? You damn guy, won't you let me eat? The werewolf jumped down from the workbench and pounced on the man at the door. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense. Just when Martha thought she was safe for the time being, the door frame next to the man, along with the wall facing the wall of the street, collapsed with an explosion. It's too dark here. I can't see the baby's handsome face at all. A thick but artificial bass voice came from the ruins of the collapsed wall, and he uttered giggle like a mother with the laughter of a chicken laying eggs. He teased, look, in this dark environment, my precious dog has become restless. The werewolf, who had just jumped off the workbench, screamed his teeth viciously, but for some reason, he didn't get angry. What did you do just now? The wizard at the door asked in a deep voice. Don't reveal our whereabouts. I'm going to touch up my macup. What are you afraid of, my baby? A violent gust of wind blew out of nowhere at the door, blowing away the smoke and dust from the collapsed wall, exposing a dazzling pink rose to the sun. It was a lace-like gown like a skirt. A bald man with a Chinese character face is wearing that gown, showing off his figure, which is obviously a disobedient scene. But Martha feels a sense of harmony inexplicably. Yanli, he covered her mouth and looked at Martha from a distance, causing her to feel a colder fear than when she was watched by a werewolf just now. His eyes were not looking at a human life at all, but it's an object. It really is a beauty. No wonder my baby is so restless. He crossed his hips, looked at the wizard at the door, and said with a smile, exposed? Am I exposed? But you are standing on the street in a wizard's robe. Isn't that exposure? Really? The wizard looked at the collapsed outer wall. There was already a lot of movement here, but there was no one on the street. He shook his head and said, Kant may have noticed the abnormality here. If you don't chase after him, I'm afraid you'll get lost. What are you afraid of? We can cross the straits to catch up with my little baby, so why are you still in a hurry? The alluring man tilted his head and said pitifully, we have to enjoy the rare happiness, don't we? Do you know what you're talking about? The wizard gritted his teeth and asked. I've been reading poetry recently, the alluring man said inexplicably. I think poetry can make me more beautiful. Can poetry help you catch Kant? Of course. The alluring man blinked and smiled at Martha. I leave small gifts to those I love but big gifts to everyone. What the hell are you talking about? The werewolf squatting on the ground finally couldn't hold back and roared. This is a treasure I discovered recently, baby, an Indian poet. I'm so sad when you say that about me. The alluring man took out a book from nowhere and shook it in his hand. I want you to taste this little cake. Can I eat? The werewolf became excited again, turned his head violently, and stared at the numb masher like a ghost. Of course, our business is important, but how can I refuse my baby's request for a snack? You guys are so crazy. The wizard gasped, while holding his forehead. This is England, damn it. You two don't think the Britishers are that bunch of trash, do you? They can't control us. The alluring man stood outside the house and waved his hand. There was no magic wand in her hand, but Martha felt a sense of restraint, and then her body floated up uncontrollably and flew towards the workbench. She struggled desperately in the air, but in the face of magic, these struggles were powerless. The werewolf laughed, comparing his sharp nails on Martha's neck, as if looking for a suitable position for his lower mouth. Take the first bite by yourself. The alluring man said indifferently, as if this should be his original voice. It's just a dirty muggle. What are you arguing about? Every moment in the world someone died, and it was her honor to die like this. He was standing outside the shop all the time, and it seemed that he couldn't stand even setting foot in a muggle shop. The man at the door turned his head and turned his back to the store, not wanting to watch the bloody scene that followed. Who pushes me forward like fate? That's me, striding behind me. Oh, I love Indians so much. Martha closed her eyes sadly. A tear slipped from the corner of her eyes. She could feel the werewolf's breath getting closer. Her nails were getting closer and closer to her neck. Her blood became cold. She recalled the end when I used up all my afternoon savings to sell this store. Everything had just been completed. She remembered that in the United States, she was treated coldly by other apprentices in the store because of her gender, and she accumulated broken threads and rags every day for practice. Every month, I can receive a remittance slip from the UK and a long letter from Mrs. Cole. Although she left the West Side orphanage, she can always know which child is sick and which child has found a good family. There are a few more children in which room, and these letters from across the ocean are like Mrs. Cole accompanying her, surrounded by countless brothers and sisters. But what she likes most is the last part of reading the letter. At the end of each letter, there is a familiar name signed there, Nelson Williams. She could read the handwriting and knew that it was signed by Mrs. Cole. She also knew that Nelson had done all the care that a big brother should do to every child who came out of the West Side orphanage. How could he have so much money? It must be hard for him to support so many people, right? Until she saw a short story in a brochure introducing famous cruise ships. A young nuclear physicist named Nelson Williams was feeding seagulls on the Icarus and told a small story on the same ship. The boy patiently explained the difference between seagulls and pigeons. He was still as gentle as before, but he had changed to a job he didn't understand. Martha's heart ached. In the room at the back of the shop, there was another robe that had not been finished for 3 years. Maybe the boy who had cured her would never wear it again. Before her eyes flashed like a movie for a short period of 10 years, and soon froze on the screen in Paris. Cool. As if it was a breeze, or someone breathed in her ear, Martha fell into memories, and fell asleep peacefully. The instant she closed her eyes, a red light lit up, and the werewolf reached out to Martha's arm and disappeared. His muddy pupils dilated suddenly, and his own hand disappeared in front of him like this. A trace of confusion appeared on the werewolf's face, and his brain was still sending feedback to him to control his arm. After a pause of several seconds, the belated phantom pain instantly washed away all the nerves in his body, and the pain swept away like a tide. He was rolled in and torn to pieces. He wanted to cry and be born, but his frantic brain could no longer control him to make this kind of action. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. His body was twisted and deformed in pain. His strong muscles broke through his dirty coat, and his hair grew from his face, and the moment he landed, he turned into a drooling and twitching wolf, struggling to command his limbs to get up and escape from here, but his disobedient limbs were twitching on their own. Just looking at it can feel great pain. What are you doing? The wizard at the door noticed the change here, took a step forward, and stepped into the store with one foot, but when he took the next step, he was interrupted by a flying book. The book of poems hit him, flew, and towards the store. He glared at the seductive man beside him, and shouted, "What are you doing?" He's already a dead dog. The coquettish man said indifferently, as if he had completely forgotten what baby said just now, and stepped back quickly. His eyes widened, staring at those red eyes that suddenly lit up in the store without blinking. Damn it, it's a trap. The coquettish man glanced at the wizard's right foot stepping into the shop, and sneered, if you can come back alive, go to our third agreed place, and wait for me. What a useless dog. He glared at the werewolf twitching on the ground, and disappeared without hesitation. The wizard looked at the store, and was immediately locked onto those red light spots. His hair stood on end, a slight chill came up in his heart, and he wanted to pull his feet back. But his body was no longer in control, and he took the initiative to walk towards the store with stiff steps. The scattered bricks returned to their original state one by one, and with a dull bang, the intact door closed behind him. In the dimly lit store, there are scattered book pages everywhere. I leave small gifts to those I love, and big gifts to everyone. It's still the same poem, but it looks extremely hopeless at the moment. Chapter 504 I Surrender. On the cold street, a pink vortex is rapidly disappearing in the air, and the distorted face of a man who is about to disappear can be vaguely seen. The tip of the black wand protruded from the vortex, and at the last second of apparition, he stretched out his wand and pointed it at the back of his companion. The face of the man walking towards the shop suddenly turned pale, and a gash pierced through his back suddenly appeared on the back of his dark robe. Immediately afterwards, his skin was torn apart, blood spattered, and the invisible wind blade sliced towards his unsuspecting back. In an instant, there were dents and overlapping hidden wounds. His cheeks puffed up vigorously, and angry resentment appeared on his pale face. The next second, he relaxed in one breath, and dark red blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth, staining the light-colored carpet black. You guy. There was not a single bit of disbelief in the wizard's eyes. As a dark wizard and his companion, he understood that such an ending was completely reasonable. The moist heat from his chest made his eyes move down slowly. Sure enough, the place was already soaked in blood, and the robe on his chest was inexplicably agitated, as if something was about to break out of his body. Immediately afterwards, the wizard's eyes went dark, and a wind blade from behind penetrated his body, messing up his internal organs, and then tore his chest apart without stopping. The thin wind blade hit the werewolf like lightning. The forehead pierced from its forehead, and flew out from the back of the head in the next second. The werewolf's muddy and crazy eyes suddenly lost their spirit, and his chest heaved violently. It didn't take long before it was completely quiet. Kill two people at once. The corners of the wizard's mouth twitched. The blood flowing everywhere had already put on a grimace-like mask for him. Those indifferent eyes hidden in the dark part of the shop watched all this curiously, even flickered and blinked, as if I was wondering why this group of uninvited guests would kill each other like this. He didn't notice that a bright silver light shot out from a certain red eye and flew towards the vortex where the seductive man disappeared. Its speed was so fast that it was faintly visible in the air, as if it had crossed some necessary distance. At the last moment, when the apparition vortex disappeared, the silver light rushed in. Suddenly, the wizard's closed eyes widened, and the desire to survive flickered. The seductive man who fled didn't know that it was this wind blade that made the magic wand in the wizard's sleeve slip into his hand. Holding the magic wand with the last ounce of strength, and doing everything possible, he temporarily got rid of the shackles of the unknown magic in the store. It took less than a second, and the golden beetle came out of the pocket under the command of the magic wand. As if like a golden snitch, it hovered in the air for a moment, and plunged into the penetrating wound on the wizard's chest. His eyeballs turned bright black like a beetle, as if they were covered with a hard shell of insects, and the noisy noise like sawing wood sounded in his chest, replacing the heartbeat that was so weak that it was hard to detect, and he trembled, as if he had collapsed. When he got up, thick sweat secreted from his pores, which quickly condensed on the terrible injuries on his chest and back, forming a layer of transparent sequins like insect elytra. Arranged on his body in the form of scales, there are more and more sequins, making him look more like a giant beetle. Phew, it's safe. The coquettish man broke free from the air. Half of his arm showed a horrible appearance of torn flesh. This kind of appearance in a panic caused him to experience a rare split body symptom, a whole piece of skin left behind at the door of the tailor shop. He closed his eyes tightly, clutched his arms, and stumbled towards the direction of the bed in his memory, but the debris on the ground interrupted his vain steps. He lost his balance and hit the ground heavily. There was an intimate encounter between the cherished face and the dusty floor. But he didn't have time to cry out the pain. Years of fleeing experience made him quickly put his ears on the ground. After waiting for a while, there was no sound of footsteps except for the sound of dripping water from somewhere. It looks like the muggles here didn't hear. He breathed a sigh of relief, and all the flashbacks of the previous few minutes resurfaced before his eyes. The muggle woman in the store gave up resistance under the threat of the werewolf, and she fell into a coma with her head tilted. Just when he thought that this woman had become the meal of the beast, a sudden change occurred, and the werewolf's arm disappeared. Now, only he could see clearly. In that terrible shop, in those dark corners, dazzling red light spots lit up, bursting out intense but short-lived beams of light, and they focused on one point, the arm of the werewolf. It couldn't even feel the pain, and the entire arm was burned to ashes by the focused high temperature. Since when? Bean-ass sweat slipped from the corner of his forehead, dripping on the floor with a crisp sound. He murmured, when exactly did it come? But soon, he had a discernment in his mind. Those light beams were not as hostile as the wizards, but precise and indifferent, as if someone had flipped a switch. So that's it. Fragments of memories frankly flooded into his brain. Just when the werewolf's nails were about to touch the woman, it almost hurt her once before. Those beams didn't appear. It turned out that the fellow wizard stopped the werewolf actions. This rigid condition reminded him of a bad memory. It was a few years ago, when he and a few daring fellow dark wizards wanted to go to Nermengard's magic factory to make some quick money. He originally thought that the magic factory located on the edge of Nermengard would be laxly guarded. After all, those wizards who patrol the city all the time would not travel so far. Guards. But when they drilled into the underground pipeline of the factory, the first few companions passed through an invisible net in this way, and quickly became delirious and even wanted to quickly find Grindelwald to surrender, as if the soul was directly swallowed by that deep tunnel. Today, I have tasted this kind of fear again. It was obviously a small shop that couldn't be smaller, but it was able to take him back to the night in the tunnel. The small shop door was like a big mouth, waiting catches the prey, and throws himself into the net. Damn can't. Is this the trap you prepared? He didn't think that Ludwig had the ability to create such a trap. It should be that he knew about that place through some channels, so he deliberately led his group there. Sure enough, after dealing with us a lot, this cute guy has also become cunning and cunning. The coquettish man's mood changed drastically, and he couldn't help crying. The lost companion shed sincere tears. You guys are so pitiful, woo. But in order not to expose me, I can only wrong you. This kind of violent emotional transformation, apart from the actors who entered the play, I'm afraid that only lunatics will have it. His face was full of tears, and he quickly messed up his heavy makeup. After crying for a while, his emotions finally stabilized, and the pain in his arm was less. He turned over with difficulty, pointing the wand in his hand at the bloody arm. The blood color mixed with the pink of the robe looked extremely vivid. The wand lightly slid across the wound, accompanied by a gloomy green light. The lost skin quickly grew on its own. The seductive man opened his eyes, trying to find his bed and luggage. Damn, where is this place? The sound of knocking and knocking echoes in the empty room. This is a square room without doors and windows, as if someone has been locked in a box. The simple white walls present a depressing black in the dark environment. The room, there is a faucet installed on the wall in one corner, and there is a tray on the floor, and in the tray is a piece of black bread that has been dried for an unknown amount of time, and can be directly used as firewood. In the other corner directly opposite to the faucet, a cabinet covered with oiled paper was standing there quietly. He turned around and looked at the thing that tripped him just now. It was a pair of heavy shackles that were casually thrown on the ground. This room seemed to be an airtight prison cell. He waved his wand hastily. His body twisted and disappeared in the rotation, but in the next second, he appeared again to the position where he appeared at the beginning. Looking at the furnishings in the room, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. But how can sitting and waiting to die be the behavior of Master Runner? He kept trying to appearing in the middle of the room again and again, and he wasn't even sure if he was still in this world, because he couldn't touch anything beyond the walls. He began to frantically destroy everything in the room. Sharp wind blades gushed out from the wand. The continuous attacks and injuries on his body made him exhausted. Everything in the room, except the faucet, was broken, but whenever he started to rest tiredly, the faucet would open by itself, and the silver liquid flowed from the faucet, spreading throughout the room, restoring all the damaged places as before. Even because more and more silver liquid flowed out, this already small room became more cramped and depressing. Cuck. A half-melted chocolate frog popped out of the cabinet, gave it a mocking look, jumped onto the piece of brown bread, and painted itself on it. After an unknown amount of time, the wizard in the store woke up faintly. He opened his eyes. The shape of the original eyeballs had completely changed to those of insects. The boundaries between the pupils and the whites of the eyes became blurred, replaced by neatly arranged hexagonal shapes. Grit. The black re-examination makes the scalp numb. He clutched his chest, coughed violently a few times, spit out a few blood clots that had already coagulated, straightened his waist, and made a sharp sound like an insect's mouth bits rubbing. Fortunately, you idiot, I really think I graduated from Bogues Buttons. The black wizard who graduated from Durmstrang raised his palm and looked gratefully at the carapace covering the back of his hand. How much he despised the useless beetle he picked when he entered school, and now he loves it so much. Even want to kiss too on the back of the hand. He looked at the painful werewolf at his feet with a complicated expression. Because of the pain, it changed into the form of a wolf, but it lost its human qualifications forever when it died. There was no trace of blood around the werewolf. The spell on the arm was crisp and neat, even sealing the section, and the wind blade shot from behind by their companion was equally fierce, and the simple penetration destroyed his simple brain. The wizard took a step forward, wanting to observe the werewolf's wound, but followed by a flash of red light, which passed across his feet, cutting off half of the boots and even the socks inside. The wizard felt a chill coming from under his feet. He lowered his head and saw the exposed 5 fingers mocking him fiercely. He raised his head stiffly. Those red eyes were staring at him in unison, without making a sound, as if he was afraid of disturbing the girl's dream. But this scene couldn't be more terrifying to a wizard. He hurriedly raised his hands, and wanted to drop his wand, but found that there was nothing in his hand, and the wand was lying quietly on a pile of flannelette, like a commodity being put on display. He raised his hands high, waiting for these red eyes to deal with him, but they just stared at him without blinking. Neither of them made any sound, and they stalemate silently in the stiff atmosphere. It wasn't until his arm was raised so sore and so stiff that he couldn't let it go that the sound of hurt footsteps sounded from outside the store. The wizard inside, a panting man, issued a formulaic warning, only to be interrupted by the impatient wizard. He turned around quickly, staring fixedly at the aura outside the house with a pair of bright black eyes, smiled and said joyfully, "You're so late." The person who came was Ogden, who claimed that he had gone to Northern Ireland and would not return in a short time. The robe on his body was crumpled and exuded a smell that hadn't been washed for a long time. He narrowed his eyes and adapted to the situation. In the air of the store, he suddenly saw a strange person who looked like a bug. Ogden raised his wand and sternly warned the wizard. He gasped when he saw the motionless Martha behind him and the 3-legged werewolf on the floor. What happened here? While maintaining the posture of holding the staff, he took out a small silver ball from his pocket and reported the situation here to the Ministry of Magic. The werewolf and this kind of monster that he had never seen before appeared in such a small shop at the same time. Here, the situation is extremely urgent. What are you? After confirming that there was no wand in the wizard's hand, Ogden asked sharply, but his vigilance did not decrease by half. After all, beetles generally have 6 limbs. Who knows if he has hidden 2 arms or 2 legs, but at the moment, what he cared most about was Martha lying on the workbench. He slowly approached the wizard, silently chanting his best spell. The wizard concocted countless explanations in his mind, but as Ogden approached, he realized that his justification might bring more trouble. So he broke his heart and shouted in the loudest voice and in the most standard English, "I surrender myself." Chapter 505 Majors. Oh. At the dinner table, Nelson, who was stuffing 2 pieces of elbow meat with a slice of bread, froze suddenly. His raised elbow blocked the fork extended by Tom. With a plop, the fork fell into the mushroom soup in front of the two of them inside. What's the matter? Tom looked at the dinner plate covered by the splashed thick soup with disgust, wiped the plate with a napkin, and turned his head to ask, have you relapsed from any old illness that I don't know about? No. Nelson shook his head, picked up the sandwich drowsy ammo, dipped it in the soup, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled, you have a new guest. Where am I? Tom had even forgotten that he had ever purchased a shop in Diagon Alley and asked in confusion. It's Diagon Alley, that pet shop, Nelson reminded patiently. Someone went in again. Won't it be the same as last time? Why don't we go out of school tonight to see what's going on? Don't worry, I put a piece of black bread there. I'm very professional now, since what happened last time. Professional? A piece of brown bread? Tom raised his voice, and when he noticed that everyone around him was looking at him, he lowered his voice, pressed Nelson's arm, and asked in a low voice, where are you feeding the chicken? It's good to have something to eat. Nelson pouted, I cast a spell on that piece of black bread. As long as he eats a bite, another bite will grow back. Oh, Tom said suspiciously, shall we go to London sometime this weekend? Let me think. Well, wait until next week. Nelson shook his head. I promised Adele that I will go to the Quidditch stadium this weekend to watch her participate in the Hufflepuff Quidditch team selection. She still likes this? Tom raised his eyebrows with a surprised expression. Damn, the birthday present I prepared for her was a pink fennec fox. Not bad. Where did you buy it? Or did you catch it in North Africa? Stuffed doll. After a moment of stiffness, Tom added the last word. Silent. Tom stared at the breadcrumbs exposed at the corner of Nelson's mouth, as if he had discovered some mystery of the universe. What did you give Christian for her birthday last year? I know why she has such a bad relationship with you. Nelson patted Tom on the shoulder and said sympathetically, I'm going with you on the weekend. Tom asked, rubbing his chin, wondering for the first time about his own charisma, have you bought Adele a broomstick? If not, I'll buy her one. Just buy the most expensive one. How about the Minerva one? Write and place an order now, and it will definitely arrive before Friday. Have you ever considered a question, Tom? What if she didn't choose? Is there any difference between the broom you escaped at this time and the broomstick you gave me? Tom's expression became more complicated, and after a while, Nelson suspiciously asked, you don't really want to give me a broomstick, do you? Shouldn't the man who has no talent for flying, but has a great love for it, encourage it with a good broom? Doesn't choose. You take this out. Name. Krell. You better hope you didn't lie to me just now. Ogden glared fiercely at the wizard curled up on the interrogation chair. His back covered with a round carapace prevented him from sitting securely like other criminals, so he had to be tied up with more chains, even if he is now a prisoner. But Ogden was extremely confused by the kind of joy he exuded from the inside out. He rubbed his chin and looked at this strange looking man again. Woo, turned around and pushed open the iron door behind him and walked out. After the iron door was slammed shut again, the interrogation room fell into a dim silence again. The sorcerer who called himself Krell contentedly stretched his limbs covered with bristles, nimbly got into the gap between the handcuffs and shackles, and slightly tightened those shackles. Prisoner, he pressed the shell on his back against the back of the chair, raised his feet, and began to think about how much galleon he should spend to redeem his life. It's better than losing my life. He watched helplessly that the werewolf, who had died of anger, was lifted up by the law enforcement team who came later, and packed into a box like a dead dog. He couldn't help but sigh again for the cruelty of the only escaped companion, even as a dark wizard. He also felt that kind of cruelty was a little too much. Damn it, aren't we just here to catch a little aura? It's not a secret mission. Why would he do it so terribly? There was an aggrieved hatred on his face, but his expression soon became strange. He's not really on a secret mission, is he? Every word the wizard said was recorded by the wizard stationed on the other half of the wall. He mumbled to himself for a long time, and finally, the iron door of the interrogation room was pushed open again. Ogden walked in with a stack of parchments, and threw them heavily on the small table in front of the wizard as soon as he entered the door, and his attitude became even worse. There are so many evil deeds, Krell. Ogden snapped. Your name was on the first statistical list sent by the International Federation of Wizards last month, and it looks like I caught it a big fish. Krell did not answer, acquiescing to Ogden's accusation. I don't understand why you, a dark wizard who has been manufacturing banned potions in Austria all year round, came to London to hold an innocent Muggle tailor hostage? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out alive today. This door is closed. Seeing the indifferent expression on Krell's face, Ogden emphasized, a dark wizard like you who is wanted worldwide will not be protected by any laws in the country where you live. That is to say, even if I kill you now, no one will complain for you, so you'd better explain all your problems clearly now, and explain your ugly appearance. What's going on? Ogden flipped open the parchment in his hand, and pushed one of the pages in front of Krell. There, oh, what a brilliance. Ogden saw that he was proficient only for veterans, and he smiled disdainfully at him, waved his wand, and a quill flew out from under the table, hovering above the parchment. My name is Thilo Krell. I graduated from Durmstrang 23 years ago. I was born in Hamburg, Germany. I look the way I do now, because of a symbiosis with my golden beetle. It's a kind of Durmstrang. Unique magic. Krell spoke at a speed that could just keep up with a quill pen, and the gap between breaths was just enough for it to dip in ink. I first worked in a little known potion shop in Germany for 3 years. The apprentice, because he wanted to do it alone, but was not allowed, accidentally killed the owner of that shop, who was also my potion master. Of course, please believe that this was not my original intention, otherwise the German Ministry of Magic would not have released me. Ogden stated. Krell's description was completely consistent with his first arrest record, but he really knew these lying dark wizards too well. He understood that this must be a premeditated crime, but he didn't say much, and continued to listen to the recording quietly. After I finished the investigation, I couldn't find a decent job. They all thought I was a murderer who would kill the owner's family. No one was willing to hire me, so I went to Austria and joined the Scoundrels. Rogue Gang. Ogden sneered. What a stupid name. This gang mainly sells valuable but priceless gadgets. I have a good level of potions, so I stayed there and usually made something that can relax people's body and mind, and sold them to Germany. The troublesome German auras have caught it a few times, and the people of Nuremberg have been expelling other wizards in Austria. Until 5 or 6 years ago, the Prussian region fell into war, and the German Ministry of Magic didn't have much time to take care of it, so we just messed around going, continue our business in the local area, and find an opportunity to join a peripheral organization of the saints. Krell didn't care about Ogden's sarcasm, that he was climbing high, and said to himself, I said we are the peripheral organization of the saints. It's not groundless. A few years ago we obtained a formula from Nuremberg, which is a green potion that can directly mobilize emotions, and the effect is much better than our previous products. Listening to Krell's unrepentant recounting of his criminal experience, Ogden's face flashed a bit of sullenness, but he did not attack, because the second half of Krell's speech was very important, and it seemed that he had met him not long ago related to a previous case file. After getting this secret recipe, the Rogue Gang became even more popular in the local area, but the biggest opportunity for our growth was 2 months ago. Krell, who was stabbed in the back, had no scruples about the so-called secret. He poured out a lot of content that was not on the dossier. Although our business has covered many Muggle friends, these are not visible. But 2 months ago, inexplicably, the secrecy law was abolished, and the surrounding area either has no Muggles like Nuremberg, or protects Muggles by law like other countries. But Prussia is basically a three-way zone. You may not know the situation there. Even Muggles but shoot wizards in the street. Have you seen their guns? Crack bang. People die. You will explain the situation in Germany in detail later, and someone will record it. Ogden was surprised. Even the British Ministry of Magic didn't know much about the situation there. Tell me about the werewolf with you first. Who is it? Also, the purpose of your coming to England. There are 2 people who came to the UK with me this time. Our mission is to capture the Aura Ludwig Kant of the German Ministry of Magic. He always wants to overturn the situation where everyone in Prussia is making money, so he has become the favorite of many people. or thorn in the side, but his grandfather has always been in the hands of the rogue gang, so he is honest. But 3 days ago the old man suddenly went crazy, attacked the wizard who brought him food, and broke into the street. Wait until we subdue him. That little Oracant has already run away. Krell twisted his neck. I happened to be free, so I brought the two of them to chase. Why are you free? Aren't you in charge of making potions? A few years ago, the leader of the rogue gang changed. He found me and wanted me to train a few apprentices to expand the business. Recently, it just happened. Damn it. Krell seemed to suddenly understand something. He raised his head, and his black compound eyes looked at seeing Ogden's smiling eyes. His expression instantly became ugly. I think you were so calm before. Probably because you always thought that your boss would come to get you. It seems that you are not as important as you think. Ogden folded his arms and said with a smile, I'll just say one, there is no reason for the wizard in charge of pharmaceuticals to be exposed on the arrest warrant in your disgusting business, Mr. Krell. Now you can use your words carefully and think about whether you have missed anything. Of the three of us here this time, that stupid werewolf is a thug. He came from the east and joined us later. His hobby is cannibalism. He only picks one family, eats the youngest among them, and bites for the rest of the injured. You can look it up. His name is Roman Vronsky, Krell said in a deep voice. As for the other person, he has already run away, but he can't run away for long. Who is that? His name is Fritz Harman. Krell gritted his teeth and said word by word, find someone and give me legitimacy. I'm afraid the language is not detailed enough to let you really understand him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506 Harry Potter is free on his broom. And, oh, legitimacy? You hate him that much? Don't you hate it instead? Krell folded his hands on his chest, and two short limbs of the beetle protruded from his armpits, waving his teeth and claws. This bizarre scene shocked Ogden's jaw. He said resentfully, I think you should understand how a wizard like me who lives by craft will end up as an apprentice. It's ridiculous. Sure enough, you still have two hands hidden. Can't you tell the joints? Ogden regained his composure, pointed to Austria on the file, and said with disdain, if you are really so naive, I'm afraid it was already a corpse in Austria. I agree, so what? Legitimacy is the most intuitive. I'll leave this pen to you. You can write whatever you think of. Ogden took 2 steps back. For auras, not easily getting involved in the spiritual realm is also a belief that needs to be kept in mind at all times. After all, the enigmatics, not just the truth they want to find in their minds, don't play tricks. We have countless ways to verify your honesty. I understand. Krell nodded, tapped his chest with the back of his hand, and the chitin shell collided, making a heavy bang bang sound. By the way, I need some medicine. Otherwise in this situation now, I can't write properly, but if I undo the magic rashly, I'm afraid I don't have a few complete internal organs now. I need to ask my superiors about this matter, Ogden stated, as long as the information you provided is useful. Is there anything else you want to add? Claire was silent for a moment, raised her head and asked, by the way, that tailor shop, what's the matter? You're not still thinking about that girl, are you? Let me tell you, I just applied to the Ministry for direct protection there. Was there no protection before? Do you think the Britishers are idiots? Will you let you swagger in and lead a werewolf in? You just caught up with his lunch break? Ogden became a little impatient. What else do you suddenly think of? But is there something important you haven't explained? Claire's eyes flashed those breathtaking red eyes in the dim tailor shop, and he remembered the bullet that hit Fritz Harman a second before he escaped from the sky. A silver light beam, an inexplicable palpitation came to mind. He closed his eyes tightly, shook his head, and said, it's nothing. Boom. The door closed again, and Krell curled up on the chair, forming a golden ball like a real beetle, his back stretched evenly with his breath. And not long after, there was a burst of ear-piercing laughter. How about this broom? What do you think? Will it be functional and aesthetically pleasing? During the charms class on Thursday, Tom and Nelson hid behind Alfred with their heads down, holding a picture book in their hands. "Good design is usually beautiful," Nelson said, as if he were a very high-level professional Quidditch player. "You know, when the practical design has been perfected, they will focus on the new bonus item of appearance." "I see. You're saying it's okay to buy something that looks good, right?" "How would I know? I could tell you 100 feints or tactics, but I'm wobbly on any broomstick," Nelson said, curling his lips. "Harry Potter rides a broomstick to freedom. Fly freely, and my broom is only used to clean up the garbage pile." "Harry Potter?" Tom narrowed his eyes, and after a while, he turned his head and said, "Why do I think what you said about riding any broom is wobbly is also full of moisture?" Nelson looked distraught, but before he could, Flitwick, who was pacing down the aisle, was in front of the two of them, interrupting what would have been an indictment. "You think about the combination spell instant release technique we just talked about. You are very detailed, Professor. Listen to the class carefully. You sit up straight in the class. If I can't see your face, then you are deserting." Flitwick tapped Nelson's head lightly with his wand and started waving his wand again to demonstrate to the students around him while walking away. Nelson and Tom sat up straight and listened carefully to Flitwick's lecture. The time for a charms class passed quickly, and Flitwick stood in front of the podium and announced that the class was over. But just like after the first transfiguration class this semester, the brains of the 7th grade students were overwhelmed by the knowledge far surpassing that of the 6th grade students. It was so full that he forgot to leave for a moment. Flitwick smiled, jumped off the chair behind the desk, walked lightly to the door, closed the door gently and left. After a while, those students who didn't listen to the class well and just raised their heads from their sleep, noticed that their professor had disappeared, happily beckoned with friends, and were ready to enjoy more interesting spare time. "I think the two of them are really born to be professors," said Tom, who left at last, to Nelson. "It has only been a long time since I have been teaching, and now I'm teaching better than some old professors. I don't know if I can do it in the future to be like them." "They also struggled a lot," Nelson said. "As far as I know, when Minerva prepared her first class last year, despite the help of Professor Dumbledore, it took her a whole week to figure out what she wanted." "Say what?" "I know." Tom shook his head. "You should know that Professor Mellors is retiring. He really should have retired a long time ago," Nelson said with a soft click. "I don't want to discuss the professor's teaching level behind the scenes, but I think from the bottom of my heart that Professor Mellors is more suitable to go home early. Take care of yourself." "I heard from Mr. Black that the position of Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts has always been very sensitive at Hogwarts, because if you don't pay attention, this position may become a Professor of Dark Arts, just like Durmstrang. Same." "You're right." Combined with the years when Professor Mellors returned to school, wizards all over the world were in chaos. Many families in the UK began to respect Durmstrang's education model, and some people even proposed to relax the restrictions on black magic, Nelson said. Explained. "So the Ministry of Magic recommended a professor with a mediocre personality to be in charge of teaching this area. After all, there is no course that is more meaningless than teaching from the scriptures, but for them, they would rather do nothing than do it." "Wrong. I'm not saying that Professor Mells is mediocre, but I think if you just read the textbook and give infinite A's based on the paper, why don't you let us study by ourselves? Do you remember the last time we went to the dueling club in Filius? As a result, a large group of 5th and 6th graders couldn't figure out an iron armor charm." "Yes, but the content of the teaching also makes my scalp tingle. When I started school, I asked Professor Mills if he needed a teaching assistant. He saw that I was very enthusiastic, so he quickly agreed." "Like Muggle studies?" "No, it's easier than that, but it's much less interesting." Tom shook his head and said he showed me the lecture notes he had prepared and corrected some omissions. "I'm exhausted, and if this is defense against the dark arts, I'd rather rent a stall in Diagon Alley and sell potatoes." "I think this is also a way," Nelson said with a smile. "Professor Mellors has probably become stiff in his post and has gradually become like a phonograph. Since you have always wanted to be a member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, if you are a professor, then you should think about how to change all this." "I thought about it." The two walked to the door, Tom pushed the door open and turned his head, but I always feel that if I really let the students understand the dark arts as I imagined, it is difficult to guarantee that defense against the dark arts will not end up turned into the dark arts class that the Ministry of Magic dreads. I thought the Dark Lord was going to make the whole world bathe in the glory of dark magic. Nelson smiled and pushed Tom's shoulder. Hurry up, I'm starving to death. Okay. Tom raised his legs and walked out of the classroom, but immediately bumped into the person standing outside the door. His body fell forward due to inertia and was grabbed by Nelson. After standing still, he looked out of the door unhappily. Who is it? It's me. Nelson murmured silently in his heart. It was such a coincidence that Christian stood awkwardly at the door, but after being glared at by Tom, she straightened her chest and fought back with more fierce eyes. I went back. I'm here for the next class. Charm class? Seeing that the atmosphere between them had become tense again, Nelson pressed Tom's shoulder helplessly, squeezed between the two, and asked with a smile. Of course, will there be other professors here? Of course not. Nelson shrugged. I thought you would go to the Forbidden Forest. I have seen our school's Malfoy class schedule before. The study of magical animals is in the next section. I remember that you seem to have chosen it. It seems that I have misremembered this class. We don't have class with Slytherin. We have class with Hufflepuff, Christian said, shaking his head. They said they were afraid that Gryffindor and Slytherin would fight in that empty environment, disturbing everyone. Fantastic beasts. Have you looked at my timetable? I want to see it, but how do I see it? Nelson shrugged, smiled and took out a quill from his school bag and stuffed it into Christian's hand. Of course Tom told me. By the way, when I was a teaching assistant before, the professor gave us a few pens that can write biographies by ourselves. Tom and I imitated one, which should be useful for your homework. I don't think any Gryffindor is willing to lie on the table and write homework continuously. Christian took the pen in a daze. She didn't understand why Nelson suddenly became so attentive, but after thinking about it, he had always been enthusiastic, but he was always troubled by staying with the stinky Tom. You can try it. Nelson rubbed Christian's head. The newsboy hat has faded, only the badge on it is still shining. Christian seems to have found a new hobby, and there are a few more on the brim of the hat. The badge of acquaintance. With the passing of his palm, the faded newsboy hat became colorful again. Haha, I have grown so tall. If you have any questions that you don't understand academically, please feel free to ask us. I can do it. Compared with when she was a child, Christian had a 180-degree turn. At that time, she faced Nelson very naturally, but now she became nervous. Of course, after learning that she was actually called Nelson after Laura Riddle, the stiff relationship between her and Tom has not been eased. These Nelsons are all watching, but they are really too lazy to care about these messy things. We still have something to do, so let's go first. Nelson walked around the corridor with a smile and said, Bella asked me some time ago, what color sweater do you like? And I bought you a red one. HMM. Christian lowered his head and responded, bypassing Tom like a catch, and ran into the classroom. Tom, you see she's so tall. I remember it used to be up to my waist. Yes. Tom glanced at Christian's back, turned and walked towards the end of the corridor. I feel that it is really difficult for me to communicate with these young people, and I don't understand what they are thinking. They? Who else? Just her. Are you young? I thought you were as old as Professor Binns. Besides, you have too few books like this. If you are alone, you can't communicate. I don't need to communicate with other people. It's boring. Tom grabbed a little Gryffindor who was about to throw a big dung on the head of his companion in the stairwell, frightened him, let him go, and turned to Nelson. Said, originally, as long as she does everything I arrange for her, she can live a relaxed and happy life, and become an excellent and decent person. But this girl always has her own ideas. With her random temper, whether she can graduate safely is a problem, and she is really different from me. Have you ever thought that she wouldn't be like this without you? Are you saying it's my fault? Of course not. I just think you might as well look at yourself, at least in terms of what you said. It's exactly the same as Christian. I don't know what to do. Maybe. Tom curled his lips, but at least I'm not crazy enough to do those little tricks. Little move. Did she do something? She has the mark of the Oblivion charm I left on her from the night we first went to the Muggle studies classroom for detention. Tom narrowed his eyes. I should have thought it was hers. Do you have any American friends? Can you find out what Professor Sykes is doing now? Chapter 507. It's too scary. I didn't expect there are wolves in the world. In the tailor's shop, Martha hugged her knees in one hand and held a cup of steaming cocoa in the other. She sat cross-legged in a pile of fabrics in shock, raised her eyes from time to time, and looked out the door nervously. That's why we don't dare to reveal the details of the wizarding world to muggles all at once, said a female Ministry of Magic official with her back to the gate, sitting opposite her, and gently putting her hand on Martha's back. Said softly, if you suddenly tell everyone that magical animals such as werewolves, vampires and even giant dragons exist in the world, it will definitely cause panic, but you can rest assured that the control of these animals in the UK is very strict. The inconvenience caused to you is to be blamed on the German wizard who came here with his pursuers, but they have all been caught, and you can breathe a sigh of relief. Giant, and giant, dragon. Martha, who had just calmed down a bit, almost knocked over the hot cocoa in her hand. Her small face turned pale in an instant. She tightly clutched the hem of the skirt covering her knees, and the knuckles of her fingers turned white from the force. It is impossible for dragons to come here. Most of the dragons in England are kept in captivity, the witch comforted with a smile. Of course, it is even more impossible for giants. The last recorded giant riot was 200 years ago. I'm afraid they have degenerated into savages in the deep mountains and old forests. Don't worry, it's the Ministry of Magic's duty to protect people like you. Martha didn't understand why there would be such an overly polite character among the arrogant wizards. She always felt a little uncomfortable, but she still answered the witch's questions in a precise manner. The other two wizards who came together were busy at the door. According to the witch, they were setting up the newly developed alarm defense magic, so that when Martha faced the attack of the dark wizard next time, they could hold on to Aura's support arrive. That's all I can think of. Martha rubbed her temples and said weakly, only that wolf, the werewolf is closer to me, and I can't see the other two so clearly. This is our negligence at work. I hope you can understand, miss. The witch lowered her head and apologized coquettishly. Her attitude was nothing like that of other high-spirited wizards. She looked behind and found that there was a magic spell in front of the door. The colleague was far enough away, then lowered his head and whispered, if those Aura colleagues of mine are really capable enough to deserve their salary, you can't even see the faces of the two prisoners. You have arrived in time. Martha picked up the cup, drank the slightly cooled cocoa in her hand, clenched her hands tightly to feel the residual heat on the cup wall, and said with blurred eyes, otherwise you wouldn't see me. I can give you a little suggestion, miss. If you are more concerned about your own safety, you'd better find some more direct ways to contact the wizard. The witch lowered the business. That Ogden didn't. She is a cold-blooded butcher who doesn't care about your lives. The case here was directly reported by Miss Black to the Ministry of Magic. It is said that she installed a looking glass here. Do you know her? She really cares about you. Inquiring about you through the fireplace. Seeing the gradually softening expression of the girl in front of her, the witch sitting opposite her refilled a cup of hot cocoa for him with a smile. Suppressing the disgust in her heart, she looked at the ignorant Martha with eager eyes. Wahlburger Black? Before, a friend of mine brought her to the store. Martha thought for a while and said, by the way, she still has a dress and a long dress that she has finished. Here, I can't contact her. Can you bring her for me? Miss, a small person like me can't see her. The witch warmly held the back of Martha's hand. This inexplicable initiative made Martha feel uncomfortable, but seeing her care about herself so much, Martha didn't, so she drew her hand, and the witch continued, can you contact her or her family? She puts emphasis on the word family. I should be able to find her father, she said with some uncertainty. She and Nat, my friend, told me that if there is anything I can go to her father for help. That's really great. The witch raised her voice happily. If you have such an arrangement, you can come to the Ministry of Magic to find me, and I will take you to find Mr. Black myself. As if she was afraid she was freezing in the hot weather. I'm Darlaws Umbridge from the Misuse of Magic office. I have just become a regular. If you have any confusion, please feel free to contact me. I remember the Ministry of Magic issued a credentials and the address of the Ministry of Magic should be in your contact manuals. Boom. Ow. The loud noise and screams from the door made the emaciated Martha exclaim again. She almost thought that there was another werewolf coming. The two people in the store looked in the direction of the sound, and the signboard of the tailor shop fell down. A slightly younger wizard was clumsily lifting the sign off another wizard's feet. The witch who was chatting with Martha also showed her face. This is a baby-faced woman with blonde hair and a sweet smile on her face. She is wearing a robe made by the Ministry of Magic, and there are several ribbons tied around her neck. TSK. What a pity, girl. Sorry, sir, my hands are shaking. Intern who finally removed the sign raised his head profusely with sweat. It's really unlucky. Who would have thought that a werewolf would appear on the streets of Greater London? Oh, male in pants. Today is really unlucky. You don't understand the situation. Umbridge, a woman who pleases a guy, will get something out of him. She is a greedy, cunning and indifferent woman. Why do you think she became a regular in just 1 year? That is because there is a vacant seat in the office. As for how it was vacant, TSK, this pink cloak was once draped over the shoulders of Farley when he visited Hogwarts. I don't know. This unlucky old guy was fucked to the end by Shafik within a few months. The wizard stared at the store with a playful look. I don't know if there is something worthy of her attention on this girl. TSK, Pink is delicate. How old is she now? What? Didn't Miss Umbridge just graduate 2 years ago? If you have dealt with her, you should understand that her mind is much deeper than that of many 60-year-old fritters. I can assure you that, as long as the head of the Wizengamot is not an upright person like Dumbledore man, she will soon be at least deputy minister. Really? The young intern scratched his head. I still think she is a nice person, very enthusiastic in the office, and willing to help me a little. That was hit by the signboard, so he turned his head suddenly. He asked with a distorted expression, Joan, what's your last name? Selwyn, what's the matter, sir? Martha's hand and blinked. Blinking his eyes, he said, this is the address of Diagon Alley. If you are interested in wizard clothes and fabrics, you can go there to shop. This is too much trouble for you. Martha hastily declined. It's not that Diagon Alley, this is my compensation for the Ministry of Magic. It's just a little earlier. Muggle tourists can apply to visit Diagon Alley by March at the latest, Umbridge said with a smile. I will consider the feelings of Muggles, miss, and I believe that a kind and lovely person like you will not cause any trouble. I'm really willing to trust you as much as you trust me. Although Umbridge's smile made Martha feel a little uncomfortable, but her frankness made Martha have a good impression. Seeing the loose expression on Martha's face, Umbridge smiled even more splendid. On a rare sunny day, the entrance of the Quidditch stadium was crowded with people, but there were very few spectators. A group of young wizards wearing golden brown protective gear were bringing Hufflepuff Quidditch teams from the warehouse. They are waiting in line for the assessment of the team members. Each of them has a look of anxiety on their faces. The next test they are about to face is even more exciting than the division they faced in the first grade. Nervous after all, after attending the sorting ceremony, at least no professor would give some unlucky bastard pounds in cash to take a taxi home. Compared with the full seats on the game day, the empty stands looked very deserted. Only a few people who accompanied them sat sparsely in the stands. The most eye-catching ones were the two green men in the Slytherin stand. The green robe was too coquettish. It looked like two buds had sprouted from a flower pot. The captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team squinted his eyes, put his hands over his eye sockets, and looked up at the two abruptly standing in the Slytherin stands. Tom Riddle, I know, is a good broomstick rider. He didn't come here to spy on our Hufflepuff and Quidditch team, did he? Damn it, did Slytherin start preparing for the House Cup so early? Captain Riddle doesn't seem to be a member of the Slytherin Quidditch team. A member reminded, he doesn't like Quidditch. What about that man? Who is that? Williams? Why is he on the Quidditch pitch? Is he the secret weapon of the Slytherins this year? Does anyone know him? What position does he play? 7 questions in a row made the team members dizzy, and after a while, Hufflepuff's previous prefect weakly raised his hand. I took the flying lesson with Nelson in the first grade. I can't even hold the broom steadily, so it shouldn't be like what you said. As for the position, it should be the audience, right? I feel like they are talking about me. In the audience, Nelson glanced at the gathered Hufflepuff players on the field, holding a tightly labeled glass bottle in his hand, and said vaguely with a straw in his mouth. Haha. Tom gave Nelson a blank look. Are they considering taking you into the Hufflepuff Quidditch team? What a genius idea, to cut off your limbs. I can be a coach. I have countless advanced tactics and skills in my mind, which are enough to subvert this sport. Nelson tapped his temple, took another sip with a straw in his mouth, and there was a burst of fine foam in his mouth. A voice said, "No, what do you mean? What is self-amputation? Isn't this word self-amputation?" 4 times. Tom Nelson's angry yelling, and concentrated on watching the assessment in the stadium. After waiting for a while, he saw the small figure of Adele holding a workshop than her. He waved vigorously at the Slytherin stand and stepped up. Tom really couldn't stand this repetitive and boring test. After watching for a while, he reached out and grabbed the hat from Nelson's head, put it on his face lightly, yawned, narrowed his eyes and fell asleep. Once the dream passed, he was awakened by Nelson's nagging voice. Don't be discouraged, Adele. Although the fruit of success is very sweet, failure is actually the main theme of life. Next year What's the matter? Tom yawned and took off his hat, and saw the little figure with the broom standing in front of them. Her technical movements are a little flawed. A little bit. Nelson made a little bit gesture. I think it will be much better next year, and it must be fine. Have you chosen, Adele? Tom turned his head and asked Adele without listening to Nelson's explanation. Yeah. The little girl nodded slightly. You don't Nelson asked in surprise. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask me. It looks like I was wrong. Nelson said happily. Don't analyze blindly. Tom curled his lips, blew the ashes, and put the hat on Nelson's head. This is not a performance, but a selection of newcomers. They only want to see how fast you fly. Skills can be practiced. Talent is not enough. Tom reached out and looked in Nelson's pocket, found a small silver ball painted red, put it in Adele's hood, smiled and touched her head. Congratulations. Chapter 508. Where can you escape? Can't, to be honest, you let me down. In the alley next to King's Cross Station, Ludwig leaned against the filthy wall, clutching his bleeding neck, his chest heaving violently, his bright eyes fixed on the shadow at the entrance of the alley. He thought, I want to turn around and run away, but there is really no way to retreat. Why should I repay your expectations? I saw your performance in the Triwizard tournament. Although you are weak, full of loopholes, and ridiculous, I still recognize your tenacity. Tenacity is a necessary characteristic for the birth of any great wizard. The shadow at the entrance of the alley let out a piercing and ear-piercing sneer, and with a wave of his hand, a green spell struck towards Ludwig's direction. The spell was far away from his position, but he was already exhausted. Ludwig, who couldn't move, gritted his teeth, and rushed forward with all his strength. A faint, fragmented black shield formed like a tortoise shell on his back. The light spread across his whole body in an instant, making him tremble, as if he had been shocked by an electric shock. The small shield behind him made a crackling sound, and a piece of debris surrounded by green light fell out, split from the middle, and divided into pieces. The 2 limp and soft bat wings stopped the spell, but the impact of the spell did not diminish. Ludwig lost his balance, and fell heavily to the trash can on the other side of the alley, buried by spilled rubbish. But now it seems you have only tenacity, can't, especially after your stupidity has dragged you into danger again and again, and even this tenacity exudes a disgusting stupidity. Ludwig didn't respond, didn't fight back, just closed his heavy eyelids wearily. Ludwig was dumped in the rubbish, only his slightly heavy chest proved that he was still alive. At first, he thought he had shaken off the pursuers, so he felt relieved and looked around London for a way to Hogwarts. He didn't know who to believe. The only ones that can be thought of are Albus Dumbledore, who is recognized by the world, and the 2 friends who met at Hogwarts, and met by chance. His country has become a purgatory, but those he once trusted turned a blind eye to it, as if he was the biggest anomaly in this country, and sometimes he even wondered, Could it be that the crazy ideas of German muggles were actually in the hands of wizards? I got the orthodox inheritance in my heart. A few days ago, I left the tailor shop alone on the same day. When I stood alone at the gate of King's Cross station, I looked at the surrounding shops that had been rebuilt in the ruins and listened to the enthusiastic discussions of passing pedestrians. Ludwig couldn't help but feel a little bit lost and a little the sense of separation between time and space, as if the place where he came and the place he is in belong to two worlds, but they are clearly so far apart, so close that those ridiculous bombers of the German muggles can easily fly over London, close to even he can escape here on a battered broom that is almost disintegrated. Ludwig was full of longing, looking forward to his own country being improved after receiving help. Even though he knew that the wizards in England might have been exhausted, he still held on to this last hope. He did not expect to be like the British saying, as long as it can be better, it is the greatest consolation. He walked through the streets and alleys, watching those homeless people who might have been sold to unknown places if they were placed in Prussia, and listening to a homeless man who was not young telling a group of ragged children about a person who was once trafficked and homeless with him. The story of the girl suddenly turned into a witch. No matter how anxious Ludwig was, it was useless. He had circled the train station countless times, but he still couldn't find the legendary railroad track, nor did he find the bright red risky car described by the Hogwarts students. Beautiful train with steam. He is too tired, not only rejected by his hometown, but also rejected by the city of London. He even suspects that the students of Hogwarts have lied to him. There is no train to hope in the world. But hope had not been found, and despair followed. When Ludwig walked around the station looking for the Hogwarts Express as usual, a face he never wanted to see appeared in front of him. His grandfather, the man who even went to school for him. The old man, who was unwilling to buy a new hat, smiled at him and smiled. "Come home with me, Ludwig." Ludwig's heart became colder. He understood that this old man whose eye sockets were filled with vicious green was not his grandfather. He rushed forward angrily, wanting to rescue the person he cared about, but he was concerned about his grandfather's heart. On the contrary, the demon who has occupied the old man's body has no scruples. He unscrupulously swayed the power of black magic, turning the alley full of snakes and rats into a dead place. One after another vicious the curse poured out from the old man's wand and fell on the grandson he cared about, beating the exhausted Ludwig like a tattered doll. The wizard, not to mention the opponent, took arguably the most important hostage to him. Ludwig fought and retreated. When he was forced into the depths of the alley, when he saw the warm little home made of broken furniture behind the garbage dump, he saw the vagabonds carrying other people's leftovers and gobbling them coldly. When he was dying, he braced himself and raised his wand facing his grandfather. "Do you care about them?" Haha. The old man seemed to see something so ridiculous that it was unbearable. The green in his eyes became more and more vigorous and even escaped. "Ludwig, you are a disease. It must be cured. But this is good news. The little mouse has chained itself." Ludwig shook his head. His face was resolute like a knight who would only appear in epics, with sharp fangs and black bat wings showing sharp edges. He will use this extremely evil posture to defend himself until it is difficult to change creed. Snapped. A slap fell heavily on his face, shattering the despair of the old land, the grief of wandering, and the hope of the future. Ludwig tried his best to open his swollen eyes, turned his head sideways, and looked at the vagrants huddled behind the trash can. There was clearly such a wide road behind him, but he couldn't escape. He had no way to retreat up. "You are so ridiculous, Kant." The grandfather squatted in front of him, staring at him with a pair of indifferent eyes filled with bright green. He glanced disdainfully at the shivering waifs. They couldn't bear this look. Some children even rolled their eyes and fainted because of the fear brought by them. "You are really self-indulgent. Do you think you can protect them? Like that wordling who beat you out of shape? You have someone ability to be pierced by a sword? You are a complete loser. I can smell the disgusting incompetence on your body from hundreds of meters away. It is more disgusting than the troll's feet. You're right. I'm a total loser." Ludwig spread his hands and feet, staring at the cloudy sky above his head with a blank expression and numb eyes. The wand he held tightly slipped from his hand, and the bat features that had already been scarred on his body also disappeared in an instant. What a disobedient child. The old man smirked again and ran his nails across Ludwig's face, as if admiring his own spoils. I must find some way to make you obedient. He patted his skinny chest, gave a thin echo, and said with a grin, how about nailing this old man to the tallest clock tower in the city? Ludwig's body tensed up suddenly, and his slack mind came to his senses. He stretched out his hand and reached for the wand that had slipped from his hand. He glared at the 2 green spots on his grandfather's face with a distorted expression, which made him extremely disgusted. Are you looking for it? The old man smiled and raised the wooden stick in his hand. A ball of flames rose from his palm and instantly engulfed Ludwig's wand. Ludwig was very familiar with his grandfather's smile, but under that touch of green, his smile is like a devil, making people feel like falling into an ice cave. Want to show grandpa a big firework? Like when you pulled that wordling to explode? The old man wanted to say something more, but a soft bang interrupted his train of thought. A stone hit him on the shoulder. Looking in the direction from which the stone was thrown, a mess of red hair was quickly retracted behind the garbage dump. He was irritated by the muggle's powerlessness. He raised his wand. However, Ludwig hugged his leg with his last strength, and the squatting body lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. Today's astrology is not suitable for mass murder. The old man smiled indifferently and easily broke away from Ludwig, who was at the end of his battle, and waved his wand. Get lost. Under his command, the homeless people who hid behind the garbage team stood up like walking corpses. Whether they were conscious or unconscious, they walked stiffly, passed behind the 2 of them, and walked out of the alley. I will grant your little wish. When all the footsteps around him disappeared, he lowered his head, pinched Ludwig's face with his right hand, lifted him from the ground, and leaned against the filthy wall. He said with a sinister smile, the garbage dump without the garbage is really clean. Now let's talk about how to make you learn to be grateful. Ludwig turned his head to one side, not looking at him. Did you know? If the great Albus Dumbledore wanted to help you, he should have arrived a few days ago instead of letting me block you here. Ludwig pursed his lips and did not answer. Seize the opportunity to see more of this wonderful sky. The old man held back his temper, showing a kind and contradictory smile. I'm really curious, why do you always like to fight against everyone? Everybody? Who's everybody? You and your lackeys? Ludwig closed his eyes, unwilling to chat with him anymore, but the cruciatous curse that followed made him cheer up. The old man opened his eyelids with a smirk and said indifferently, come on, talk to me. Your stupid remarks. Ludwig broke out in a cold sweat, and he finally recovered from the excruciating pain. The robe on his body was wet with sweat, stained with dirt on the floor and the wall, and became mottled and ugly. He gritted his teeth, panting heavily. He said, are you too? Bring shame on yourself. It's ridiculous. Prussia should have been a wonderful place, like London. It's beautiful here. The old man sneered. It's more fragile than the most defective glass. That's 10,000 times better than your devil's lair. Anything, anyone, and any system has its own reason for its existence in its time and place. Kant, do you think that Prussia is worse than before? No, it is more prosperous than at any time in history. The old man straightened his chest, and he looked extremely proud. The weak Prussia is going towards the greatness it once deserved in our hands. There is no doubt about it. To become, a closed madman's paradise. To become a magic cave that makes everyone talk about it. Even an organization like Nurmengard that intends to subvert the world will feel sick when you mention you. You really don't look like a Durmstrang student. What should Durmstrang graduates be like? Ludwig asked rhetorically. I aspire to be a good person. Is that wrong? Stupid boy. I hope you can recognize yourself and the world you live in. I value your tenacity and tolerate you again and again because too many people want you to be a qualified men who can represent Prussia instead of mutilating a greater cause with your disgusting protection and kindness. A greater cause? A greater interest? Ludwig laughed loudly, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. What career can you have? Have you asked Grindelwald for consent? What a parody. You have been given up by the Dumbledore you expected a long time ago. The old man's face was full of disappointment. He wanted to say a few more words, but Ludwig's words seemed to have pierced his heart, and he did not hesitate, lifting his wand. A dark green bolt of lightning hit Ludwig's chest directly. "Now, I will give up on you, because of your stupidity." Ludwig's eyes went dark, and after a severe burst of severe pain, he felt a very pleasant relief, which was better than any praiseworthy enjoyment in the world. His body kept falling, and finally ushered in white. Death curse. Am I dead? He opened his eyes, and found that he was in a pure white world, the end, which adds a touch of vividness and reality to it. Chapter 509 Hogwarts Express. This is where Ludwig raised his hand, looked at the intact palm and cuffs, and asked blankly, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" No one answered him, so he had no choice but to go to the railroad track, squatted on the ground, and studied for a long time, but couldn't see anything, so he had to stand up, choose a direction at random, and walk there along the railroad track. I don't know how long he walked, but Ludwig didn't feel hungry or tired. On the contrary, he regained his energy during the long journey. He raised his head and looked blankly at the boundless white field. After walking for a while, the blurred railway tracks in the distance will become clearer, but a boundless road extends to a farther distance. It is not that he has not raised the idea of leaving here, but the wizard who lost his wand is in an unfamiliar environment. What is the difference between unarmed and unarmed? Not to mention that there is no danger here. It is just a boring world, so boring that it makes people feel numb. There is no scenery on the side of the road. He began to feel that this was the blueprint before the creation of the world. The hands of the creator forgot to give it color and life, and even forgot to erase it after the world was built. He could only continue along the railroad track, walking, even due to lack of reference. He couldn't be sure if he was going around a circular railway. Thinking of this, Ludwig thought about it. He took off the jacket of his suit, pulled off a button, and carefully placed it between the sleepers. But as the button left his fingers, the color was quickly replaced by the ubiquitous white. The mist sucked it all away, and even the button itself seemed to be thrown into the water, sinking slowly, and there was no trace of it anymore. Hiss, Ludwig only felt that his scalp was numb. The weirdness here had long been beyond his comprehension. Only the railroad tracks under his feet were similar to those in the normal world. Too much hope. Ugh. The distant but thin sound of the siren rang in Ludwig's ears. He had already gone numb, and he didn't even react to the noise for the first time until he realized that when the siren raised his head, a beautiful red and black train already docked beside him. The sophisticated steam locomotive ejected billowing white steam from the chimney, stretching to the sky and blending with the white mist. Ludwig looked to the side. The door of the carriage next to him had been opened. The windows were clean, spacious and bright, and there was no passenger in the carriage. He raised his head, and at some point, he was already on a simple platform, far away. There are a few invisible phantoms that are slowly fading like the button, so if they have undergone baptism, they stepped onto the train parked beside the platform. He looked at the compartment in the phantom position. The door was closed tightly, and even the glass could not reveal the inside. Those figures seemed to have not noticed him at all. Just like real passengers waiting for the train, they couldn't wait to board. Ludwig raised his head again. The pure white sky above his head had long since disappeared, replaced by a more complex dome with the same color. He recognized this dome. He had seen it too many times in the past few days. It was the king on the dome of the cross station. He was surprised to see the pillars soaring in the clouds and mist, and his heart, which had become calm due to the long journey, became agitated again. King's Cross Station? Ludwig felt more excited. Is this the Hogwarts Express? He didn't have time to think about what those colorless phantoms were. His heart was filled with the joy of finding the way to Hogwarts. He looked intently at the carriage. Under the window, there was an H emblem surrounded by 4 beasts. This further confirmed his thoughts. Could it be that the wall they mentioned is the one I'm leaning against? Isn't this too coincidental? Ludwig was immersed in sudden joy and ignorance. In his memory, he clearly came here under a death curse. Could it be that there is also a Hogwarts school of witchcraft and wizardry in hell? Ludwig shook his head. He was determined that he would never go to hell. Is it heaven? Under all kinds of confusion, He didn't notice at all that the suit that Martha saw through at a glance had already turned into a light grey color, and the color flowed along the leather shoes to the mist under his feet, and it was getting lighter and lighter. Ugh, you. The head of the car whistled more frequently, and Ludwig was awakened from his thoughts. The whole train was already shaking with the start of the head, and the gas lights above the doors in front of it were flickering, as if urging the stranded passengers to get on the train quickly. Ludwig did not doubt that he was there, and walked towards the car door, but the car door was already slowly closing. A trace of nervousness appeared on his face, and the color on his body became more solid. He quickened his pace and rushed in. The car door pinched the corner of his clothes. He turned around and tore at the hem of the coat. With a stab, the caught piece of cloth was torn off, and it was still clipped on the car door. The light grey cloth fading quickly, it quickly lost its shape and dissipated into the air. Ludwig gasped for breath, leaned against the wall of the cubicle, and with a creak, the door beside him slowly opened, revealing the compartment that was identical to Hogwarts inside. Should I go in? No one answered him. Ludwig laughed at himself. He should have gotten used to this kind of loneliness without a companion. He looked at the junction of the carriages. The wooden doors were closed, and it seemed that he could not visit the shadows of those fellow carriages. Now, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. He wiped his face briefly and got into the carriage calmly. He was not afraid that this was some kind of trap. After all, he had nothing to lose. Except, Ludwig clenched his fists and slammed the closed door behind his back. The hard door panel made the back of his hand numb, but he couldn't feel the slightest pain. Wet with tears, it looked even brighter and more colorful. Grandpa. In that quiet alley, Ludwig's body twitched for a moment and soon lost his breath with a quiet smile. The old man raised his right hand holding the wand, with no expression on his calm face. He looked silently at the tip of the wand that was emitting green smoke, like a dead sculpture, only vibrating constantly, as if about to tear apart. Those green pupils can show that he is a little different from Ludwig, who fell to the ground. Oh, heh. His voice was like a bellows with a hole in it, and there was a sharp accent, as if two people were talking at the same time. His body was trembling, and the hand holding the wand curled up uncontrollably. He disdained looking at the magic wand slowly pointing at him. He said to himself, did you not have the thought of resisting until your favorite grandson died? It's really belated love. The murderer was chatting calmly with the victim's family, as if for him, Ludwig's death under the death curse was just a trivial matter, and people who are used to taking other people's lives can naturally turn a blind eye to this tragedy. However, the owner of this body, Ludwig's grandfather, watched his proud grandson blown down by the merciless wind like a fallen leaf out of season. The pain in his heart was hard to contain, but when faced with a stronger force, he could only turn into 2 lines of dirty tears, which flowed helplessly from his wrinkled face. Tears washed away the green in the eyes, and rushed out of the riverbed like valleys, and the wand was slowly approaching the old man's neck. What's the use? Apart from killing yourself, he mocked. You can't even kill yourself. You shouldn't even know the simplest death curse, right? I'll teach you. There was a cruel smile on the face of the old man. The green necrosis quickly spread to the hand holding the stick. The back of the wrinkled hand festered at a speed visible to the naked eye. He stretched out the other hand and broke it cruelly, grabbing the finger holding the wand. He took the wand down, held it casually with his left hand, and pointed at Ludwig, who fell to the ground. This kind of spell is very simple, easy to learn, and practical. Even if you disturbed me just now, the spell still hit your grandson. Deeper and more radiant. Only a bad wizard can't make up a knife. I want you to watch your grandson die with your own eyes. He was annoyed that his magic was resisted, but after thinking about it, the old man's resistance gave him a little realistic vision, which on the contrary, satisfied the evil thoughts in his heart. The scene at this moment was enough to make everyone who saw it. People are terrified. The eyes of the old man are filled with sadness and morbid satisfaction at the same time, and the wind of the second death is about to come to his most cherished person. It's a pity that muggles can't learn magic. He seemed a little disappointed that such a wonderful thing can't be appreciated anytime and anywhere, so he said dejectedly, I'll just say it once, remember. The magic spell is avid. The wall behind Ludwig suddenly became as soft as water, and the upper body leaning against the wall lost its support and fell into the wall. The old man glared at this scene and shouted, "Death!" Thick green lightning rushed out from the tip of the staff, biting towards Ludwig's body like a poisonous snake. Boom. Following a violent explosion, the garbage dump, where Ludwig was lying, was blown away, and dirt and smoke filled the alley. The old man covered his mouth with his sleeve, took 2 steps back, and left the range of the dirty things. "It's not good behavior to kill young people." An unfamiliar voice interrupted the old man's movements. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes. The green light dimmed a bit, but it turned into greener pus, mixed with tears, dripping from the corners of his eyes. "Is it where platform 9 3/4 comes in?" The gunpowder smoke dissipated, and the dirty wall was not damaged in any way, but some insignificant dirt fell off, revealing the red brick wall that had been submerged in the shadows for an unknown number of years, like decades, or it looked like it was, when it was first built hundreds of years ago. The sound of sirens from the train station rang in the ears of the old man, accompanied by the vibrations caused by the passing trains. Scattered down like a rock slide, and even a piece of rotten fruit peel that gave off a foul smell fell on his feet. Full of irony, no one was seen, but his voice was heard. The wall twisted instantly. A leather shoe that had been polished brightly, but the sole of the foot was wrapped in thick wet mud, protruded from the wall and stepped on the rubbish-filled ground. On the ground, followed by a pair of slender legs covered by purple velvet pants and a suit jacket of the same color, Albus Dumbledore, who was frequently mentioned by the 2 fighting just now, walked away from the wall. "Come out. Do you know a lot?" Dumbledore didn't have the slightest smile on his face. Unlike the previous gentle image, at this moment his face only had anger and the coldness of the verdict. "I heard that someone is looking for me, so we rushed over without stopping." "No one is looking for you, and you are afraid of trouble, right?" The old man raised his head, and the green eyes that had been washed out of the gully closed again. He gently wiped the tears on his face with the back of his hand and looked directly at Dumbledore's eyes, said softly, "I am raw." Before he could reveal his identity, a stream of water that swept in at an unknown time had rushed towards him with a ferocious momentum. The splashes collided with the walls on both sides, and the small sounds echoed in the narrow alley. Roaring like a dragon, the waves opened their bloody mouths and ran over the garbage piles that filled the alleys. Not only did the filth accumulated for many years not pollute the purity of the dragon, but it was crushed into fine pieces by the original gentle water flow. The imperceptible powder was spread on the ground, raising the ground a bit. In the next second, its huge mouth opened to the maximum, and the scattered water spray was like dancing feathers and sharp dragon teeth, swallowing the old man, who was struggling to raise his hand in one gulp. "You don't need to tell me who you are." The coldness in Dumbledore's eyes flashed past. He glanced at the unarmed wall behind him and said softly, "It's never trouble I'm afraid of." The old man roared angrily in the current, but his voice was completely drowned out by the running water, and he couldn't even breathe. The pure water flowed past his face, and this harmless natural product brought him great pain. The old face was distorted to the point of being out of shape, and frantic flickering green light appeared on his back, and the fine whirlpools in the water prison were like sharp knives, cutting the horribly cruel green just now. The pain was so clear that he could feel it, even if he couldn't hear the sound. Dumbledore looked at the old man through the water curtain, and most of the green in his eyes had already faded. Although it was equally painful, the exposed pupils were full of joy. A green shadow was rushed out by the strong current. It tightly strangled the old man's neck, unwilling to let go, and the old man's face turned red and purple because of this. Dumbledore watched the tricky scene, and raised his wand with more force. Crack. In the empty bedroom, there was an inexplicably crisp sound of metal friction, like the sound of a key turning a door lock mechanism. The question mark, who was dozing on Nelson's pillow, raised his eyes in dissatisfaction and pulled the quilt cover over himself. But the subsequent sound of gears turning completely disturbed his peaceful sleep. The question mark bared its teeth, and its bristling fur showed its sharp claws. With a light wave, Nelson's pillow was scratched out of the cotton wool like snowflakes. He jumped to the floor angrily, and his nails scraped against the wooden floor, making a tooth-piercing screech. The question mark prickled up his ears, carefully looking for the direction of the sound, and vowed to give it a little color. At the moment when the sound ended, he curled up, jumped, and got under Nelson's bed. cotton wadding and goose feathers flying all over the sky. Chapter 510. The lock opened. Dumbledore held up his wand. The hem of his suit fluttered crazily under the powerful magic power, and a light blue gem-like light ball emerged from the tip of the wand, slowly blending into the churning water prison. The soft light group quickly dispersed with the water flow, as if a clear river was suddenly illuminated by the sun. Dazzling brilliance shone everywhere in the water prison, which was enough to make some people who could not see the sun feel ashamed, while the tightly strangled the green phantom around the old man's neck also became inhuman under the sudden violent water flow. On the contrary, the chaotic face formed by the magic power became clear. Although it was still ugly and exaggerated, it was almost like a creation by Edvard Munch. The panel painting called the scream. He was indeed shouting. The water blocked his voice, but anyone could see unwillingness and resentment on his face. A pair of blurred eyes fixed on Dumbledore's face. The abstract mouth opened and closed, as if threatening Dumbledore with insults. You may not know the consequences of stealing an enthusiastic child in front of a teacher, even if he is not my student. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the shape of the green figure. The anxiety in his heart was overcome by a magic that he had never seen before. It seemed to be a new type of magic that combined the Horcrux and the Imperious Curse. Judging from the current situation, it could make the caster become any living creature. For one person, Dumbledore didn't express his worries on his face, but just threatened coldly, "You can come to me anytime, but the person you need to face next time may not be as lenient as me." Gone. Dumbledore waved his hand lightly and clenched his fist in midair. With his movement, the water ball burst, and the green magic power bloomed in the mist. But it was not enough to change such a huge amount of clear water. It became clear and disappeared. "Sorry, Mr. Cant." Dumbledore closed his eyes and spoke softly to the center of the mist. The mist dissipated slowly, and a staggering old man rushed out of it, rushed past Dumbledore, who was standing still, and scrambled towards the wall where Ludwig disappeared. But there was only a clean brick wall with nothing on it. "I'm sorry, I'm late this time." There was a trace of helplessness on Dumbledore's face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. "After all, everything here cannot be changed. Go find a quiet place with me first. We met before last year's top 3. Do you remember the competition?" The old man ignored him, knelt down on the ground, slapped the wall vigorously, and let out an unintelligible roar from his throat, as if he wanted this man-eating wall to return his only grandson. "My condolences." Dumbledore nodded slightly at the wall and said to the old man's back, "Cant's body was not damaged. I learned everything that happened in Prussia, and I will go to the International Federation of Wizards next. Help. He deserves a hero's treatment when the dust settles." The old man turned his head suddenly. His face was flushed red, and his expression became distorted due to pain. What was even sadder was that no tears flowed from his eye sockets. The magic power occupying his body had already destroyed his eyes. Even the scene in front of him became blurred. In his eyes, any piece of larger garbage, even Dumbledore standing in front of him, was his grandson. This kind of sadness seemed to have magical power, making Dumbledore leader was infected, and couldn't help saying, "Mr. Cant, your grandson." Dumbledore carefully chose his words, not only wanting to tell the old man the truth, but also afraid of stimulating his fragile heart. "Sorry, no one can survive under the death curse. It's impossible for me to attack my grandson with such a curse," the old man said viciously. He couldn't even speak English well, with a strong German accent, but Dumbledore could still understand what he meant. "He can't manipulate me to kill my family. You are not the murderer. The murderer is them, those who persecuted Cant." The old man ignored him, just turned over the garbage like a crazy waste picker. Dumbledore looked at the old man who was lying on the ground and kept groping, shook his head, lightly waved his wand to erect barriers at both ends of the alley that outsiders could not see, and walked out silently. Williams. The panicked shouts interrupted the warm and awkward conversation between Nelson and Adele. Nelson turned his head and looked up the stairs to the auditorium. At a glance, he saw a chubby boy climbing up with his hands and feet. Climbing, the stairs made a creaking moan under his ravages, and even the stand shook unbearably. "What's the matter?" Nelson recognized the young man's identity, a little follower who often followed Abraxas, who seemed to be called Crab. He took out his wand from his pocket, waved it lightly, and stretched out a pair of small wooden hands from the seat near the stairs, supporting the little chubby peer who was stepping on the ground and almost rolled down. The wooden arms stretched out, carrying the little chubby guy, sat him to the seat in front of Nelson, and patted his back, to help him smooth out his breath. Calm down, don't be rash. By the way, are you Goyle or Crab? Do you know me? There was a hint of unexpected joy on the face of the little chubby. He blinked. He had already forgotten the purpose of coming here, and said heavily, I'm Gore. Okay Crab. Nelson smiled. Is there anything urgent? Things. Gore recalled the purpose here again, and his expression became terrified again. He danced and gestured for a long time, blushed, and said vigorously, your cat is crazy. That cat of yours is the one with a question mark on its face. Gale panted heavily, looking really anxious. It blocks the corridor from the lounge to the dormitory, so that no one can pass. Abu Laxus and Crab tried to catch it, but they were both wounded, and they were just sent to the school hospital. You go and have a look. Question mark. Nelson was startled. I vaguely remembered passing by something when I left the bedroom today. It turned out to be a question mark that came to inspect. He has widened his eyes. There are many dangerous things hidden in the bedroom, and as the first to accompany him to come Hogwarts pets, question marks are not banned from touching them. Go and see. Go and save Abraxas and the others. Nelson looked in the direction of the castle, swallowed silently, and looked at Tom suddenly, but Tom seemed to have suddenly developed a great interest in Quidditch, and pulled Adele to chat about the rules on the court and now popular broom performance. Hiss. Nelson gasped and nodded at Goyle. Thank you, Crab. After finishing speaking, he propped up the back of the chair in front of him with his hands. A white light came out from his hands, and he rolled over the top of Goyle's head beautifully. I'm Goyle. Goyle looked blankly at the robe passing over his head, showing the same expression as when he saw the cat beating someone. Crab has already gone to the school hospital. Nelson didn't answer him, only the sound of fluttering robes. Goyle turned his head and just saw Nelson's blonde hair disappearing behind the guardrail. He stood up and ran towards the guardrail of the stands, holding onto the railing and looking down. Nelson was falling freely in the air. The hem of his robe opened in the wind. Goyle exclaimed, but saw that Nelson slowed down when he was about to hit the ground and used his momentum to run towards the success of the Quidditch pitch. They disappeared after a while, leaving only the dumbfounded Goyle, the equally dumbfounded members of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, and the Cloud Phantom who was still pulling Adele to talk about the stiff tactics 15 years ago. Try the new broom, Tom said to Adele with a smile. Don't worry, Na should be able to subdue it. He picked up the bottle that Nelson had left on the seat, flicked off the cap with his thumb, filled a glass into the glass bottle that suddenly appeared in his left hand, and took a sip. TSK. Tom squinted his eyes, feeling the wonderful feeling of the cold foam popping in his mouth. Would you like a drink? Adele showed a skeptical expression and looked towards the exit of the Quidditch pitch. There was no Nelson running wildly there, but only a flash of white light could be vaguely seen, like a dexterous civet walking away on leaves. Crab, what are you still standing there for? Who the hell is doing so many dangerous tricks on a cat? In the Slytherin lounge, Professor Slughorn pointed at the stairs leading to the bedroom and let out a loud roar. The place had already been flooded with dung eggs, and there were some dangerous looking creatures floating in the brown swamp. Magic props, such as a Bergman MG-15 machine gun that shouldn't be here, and a string of colorful grenades hanging from the stock. Whose cat is this? Whose things are these? It looks like Nelson's cat. There was a weak response from the students, crowded in a corner of the lounge, but I don't know who these things belong to. Maybe his cat found them somewhere in the castle. Be sure to clean it up. Clean it up. You will never be allowed to bring anything to school casually in the future. Even underwear must be woven by Hogwarts house elves. Professor Slughorn had an angry face, and he was wearing a dark green nightgown whose buttons were about to be ripped off. His body was filled with the strong aroma of mead. Taking it out, he touched his pocket, ready to end the farce, but he froze in place under the expectant eyes of his classmates. He didn't bring a wand. The wine woke up in an instant, and he suddenly remembered that he had used his wand to stir the ice cubes before. Maybe the wand was inserted in the ice bucket at this time. Time passed by, and the Slytherins were amazed that their headmaster suddenly stopped moving. Could it be that this was some advanced preparation? So they became even quieter, staring at Sloan without blinking. Professor N, I expect him to turn the tide and return them to a clean and tidy bedroom. Cough cough. Professor Sloan coughed hard twice, glanced at the students behind him, and said in a deep voice, but this is a small problem for wizards. I'll change clothes first. As for the things here. Before the words were finished, the door of the lounge behind him opened with a bang. Nelson appeared at the door in good time, straightened his collar, and smiled stiffly at the people in the lounge. Yes, I'll let you handle it first. Nelson. Professor Sloan walked quickly to Nelson, as if seeing a savior, patted his shoulder, put away his stomach, and squeezed sideways from behind Nelson. Go out. If you can't figure it out, I'll come later. Nelson agreed, took out a small silver ball from his pocket, pressed it on the tip of his nose, and instantly turned into a silver mask. He took out his wand from his pocket, and stepped onto the stairs leading to the bedroom. The black muzzle of the gun it aimed at him, and quickly floated away. Bang bang bang. Merlin's teapot. Is this the cat that Williams raised? It really deserves to be a Slytherin comparable to the young Professor Dumbledore. With pale faces, the Slytherins were discussing enthusiastically, it's a good thing I didn't play tricks just now, otherwise I might have to lie down with Malfoy and the others in the school hospital. This is not a cat, it's just a giant cat. Dragon. I've been told that I'm cowardly. Clap clap clap. The dragon may not be so hard on him. Williams usually doesn't care about his pets. This cat often hangs out with Aunt Pippi in the middle of the night. Who knows what terrible prohibited items it collects. Someone echoed. Running Gorgon. How can you be shy? This is called judging the situation. If this cat suddenly goes crazy in the Gryffindor lounge, with their temperament, the school hospital may be overcrowded. I don't know how long it took. The explosion sound in the stairwell gradually subsided, the swamp at the entrance also shrunk rapidly, and the things inside also disappeared with a gurgling rolling sound. But with Malfoy in front of him, there was still no one there. Act rashly. Nelson was leaning against the door of the dormitory, holding the question struggling mark tightly in his arms, with a box under his buttocks. The box that Dumbledore gave him had changed slightly, and one of the locks had fallen off. Boom. A ball of flames appeared in front of him. Nelson raised his head. The question mark found the opportunity to break free from his arms and scratched him hard. Nelson just now was fighting with his collection almost the whole time. Finally caught the culprit. Dumbledore stood before Nelson, holding out his hand. Huh? Did you finally open the box? What's going on, Professor? Nelson looked at Fawkes standing on Dumbledore's shoulder, which Dumbledore rarely used to apparate, and reached for Dumbledore's hand. An old friend of yours came to see you. Do you want to go see him with me for the last time? Dumbledore sighed and pulled Nelson up. I don't know if you remember, Ludwig Kant, the champion of Durmstrang, who graduated and became an aura. One last look. Feng Ming sounded, and the two disappeared into the flames. He's not dead. He won't die. Holding a dirty bat in both hands, the old man murmured softly. Feeling two gazes from behind, he turned his head, smiled happily, and showed the bat in his hands. Green tears fell from the corners of his eyes. This supersonic bat is still alive. My grandson. It is impossible to die under my hands. Chapter 511 Farewell. This is Ludwig's grandfather. Nelson stood beside Dumbledore, looking at the grief-stricken old man in front of him. His emotions could not help but be infected. He recognized the hat that was still brand new, the top hat that he bought specially to watch Ludwig's final match. I cherish it very much. After such a long time, I can't see the traces of wearing it. The old man seems to have lost his mind, holding a bat and saying that his grandson is not dead. Nelson doesn't know what happened, but through the performance of the old man and the moist water vapor left by the surrounding spells can also roughly guess the general story that happened here not long ago. Nelson looked around, but he couldn't find Ludwig. Less than a year ago, he and Ludwig were sitting in the auditorium eating at the same time. When he turned his head, a young life just disappeared. He took off his hat and held it in front of his chest and looked at Dumbledore suspiciously. Dead. Yes, Dumbledore repeated, nodding. Dead. Ludwig's grandfather was still holding the bat, crying and laughing, looking like a madman. Standing beside Nelson, Dumbledore kept saying, After listening for a long time, Nelson realized that he was talking to himself and Dumbledore. Leto explained that the supersonic bat that lived with Ludwig was not dead, so Ludwig was still alive. This kind of statement is too absurd. Nelson shook his head, not only because the bat has no vitality except for the only trace of magic power left. On the other hand, Dumbledore has personally confirmed Ludwig's death. He didn't think Dumbledore would make a mistake in this kind of thing. He just thought it was the crazy talk of the old man after the loss of a loved one. How did he die? Nelson asked softly. Professor, and why did he die here, with his grandpa? Mr. Kant became an Auror of the German Ministry of Magic after graduation. As far as I know, the station he was sent to become a paradise for many dark wizards after the incident in Paris, France, because it is close to Nuremberg, Germany. The Ministry of Magic doesn't dare to control it, and Nuremberg has no interest in that piece of land, and the German Muggle government has been turned apart as a defeated country, and it has become a no-management zone. He wants to seek our help, said Dumbledore. Leto recounted Ludwig's experience in a deep voice. I learned about the battle that took place here through certain methods. Mr. Kant's grandfather was controlled by a black magic that combined Horcruxes and the Imperious Curse, and finally took him away. His life. When I arrived here, everything was over, and I only had time to save his body from the black wizard who made up the knife. I understand. I put him, Mr. Ludwig Kant on platform 9 3/4, said Dumbledore, pursing his lips. I always feel that everything that happens in this world should be linear, ongoing, but things are always a little bit different where I can't see it. He is actually a different person. Nelson recalled the pitiful memory of getting along with Ludwig, and he could only give such a comment. He was always looking for a platform before he died. He was extremely disappointed with his compatriots, but he didn't want to give up on them. He could actually choose to join those perpetrators and become the best among them. Personally, forever it will not eliminate the status brought by power, Dumbledore sighed, but he is too young, too naive, too determined, too understanding, and he didn't compromise in the end, so he died. Until he died, he was looking for platform 9 3/4, wanted help from us strangers. So I put him there. Sorry, I couldn't save him. Professor. Nelson recalled the stubborn boy in Durmstrang. The handle of the box slipped from his palm and fell heavily to the ground. It broke into 2 sections at once, and a mezzanine of the suitcase was opened like this, and a broken, scorched notebook that smelled of gunpowder fell out, and he said in a daze, when the Triwizard tournament is over. He even invited me to Germany to finish it, saying that he would roast the elbow for me to eat. I used to have a stereotyped view of him. Dumbledore patted Nelson on the shoulder. I think it is really difficult to cultivate a gentleman in a school full of black magic. A person's growth and his environment, there are so many connections, but now it seems that my perspective needs some changes. I thought so too, but he obviously didn't want to accommodate the environment. Nelson held the top of the hat, looked at the laughing old man not far away. A trace of unbearable flashed across his face. He pulled out his wand, and Dumbledore couldn't react at a speed pointing at the old man. Following his movements, the old man holding the bat went limp and fell to the ground. After a while, there was no sound. Only the arm wrapped in green gangrene was still twitching instinctively due to pain. Facing Dumbledore's questioning eyes, Nelson said softly, such intense emotions will kill him, and Ludwig certainly doesn't want to see this scene. He may be the last person Ludwig cares about. He withdrew his hand and waved lightly at the ground, and the notebook that fell out was captured in his hand. Nelson didn't understand why the box he had no way of opening was suddenly opened, but from the point of view of time now, it seems that related to Ludwig. Did he play any important role? Nelson lowered his head and murmured. Although countless clues were being connected in his mind, Ludwig's resolute and straight face kept reappearing in his mind before. I grew up in the Ruhr area, where muggles are most prosperous and wizards are most declining. It's a pity. If I win this time, I will have a lot of bonuses. You played well, Riddle, and you, Williams. My heart still hurts. Nelson was a little surprised. He didn't know when he had already regarded Ludwig as a friend who was different from the passerby who met by chance. Was it because he stabbed him with a knife? Nelson didn't understand. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that Ludwig had a temperament similar to him. He was not as arrogant as Tom, nor was he as consistent as himself, but pretending to be profound. He was not perfect, and he could even not so smart to say, but no one would refuse a friend who is so simple and beautiful. What a fool. Nelson shook his head with a smile. I'd rather have him lie in bed for 10 or 8 years with that sword. Yes. Dumbledore walked to the old man and gently supported him. Maybe he can see the world he wants to see by then. I can no longer count on maybe. Nelson's face returned to calm. He bent down, picked up the box from the ground, touched the broken buckle lightly with his palm, turned to look at Dumbledore, and asked expressionlessly, "What's wrong with Germany?" "I see, Professor." Nelson agreed. "This is my fault." "Nah, Professor, let's go and see him." Nelson interrupted Dumbledore rudely, but Dumbledore was not upset by this, and he walked up to the old man, and a bouquet of blue cornflowers appeared in his hand. In the place where Ludwig grew up, this flower can be seen everywhere, and it is also the most loved flower. The mist in the air slowly condenses on the tip of the stick, saying that the bat in the old man's hand is frozen, like a flower in the bouquet. A chic butterfly. I want to see what kind of person he is. Don't you know? I thought I knew. In a month's time, a passenger who did not belong to Hogwarts once again appeared on the platform of 9 3/4 station. The platform is empty, only the occasional breeze blows up the wrapping paper and leaflets left here on September. These are the garbage left by the students who returned to school, and the parents who picked them up when the school started on September. It looked very deserted and dilapidated. On the bench in the center of the platform, a young figure was sitting there quietly with his head down. He seemed to be asleep. Nelson was holding cornflowers from the pillars on the platform. He came out and stood in front of Ludwig for a long time. Dumbledore supported Ludwig's grandfather and watched the scene not far away with concern. I saw Nelson bend down and handed the bouquet to Ludwig. He put his hand towards Ludwig's nose, trying to test his breath, but the result was disappointing. "Ludwig, here there is indeed no life." Nelson closed his eyes, and the lost mist slowly swirled around him, enveloping the figures of the two people. After a while, the mist dispersed. "Is there any help?" Dumbledore's voice came from Nelson's ear, and he had already helped Ludwig's grandfather to his side. "Empty skin." Nelson shook his head. From the perspective of life and soul, he is not much more substantial than a scarecrow. The two looked at Ludwig silently, and looked at each other again. Ugh. The beautiful red locomotive came slowly with steam coming from a distance. Even though there were no students returning to Hogwarts, the train was still running on time. Ludwig finally waited for the train he was thinking of. He waited, Nelson said, pursing his lips. "It's just a step late. But he has waited. This child is worthy of being a warrior of Durmstrang." Dumbledore said in a deep voice, "I will send the old man to St. Mungo, and then find Sigmund to collect him. You wait here, let me bid him my last farewell. Feel sorry." Nelson smiled at Ludwig, looked up at the sky. "I hope you don't have any shameful little secrets." An eye as blue as the sky opened, and above the clouds, a long silent falcon sounded quietly, melting in the wind. The loneliness that had not been summoned for a long time was washed away by joy. Nelson took out a piece of parchment, and held it in the palm of his hand, nodded above the clouds. He felt the sun, that was blocked by the clouds, shine on his body, and then, the board was, just as if printed words appeared on the blank paper in his hand. Everything that Ludwig has experienced in the past few days is impressively on the paper, as if Nelson has made his life into a journal-like book, and is flipping through it casually in his hand. His eyes quickly wandered along the densely packed text, and soon stopped at the line that changed. 3 days earlier, Ludwig Kant's grandfather had attacked the guards as he was being escorted to his cell, signaling Ludwig to flee, before being knocked down. 2 days ago, Ludwig fled to England, landed on the east coast, and headed straight for London, but he did not escape the 3 pursuers behind him. 2 days ago, Ludwig arrived in London, and hid in Martha's tailor shop. He left everything he had with him and left alone. After the Ministry of Magic hit a wall, he began to search for the hidden entrance to Hogwarts around King's Cross Station. The dark wizard who was chasing Ludwig, the 2 men and the werewolf arrived at Martha's tailor shop under the tracking of the werewolf. Their attack on Martha met the conditions for Mayfly's counterattack. One escaped. It was confirmed that the escapee was named Fritz Harman, who was accused of massacring in 1925 2 Muggles or wizards. He was captured by the Muggle government and sent to the gallows, but in fact he just gave up his life. An identity run by the Muggle world continues to run with impunity in the wizarding world. Fritz Harman was in the basement of the shop at number 137 Diagon Alley as the interfering apparition spell in the tailor's shop came into play. Of the other two perpetrators, one was arrested, and the other werewolf was confirmed to have died on the spot under the silence of Fritz Harman. The arrested wizard was named Thalocrel, a potion master of the Austrian rogue gang, who was good at making banned hallucinogenic drugs. Under the influence of this wizard gang, about % of Austrian wizards became addicted to drugs. They have sucked blood from Austrian wizards all the year round, and amassed a huge amount of wealth. Before joining the rogue gang, he was a member of Nurmengard. Later, due to conflicts with Zweig, he was sent to Austria to perform a secret mission. The specific mission is not yet known clear. A year ago, when the Highland Hero Village incident broke out, Thalocrel secretly went to Nurmengard and brought out a potion prescription. Almost the same potions in Hero Village rapidly expanded their territory. Before Ludwig fled, Thalocrel also just returned from Nurmengard. The werewolf named Roman Walensky, an Eastern Slav, has been in the werewolf population all year round. He likes to steal wizard babies and infect the werewolf curse. In 30 years, a total of 360 newborn babies were infected. In the end, strong babies became werewolves. New members of the population, the rest are eaten by it. This morning, Ludwig's grandfather, Theokant, appeared next to London's King's Cross station, fought fiercely with Ludwig Kant, and finally hit Ludwig with the death curse. 5 minutes later, Abu C. Dumbledore appeared on the scene and prevented his second injury. Chapter 512 Thunder Punishment. Ludwig, you are a true warrior. There are more and more words on the patch, and more dense, and every bit of what happened on the land of Prussia thousands of miles away is presented in front of Nelson's eyes, naked and without dignity. In front of him, those bloody words reflected bursts of flames in Nelson's pupils, and his worries about whether he had this power were instantly shattered by anger. They don't need dignity. As if convincing himself, Nelson repeated this sentence several times, lowered his head, and straightened the blue cornflower in Ludwig's hand, walked to Ludwig's side, in the long sit down in the empty seat of the chair. Nelson raised his head, and stared at the sky. His eyes pierced through the clouds, and met the silver falcon soaring in the sky. The answer was a cry that could not reach the ground. Nelson looked down from the sky above Berlin through the clouds, through the distance, through time, through the eyes of the silver falcon. Cages, rusty, deformed, blood-tainted dark red cages were piled up in the muddy open space like building blocks. These iron cages were not much bigger than the cages for dogs. It's raining heavily in Berlin. Despite the whipping of the cold rain, the cage struggles to reach out to catch the rain water, splashing it greedily on the face and pouring it into the mouth. These layers of cages are actually filled with people with different faces. Nelson's vision flashed over every face that appeared, some with brief biographical details, some without even descriptive words. Before that, they lived in various parts of the world for various reasons, more so because they possessed qualities that certain buyers might value over others, and were valued by wizards out hunting, captured here, or they were valued by local hunters and sold here. But the first two are only a small part of so many people, and more people are offered as donations by their compatriots who admire magic. After ending my life as a human being, in the corners of the city, where the sun does not shine, these dirty activities have already become a conventional ecology, even faster than people accept the existence of wizards. They were almost numb, and none of them felt that someone was watching him from the top of their heads. Great Berlin. A statue with his right arm raised stands high outside the yard, and the stone slab in front of him is engraved with such a sentence. Not long ago, this was an enthusiastic slogan that inspired young people in Berlin to invade neighboring countries, but now it has become an extremely ridiculous slogan. The head of the statue has been knocked off, and hemp ropes connected to the surrounding buildings are tied to the raised arms, and the wet clothes are hung on it. Download it, maybe just to dry the clothes. Every moment, people die here, whether they are wizards or muggles, but every moment new residents appear outside the city. They are inspired by the disorder here, and people want only to plunder from others. Everything that matters, when the outer skin of civilization is taken off, power will become the code of conduct that determines everything. From this point of view, the wizards here treat wizards and muggles equally. There are more muggles who suffer, just because the muggles have a large base, and in their eyes, the only criterion that can determine whether to attack is their value, compared to muggles who can only be used as coolies and some materials for black magic or experiments. Wizards are obviously more valuable, and this is the place where magic is treated equally in the world. The eyes above the clouds opened silently, looking at what happened under their feet. The stars cruising in the sky quickly converged here. Under Nelson's gaze, a staggering man came out of the dark alley, ran to the door of the freight yard. 13. What's the matter? Are you hungry? Or is your old Roman the gatekeeper hungry? You might as well sell him to me. Anyway, raising a dog is always a loss, said a fluffy lion-like man at the door of the yard. The warden at the warehouse walked towards the door while lifting his trousers, looked at the gloomy man at the door, and said with a strange smile, "It's really a rare visitor. Do you want a woman, a man, or a child? Give me 13 of the rogues who exist here, immediately, quickly. Don't you want to see the new ones?" Hearing the urgency in the man's tone, the guard winked and pointed to a row of wooden boxes near the gate, sparing no effort to sell his products. "These are new ones, and the quality is not bad. I only want 13. The man raised his head. Seeing his face, the guard jumped back in fright and almost tripped over his own belt. The man in front of him was far from his usual majestic appearance. He was completely soaked, wetter than the heavy rain at the moment, as if he had just been fished out of the sea. His left face was covered with dense cracks like a dry riverbed, and a dark green light came out from the cracks. Green pus and blood flowed out. His expression was extremely fierce. His eyes were full of murderous intent. "If I can't see it within 5 minutes, I will use you to make up the number." The guard met the man's dark green eyes with magic power flowing. The guard understood that these 13 people were to be used as materials for black magic. Generally, such matters are more urgent. Facing the threat of death, he hurriedly turned around. He turned around and ran towards the batch of boxes that had just been delivered, shouting as he ran, "I'll pick the best for you. It's disgusting." Looking at this scene, Nelson closed his eyes in disgust, and the gaze from the sky disappeared, replaced by a cold red light. The pupils on the dark clouds became brighter and brighter, and the metal creations floating above the continent had already been assembled. Nelson opened his eyes, pulled away from the silver falcon's vision, looked at Ludwig who was peacefully sleeping beside him, sighed, and pointed his wand to the sky. Immediately afterwards, in Berlin, thousands of miles away, above the dense and oppressive black clouds, a thick white thunderbolt struck the man holding the doorpost the moment the guard at the freight yard turned around. The warehouse guard only felt that everything in front of him was illuminated. He turned around in panic and saw a thick thunder pillar, like a tower reaching the sky, piercing through the customers who had been yelling at him before. The man didn't even have time to wail, and could only see the scorched outline of the thunder, so the guard remembered a black and white picture taken by Muggles that he had seen in the United States before coming to Prussia. The cat named Tom who walked on 2 legs was struck by lightning in the same way, and then twitched to reveal the shape of bones. He once considered developing this method into a means of torturing goods, but before he could practice it, I saw this scene with my own eyes. Thinking of this, the amusing interaction between the cat and the other mouse appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help laughing. But soon, as the electric light spread to his feet along the stagnant water on the ground, the guard stopped laughing. He couldn't come out anymore. Numbness and pain appeared in his chest alternately. Every time the numbness made the pain invisible, the more severe pain that followed would make him convulse even more. Painfully, he wanted to escape. However, he seemed to be stuck in place by the lightning, unable to move. Fortunately, he was not directly hit by the lightning. In a panic, he took out his wand and pointed at his feet. His paralyzed body could no longer recite the complete spell, but he did not care. Worrying, the impediment spell was shot from the tip of the staff and hit his right foot. The pain caused by the spell made him awake for a moment, and the spell blasted out, blowing himself out. Even if his feet were blown to pieces, losing consciousness, the guard who was flying in the air only had happiness in his eyes. In the pillar of thunder, the man's figure was no longer detectable, and the burnt smell he had imagined did not come. I don't know if it was because he was washed away by the torrential rain, or because the will of this thunderbolt to kill was too firm enough to bear his temper, grinding the coke into fine powder little by little, erasing all traces of his existence. The guard drew an arc and slammed into the wooden box behind him heavily. The wooden box that hadn't had time to be transported was smashed by his back, and half of his body fell into it. But he didn't care about his injuries. Instead, he managed to get up, staring at the miraculous scene in front of him with wide eyes. The whole of Berlin has turned into black and white. It's not that someone deprived the world of its colors, but that the tower connecting the sky is too bright, eclipsing everything around it, and it looks like a black and white movie silent film. The thick pillar of thunder still stands safely between the sky and the earth, instantly lighting up the gloomy Berlin sky in the rainstorm, brighter than the sun at noon, when the sun is the brightest. But he doesn't feel any warmth from this light. On the contrary, it reminded him of heaven's punishment that he believed in when he was a child and scorned when he grew up. This thunder is not a product of nature. Even an ordinary wizard like him can perceive and be shocked by the surging magic power. No one can control it. This kind of power, not to mention that no one would use this kind of mighty power to hurt a certain person, but all this happened in front of him, which reminded him again of the picture he had seen in the United States. Are you in a picture right now? He patted his cheek, didn't feel any pain, and finally smiled with peace of mind. Sure enough, I'm dreaming. Soon, the numbness caused by the thunder faded away, and the bitterness quickly climbed up his cheeks again. The guard stayed where he was, and the magic power of the thunder pillar spread along the rain in the air, covering the sky with a layer of electric light. It quickly aimed at the tallest metal around, the sculpture whose head had been removed. The bright lasso extended from the main body, directly connected to his raised right arm. Boom. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the sculpture turned into a ball of fireworks without holding on for a second, and the cloths lines tied to it became a new carrier of lightning, roaring towards the surrounding buildings amidst continuous sparks, immediately turned the buildings around the freight yard into a sea of flames. Unknown wizards rushed out of the house in a panic. Before they had time to see what happened, they were entangled by the running current, and fell to the ground one by one, twitching like stranded fish. Great view. After a while, the thunder clouds dissipated, together with the dense rain clouds, and the sky became clear again. The guard stretched his neck and looked towards the direction where the thunder fell. There was only a scorched black impact crater left there. He wanted to raise his head to take a closer look. But were rushed by a hungry wolf-like figure in the box behind him, with blood-red eyes fixed on his neck. The people in the box seemed unable to move their hands and feet, so they could only open their mouths wide and bite hard on their throat. There was a clack sound from the guard's throat, and he lost his breath after a while. People were startled by the sudden commotion, and they panicked. More and more black wizards ran out of the big house they occupied, asking in horror what happened just now, but the thunder pillars disappeared without a trace. Those near here don't know what happened. In the alley, where the man ran out at the beginning, a group of murderers who made the surrounding residents retreat 3 feet chased them out. They ran to the side of the pit quickly, like abstract and wild murals. At the bottom of the pit, a broken green figure is struggling in pain. The wizard with the Horcrux can never be eliminated, and the lost fog that guides the soul appears around the man's remnant soul. The portal of the misty illusion is about to open, and it is highlighted, since it has experienced such things many times, since it created the Horcrux. He closed his eyes and waited for a moment, but the comfort that belonged to the soul did not appear. The people by the pit watched helplessly as the fog gathered and then dissipated, as if it was hindered. It was still difficult to form. They looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Finally, the mist finally condensed together, and a white narrow opening was opened. Just when the remnant soul happily reached out to touch it, a long spear with lightning flashed lightly flew out of the narrow opening, firmly inserted the green shadow on the ground. They stared dumbfounded at the transformation of the spear that pierced through the man, pinching his body like a claw, and dragging it into the mist of his thoughts. The lightning was spectacular enough to be seen from the south as well as the north. Are you okay? Dumbledore returned to King's Cross Station, looked at Nelson who was sitting beside Ludwig in a daze, coughed lightly, woke Nelson up and asked, did something happen? Nothing happened, Professor. I talked with him for a while. Nelson nodded, stood up, and said with a smile, I hope Ludwig can leave happily. Of course, these words are to Kai. To put it bluntly, this can only comfort us living people. I have already contacted the representatives of the International Federation of Wizards. Dumbledore's eyes revealed a complex expression of concern for the world. I hope we will not see worse development before you graduate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513, The Demon King in the Shadow. When you read this passage, Credence should have done everything he promised, but I haven't. I can only stuff my hope into this broken box, hoping my past self to wipe it for me, but it's so stupid, isn't it? People can always correct their own mistakes. This sentence is often used by people to comfort or excuse themselves, to justify their frizz or stupidity. This is what Grindelwald told me. I blame him for all the crimes, pushed all the disasters to his desire, and finally pierced his heart with a sword. I want to give him the most shameful death as a wizard, not defeated by the deathlight of the wand, but fell on the despicable sneak attack, even if I'm enough to knock him down head on. That's right, you don't have to doubt it. It won't take long for Grindelwald to become your defeat. After all, a person who can only see the future is just a cage in the eyes of a person who really came back from the future. It's just a trapped beast in the house. His fate has long been written in the history books, and the history of his defeat will not be shaken no matter what. He cultivated me, taught me all the magic in his body, and wanted to make me to be a glamorous and wonderful supporting role in his story. But we are all the protagonists in our own books. A person as proud as him may never have imagined that the successor who grows up bit by bit will become the most ruthless mourner of his empire's estate. In fact, all this was decided as early as the day he brought me back to Ermengarde from Paris. I recognize his strength and admire his ambition, but how can a person who has seen the sunshine can harden the darkness above his head? Perhaps for him, the consistent concept of the strong rule over the weak is the most advanced, but in my eyes, this kind of smug behavior is really disgusting. Even a kind person like Zweig, I'm willing to believe him, and even repeatedly say that I'm extreme, that I'm conceited. I always scoff at it. How can this be considered conceited? I thought I could do everything, but now that I think about it, I'm already on the road of conceit, and cannot turn back. I sometimes even wonder if it would be better if I didn't go to Paris that summer, but I can't do it, and neither can you. At 21, I can't do anything to undo the mistakes I made when I was 17. I don't blame you, because I made the same choice as you back then. The gap between us is not as big as a 21-year-old and a 17-year-old, right? I admit that I have been influenced by him. Even today, every time I wake up from a dream, I will be told by Alexander that I once yelled his name in fear in my sleep. He is everywhere, omnipotent. That kind of little by little subtle infiltration is enough to change the shape of my soul. While resisting his power, I became like him, a habit of using strength to solve everything. I wiped out all the enemies that could be defeated, but the world, there are countless opponents that cannot be fought. How can I fight the heart? Let me think. Since when did I become like this? Perhaps in the summer of 1945. Remember our old friend Ludwig? Ludwig Kant, the man who can turn into a bat and is good at taking hits. After graduating from Durmstrang, he found a job as an Auror in the German Ministry of Magic, cleaning up in southern Germany and the Czech Republic, because the chaos I created by breaking down walls in Paris. It was an extra-legal land, a real paradise for anarchists, where too many people who were bound by wizards or Muggle laws gathered there, forming a set of laws that were consistent with any period in history and any country. The unique social system is very different, just like the world, where the strong are respected, that I used to see when I liked to read online novels. It is like putting a layer of civilization on the jungle, which seems to be restricted, but in fact it is more. The price is clearly marked. The wizards who gathered there recognized the idea of the former German head of state, which was more extreme than Grindelwald's idea. They knew that it was the place where the dragon was born in the previous German Empire, so they inherited the former Kingdom of Prussia in history. The name turned this small piece of land into a paradise for magical breeding, and returned to the earliest and most useful value standard of magic: victory, killing and conquest. The defeated Germans had no time to care about it, let alone the Ministry of Magic, which was afraid of Grindelwald. This also gave Ludwig the space to organize all these things freely. He had pity on the Muggles, pity on the land of Prussia, the suffering people, so they found the help of some teeters. He wanted to rebuild the order built by the Secrecy Act there. He wanted to rebuild the high wall and let the Iron Curtain shroud the world again over the sky. I have to say that it is really too simple for the wizard to do this. I once saw him from a distance on the city wall of Nuremberg. He was hunting down the dark wizard who escaped from Prussia. Our eyes are in the sky. I couldn't see the silly look in his eyes, and he didn't recognize who I was, so I just looked away from him and watched Prussia gradually become the same as before. Melons and Muggles live together, and wizards live in the realm of wizards. The two parallel worlds that I hold together are separated again, but unlike my previous thoughts, this change has not received much resistance, as if this world itself that's how it should work. But is this order correct? Is it the way it should be just because people are used to it? I don't believe it. I'm even a little scared. And most of all, I can't find any way to convince the Prussian people to get back on track. I never thought that Ludwig, who can only be beaten, would become a thorn in my throat, so I chose a simplest and most extreme method. This should have been done by Grindelwald. The method that I will use: I killed him. I don't know if you have created Skynet. This is my favorite work. The ubiquitous eyes monitor everyone under my feet. I gathered above the clouds. An arc of lightning struck their hero to death in the heart of Berlin next to the headless statue. I only tasted the thrill of victory for a moment, but soon I could only feel the endless emptiness. Those D-heads called by Ludwig, Dumbledore, Moody, Christian, and even Tom. I destroyed everything they worked so hard to fix and gained nothing. I think I started to change from that moment. I began to indulge in power, indulging in supreme power, and even became Grindelwald's sharpest sword, pointing the blade at one person who disobeyed me one after another. I began to become jealous. Grindelwald was stronger, more ruthless, more extreme, but I never set foot in Prussia again. Almost all of my past remained there, and I deluded myself that, as long as they were there, I would still be that boy back then. Haha. I don't actually regret it. Regret is useless. I actually parted ways with the past long ago. Tom once asked me if everything I did was for a truly beautiful tomorrow. Do I remember Jonas' last will? Do I still remember why I came to this world? The ruins tell the rest. What is good? Anyway, all the tragedies are because of him. Jealous Grindelwald. He cultivated me and used my power for his own ambition. So I threw the root of the contradictions on him. But, after all, is it right? I dare not tell Tom that every time I try to call Jonas with the resurrection stone, it will be as useless as a real stone. Nas is gone. He has become a spiritual tablet placed right next to the throne. Anyone can follow him, except me. I deliberately slow down the speed of conquest. In fact, I know in my heart that, even if I push everything on Grindelwald, when I really destroy him, I'm afraid that I will not be able to face a world where nothing has changed, but the momentum has long been the same. The tide is generally unshakable, and this day has finally come. I never thought that all this would be so simple. Killing a Dark Lord is as easy as going out to cross the road. The strength of Herbo he relied on became the biggest disadvantage in front of me, and I killed him. He didn't curse me, he didn't say anything, he was just complaining about why I didn't beat him head on, and when the heartbeat from the hilt of the sword died down, I understood that nothing had changed. I fell into his trap. No, rather than falling into it, I jumped into it myself, and I would have to be him, prolonging the long gone ambition, which is ridiculous. Nelson clutched the tattered notebook tightly in his hand. In the follow-up content of the book, he saw a lot of black magic. Powerful, omnipotent, and even powerful enough to call the wind and rain. He didn't find anything in his notes about time turners, about mayflies, about missionaries, and also, what did those things mean to him with such power? He could imagine that, after possessing this power, He would become a fanatic who surpassed Grindelwald and Voldemort, became a real devil, and forcibly shaped the world into any shape he wanted. But the power brought Nelson closed his eyes, covered his face with the notebook, and smelled the strange smell of gunpowder smoke from the not too distant future, which seemed to be tens of thousands of years away. He collapsed on the sofa, mocking with a smile. I turned the last page. But I'm not alone after all. The throne of nothingness made me feel like I was sitting on pins and needles. Dumbledore broke through Ermengarde's defenses and created a passage leading directly to the Black Tower. Tom took Credence to find me. Together there was Professor Sykes, who had gone far away, and the little girl I rescued in the United States and ended up in Aldmony. I thought they were here to end it all, and even gave up resistance, because I was so tired, but I didn't expect they didn't abandon me. I was very happy at that time, but I couldn't laugh anymore. Credence has no good looks for me. His life has come to an end. Silence almost destroyed him. Despite his dismissiveness, he still firmly remembers that I saved Nagini Matter. He wants to give me my life back. Professor Sykes brought the invention of Lorian Cornello, the funny woman who claims to be from Arad, who is as funny as a game character. In order to go home, she created an hourglass capable of distorting time. Tom asked me, willing to pick up the past dream. I wanted to laugh at him, but to my surprise, I waved. I was extremely flustered. This was an emotion I had not experienced in many years. I was stroking the ring on my middle finger blankly, and I actually saw Jonas again. I'm already a sinner, but I'm enough for the time being alone. I picked up the long forgotten alchemy. Fortunately, I seem to be very talented. I forged a box that I'm most satisfied with in the strongest. I believe it can carry everything I have through time. That little American girl, she still remembers me back then, and even named herself Adele Wertning. I admit that I was moved, especially after she gave her life. To let this box have the same as silently I finally began to reflect on what stupid things I had done. This box is the strongest magic item in the world. It carries the hopes of too many people. It will be strong enough to withstand time. I asked Credence to stop Grindelwald from taking me back to New York before that summer. Mudguard, you must persuade Dumbledore to hold down the restless and frizzy me. I think all the changes started with Ludwig's death, and when this past changes, you will be able to see my words for you. I give you everything I have, nah, or Chen Yang. To be honest, sometimes I don't know who I am. I seem to be Grindelwald's shadow, living in empty desires and obsessions in my mind. For so many years, I have never escaped from the past. I'm no longer fighting for my ideals. I just want to make others obey me and be at my mercy. To this day, I don't feel like I'm alive. Sorry, I have said so much. I wish you happiness. If you are as desperate as I am, please continue to hand the box to the future. Of course, I hope you are the first and the last me to see this passage. Your hopes have failed. Nelson waved his wand, and the cold fireplace lit up, and the living room became as bright as it was when Jonas was still there. Nelson put his feet on the coffee table and just adjusted to a comfortable posture when he heard a ding-dong. The doorbell, which hadn't rang for a long time, rang. Chapter 514 Lessons from the Past, the teacher behind. So you are here. 2 seconds after the doorbell rang, the door lock was unscrewed. Tom pushed open the door with a big strip-shaped box in his arms and walked in. I heard that the question mark was crazy, but you were not here, so I asked Dumbledore. He told me you went back to Jonas' house. Are you sick? Close the curtains and light the fireplace in summer. Tom was almost blown out by the heat wave in the house. He covered his mouth and nose and waved his sleeves. With a crisp sound of stinging, the curtains pulled himself apart, and the sunlight poured through the open windows one by one. As the light came in, Tom wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, leaned the broom box in his hand against the door frame, and walked straight towards Nelson without closing the door behind him. I see that the fireplace hasn't been burned for a long time. Charles' ice gallows haven't been used for a long time. Tom pouted and took out from his arms the infinite refill Coke that Nelson left on the stand and picked a withered flower from the flower pot on the table and turned it into the straw, was inserted into the cup, and sucked tons and tons. He gave Nelson a blank look and said sarcastically, I suggest you go to the street to catch 2 lucky tourists and hang them. This is different. Nelson looked at Tom. who was still sweating on his forehead, shook his head with a smile and handed him an ice bucket. The fireplace is a daily necessities, and we value practicality more. HMPH. Tom took the ice bucket and stuffed the weak bottle in his hand. Instead of giving me the ice bucket, why didn't you just put out the fire? Tom didn't press on any further and talked about another matter. I just went to Dumbledore to ask where you have been. Adele's broom is too long, and it doesn't fit well. I just applied to come to London by the way, Tom said mysteriously. The armor at the door of the office saw that it was me, so he put me in it directly. By the way, he asked me to tell you that it is best to use fruit wax when waxing him. Guess I'm in Dumbledore's office. Who did you see? Sigmund? It's actually Tom raised his eyebrows and said, yes, it's him. Do you know what he's here for? Isn't this old boy Grindelwald all along? Grindelwald doesn't roleplay all the time. Nelson shook his head. Principal Sigmund's visit to London this time should be to prepare for the funeral. Funeral? Said Tom seriously. Whose funeral? Ludwig is dead. Who? Ludwig can't. Nelson repeated. Your opponent in the True Wizard tournament. Tom pulled out a chair with a normal expression and seemed unaffected by the news, but his slightly froze movements revealed his inner unrest. Tom was stunned for half a second, as if he was thinking about Ludwig, who is can't. After a while, he regained his composure, pulled out the chair and sat on it, turned to look at Nelson and asked, I remember that he is still young and he doesn't have any chronic illnesses. Could it be a sudden illness? Or did I hear wrong? His grandpa passed away. He died under the wand. Nelson shook his head, just like a muggle died under the bullet. Dumbledore watched his chest was pierced by the magic spell and fell into 9 3/4 platform. He pressed his hand on the table, where the parchment that recorded Ludwig's last life lay, hidden in the light of the flames from Tom to see. Nelson rubbed his finger on the final period of the parchment, pushed it to Tom. See for himself. Tom acknowledged, took the parchment, and read it carefully. I was a little bit wrong in my previous conception. These people are really. Tom put the parchment back on the table, pursed his lips and frowned. So you see why I light the fireplace. Sorry, I still don't quite understand how it works. Speaking, I have pulled out his wand. Tiny drops of water appeared around his palm and finally condensed into a round ball of pure water on the tip of the wand. He pointed the wand towards the fireplace and the water ball flew past with a whoosh. The flame went out with a sizzling sound, but the light in the fireplace became more and more dazzling. Tom looked intently, but could only see the billowing steam where the water was evaporated. In the cracks of the steam, there was a faint sound of electric light bursting in his ears. He even felt his cheeks becoming numb in the process of getting wet. With a wave of his wand, a light breeze blew the moisture away, revealing the glowing embers in the heart. A spear that Tom is very familiar with and used by Nelson to stick many things is stuck on both sides of the fireplace. The swift and fierce Brontosaurus surrounds the spear, piercing the air from time to time, bursting out dazzling arcs. Only there was such a splash of green that Tom rubbed his eyes and almost didn't recognize what it was. He looked intently and saw an extremely weak figure lingering on the barrel of the silver gun. This translucent green shadow reminded him of Professor Binns in the History of Magic class. It seemed to be the state of the soul, but in common sense, the soul that cannot be touched by the real thing is pierced by the spear. The complicated carvings on the barrel of the gun are ferocious and sinister barbs to the enemy, but was tightly bound by the electric arc around him, making this captured soul desperate for death. Tom made a difficult inhalation sound. In order to test his conjecture, he waved his wand, and a small black translucent snake emerged from the gap in the floor, slid gently into the arc, and finally jumped. When he got to the green figure, he bit off a piece. After confirming that it was a soul, Tom looked at Nelson and asked, "Where did you get such a guy?" "This is the dark wizard who controlled Ludwig's grandfather to kill him," Nelson explained. "I just caught him." "Then you're really quick." Tom didn't show any compassion. "Kill him to pay homage to Ludwig? This is the leader of the rogue gang. It can help us solve the problems that have been plaguing Ludwig in Prussia. This is also the problem that will trouble me." "Didn't you promise Dumbledore to ignore these things?" Tom asked, but soon couldn't help laughing again. "No, you're not like that. I've been at Hogwarts. Is there a problem?" Nelson replied solemnly, "This is internal affairs, Tom, but I want you to do me favors." He will write his autobiography with peace of mind. Tom glanced at the soul. The little snake opened its mouth, that was many times bigger than its head and even its body, and swallowed it in one gulp. Its belly quickly swam into a struggling body. Human form, but this struggle soon disappeared. The little snake hiccuped, returned to its original size, slipped into the cracks in the floor tiles, and slipped away. Uses best writing style. Pressure does not exist in any preset model, and there are sneaky pushers behind it. Nelson dug out a bottle of fruit wine that Jonas had hidden from under the coffee table, unscrewed the cap and poured cup, handed Tom a cup. To Ludwig can't. To Ludwig can't. Wait, I suddenly found a problem. After drinking the last sip from the bottom of the glass, Tom turned his head and looked at the hair bouncing on Nelson's head. His eyes gradually narrowed. "Why are you taller than me? I didn't notice it before. Could it be because you have long body and short legs?" The doubts in Tom's eyes became more and more. He glanced at Nelson's sitting posture, and his eyes stayed on the box Nelson was sitting on. "What's sitting under your butt?" Tom breathed a sigh of relief. "Was that broken box that Dumbledore gave you?" "This is a gift from a friend." Nelson stood up, found the old notebook from the sofa, hesitated for a moment, and threw it at Tom. The pages of the book spread in the air like butterfly wings, and the dusty notebook, the text trembled into the light. An encyclopedia of dark arts, to be precise, an encyclopedia of dark arts dedicated to the study of Grindelwald. A friend? Studying Grindelwald? Tom reached out, grabbed the notebook, and asked suspiciously, "Could it be Dumbledore? He finally plans to use black magic to defeat black magic? Why do you think it's Dumbledore?" Nelson asked back, spreading his hands. "Who else is so keen on research besides him?" Tom opened the note in his hand, glanced briefly at first, but soon, he couldn't even finish his sentence, and his eyes and expression became serious. "People who are keen on studying Grindelwald may not, because they care about him, but they may also want to defeat him," Nelson said. "I'm afraid this is really a possibility." Tom didn't answer Nelson's words, but just stared at the pages of the book intently. After an unknown period of time, he finally finished reading the contents of the first few pages, and turned to the page number according black magic. He would still take a serious look at the first few pages, but soon began to skip quickly until the last page of letters fell into his eyes. Finally, I closed the notebook and let out a long sigh. "It's really your handwriting. How do you feel, Tom?" "Damn." Tom was silent for a moment, then shook his fist. "You did what I always wanted to do." "What?" "Give Grindelwald a knife." Tom shook his head and did not speak. After a moment of silence, he carefully placed the notebook on the table and asked, "Is this thing credible? What if it was forged by Dumbledore, or even given to Dumbledore? Ledo's people forged?" Seeing that the story is about to enter an endless cycle like a Matryoshka doll, Tom is the first to refute himself. "If it is not necessary, don't increase the entity." "What am I talking about?" Nelson poked at the notebook with his outstretched hand, and under the pressure, the lost fog was squeezed out from the gaps in the paper. "The text on this notebook is not written with a pen, but the nature of the paper has been permanently changed by the use of transfiguration. Although the notebook has gone through a long time of wandering, and the magic power has become thinner, and there is a stench of black magic, but this is indeed my method." Nelson let go of his hand and lay back on the back of the sofa. "But I suspect in my eyes that Grindelwald had given me drugs to reduce my intelligence for a long time when this notebook was born. Otherwise it is impossible to make such an unthinkable decision." "You started again." Tom smiled. "I have learned from the past," Nelson argued. "After all, Jacunda Sykes sneaked into my school bag once and threw the crooked demon, which led to, since there are lessons learned, why are there mistakes?" Tom interrupted Nelson's defense and said with a smile, "I thought with your wisdom, after being poisoned once, it would be impossible in your life poisoned. After all, you were the one who told Alastair Moody to bring your own drink, to prevent others from plotting. Well, you're right about that. So that's your decision, isn't it?" Tom stretched out his arm and patted Nelson on the shoulder. "Lord Nirinba." It can be seen that he scoffed at everything described in this notebook. After all, when he saw the sentence "the girl I saved in the United States went to Ilfamoni" in the notebook, He knew that, even if it was true, the writer of the notes had also parted ways with Nelson at least for the time they traveled to America to trouble Second Salem. Maybe Grindelwald was already influencing you when you were surrounded by lackeys from the Magical Congress of America. Tom commented, if this is true, I think it should be renamed the Savior Tom Riddle. What do you think? Indeed, if this is true, Nelson said with a wry smile, then the only decision I can call correct may be to send this note to the past. No, it should be sent to the future for him. Judging from the degree of damage to it, we may not the first to see it. Actually, I think the time converter is quite unreasonable. 1938 or even earlier, and quietly stabbed me in the throat while I was still imagining myself as a person with special abilities in the Zichem orphanage. Chapter 515 Rogue. Abnormal. He was taken away, captured, was. Berlin. Next to the sculpture, a passerby in a trance is hugging the leg of a witch rushing out of the alley, murmuring inarticulately. For a wizard who is used to strange stalks, this kind of dignifiedness is like punishment from God. The miracle is even more shocking. Being. As one of the people closest to the scene of the crime, he lived in a nearby residential building and was already frightened, not to mention being affected by the current escaping in the air, which made him unable to speak a complete sentence at all. And the witch held by him was a member of the rogue gang who came here immediately after Thunder disappeared. Her whole body was covered in a thick black robe with a hood, not to mention her appearance. She didn't even show her figure at all. Well, it's strange to wear such a thick robe in this kind of weather, but in this kind of place, it's normal and a bit abrupt. Stop singing. The witch whose legs were being hugged kicked her legs intensively. She no longer cared about having a good time like this. She just wanted to shake off the pendant on her thigh, but Passesby was stimulated by the electric current. The stiffened arms hugged her even tighter, so the witch had no choice but to stop the movement of her legs, and while ordering the accompanying gang members to investigate the situation, she grabbed another passerby who hadn't forgotten to pack her clothes, and asked urgently, "Where's the guard at the warehouse?" He's in the box. This passerby was much calmer than the last one, so if all he could think about was collecting the clothes, he didn't stop at all, blankly pointing to the wooden box with a hole at the entrance of the freight yard. He said, "Go now, maybe you can find some more." The witch glanced suspiciously at the passers-by. She listened to the wailing of herds of beasts coming from the iron cage in the freight yard. She felt nervous for a moment, but she still mustered up her courage and raised her legs towards the wooden box. But the road that hugged her thigh, the hands became tighter, and the witch was dragged staggeringly and almost fell down. She stood up straight and winked at her accompanying companions angrily. Passed out. In the next second, the stun spell flew from behind the witch and hit the pendant on her leg. The passerby tilted his head and passed out without any resistance. However, the witch's face did not improve at all, because the passerby who passed out instead, driven by the instinct of the body, he hugged him even tighter. "Do you want to cut off his arm?" The companion who shot the stun spell saw that his spell had exerted a negative effect, and his face was a little uneasy. A rivet on the leather jacket, rubbing his hands, warmly approached the witch and smiled flatteringly. "I promise you won't spill blood on your beautiful dress." Another bald-headed wizard with pale skin and thick dark circles walked slowly past, licked his lips, and looked at his spineless colleague with a sneer. "Beautiful dress? Don't do this kind of thing with your eyes. It's okay to accidentally cut off this guy's head, in case you hurt the lady's leg. Suck." The witch held her hand as the two sang together. The hand holding the wand was lifted up and shuttled back and forth between the heads of the two. The bald wizard quickly shrank his neck and said angrily, "Let's get down to business first, and the lady can solve these problems by herself. Let's go together." The witch lowered her head and tapped the passerby's arm. The painful expression on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a peaceful baby sleeping in the mother's arms. The witch effortlessly lifted his arm. She took it off her lap, turned around and walked towards the goods yard. The two wizards walked on her left and right. The scene just now looked a little warm, but there was a trace of fear and even fear in their eyes. "Pay attention. Don't let the people around run away. We must prepare for the worst. If he really dies, we must not let the news leak out. I've already surrounded this place." The leather-clothed wizard who cast the stun curse agreed. I understand that we've been too conspicuous recently, and I'm afraid many people hate us to the bone. What are you worried about? You're just a little guy. Or thug like you can find a job under anyone. Oh, except for the self-proclaimed Lord Grindelwald, the bald wizard said eccentrically. Pulling out the wand was raised to his mouth, followed by an unpleasant incantation. The tip of the wand was lingering with a green light. He stuck out his tongue, and the two people beside him felt sick to their stomachs. This is not like a normal person's tongue. It is thin, long, and flexible. The tongue coating is covered with a layer of fungal yellow powder, which looks like a slug wrapped in breadcrumbs. He didn't care about the sound of gasping or etching from the other two, and rolled his tongue holding the wand. He took a sip, his eyelids twitched, and he gave a wet and strange smile. And I will protect you. I have learned that Thalokrel, the dog-eyed guy who looks down on people with all abilities. As long as I'm here, the rogue gang will remain the same as before. My brother, I will arrange for you to see the gate. As for you, ma'am, I will do everything to protect you, as long as you are willing to take off this suit. The robe that gets in the way. Let me. He glanced at the witch with wet and undisguised greedy eyes, licked his shiny teeth, and showed a handsome smile. That's enough. The rogue gang accepts rogues, not perverts. The witch quietly distanced herself from him, as if she had touched something displeasing. You make me feel that the rogue gang is an unscrupulous organization that likes to fight against heroes and then gets hung up and beaten all day long. Why do you like those funny cartoons so much? It's just a stupid muggle fantasy, said the bald wizard, puffing out his chest. You might as well pay attention to the high quality men around you, such as me. Understand, the lady is from America. The leather-clothed wizard, who had been silent for a long time before he recovered from the bald wizard's tongue, gritted his teeth and whispered, I'm going to soak your wand until sooner or later in the cesspit. What did you say? Shh. The witch stopped the two of them, and before they knew it, they had already walked into the warehouse, only a few steps away from the wooden box. Looking through the hole in the box, it was a dark mass inside, and they couldn't see anything. It was clear that there was not even a sound. This silence was more worrying than the endless wailing in the surrounding piles of iron cages. She noticed the dark red blood stains on the stubble on the broken section of the wooden box, and stepped back 2 steps. What's wrong? The leather wizard raised his wand and looked at the wooden box vigilantly. Let me see. The bald wizard sniffed, and his expression became strange. He cautiously approached the cage, but even then he couldn't see what was going on inside. He lowered his voice, and his perverted appearance faded away. Getting serious, it's the smell of blood. Blood. The witch frowned suspiciously. As soon as she finished speaking, a pale arc of light lit up in front of her. The bald wizard who had just approached the wooden box yelled in horror, and his wand uncontrollably fired a firework. With sharp eyes and quick hands, the wizard pulled his companion back and swung his wand towards the hole in the wooden box. There are many obstacles. A loud incantation sounded, as if the louder the sound, the stronger the power. The impediment spell hit the white light head on, and accompanied by a dull bang, a black shadow flew back and crashed into the box, knocking the broken wooden box was completely smashed. The bald wizard stood up straight in shock and poured a spell towards the box angrily, but his spell was as soft as a human being, and the destructive effect was not even as good as the leather wizard's impeding spell. The only effect of his spell might be to splash smoke and cloud the view, but soon, the three of them became less calm. Amidst the smoke and dust, a beast-like man squatted on the ground and raised his head. He had dark skin. A loincloth made of snacker skin was wrapped around his waist. His upper body was naked. His thick chest muscles and thick neck were smeared with ink, turned grey but still able to see the once bright colorful patterns. Only half of one ear is left. The other ear is crumpled like a dumpling. His neck is locked by an iron chain thicker than his wrist. A circle of bloody wounds have been worn on his neck, and the iron chain has been broken in half by something. On his abdomen, a bunch of blue and purple bruises are very conspicuous. This is the obstacle just now. Wounds left by the curse. He opened his mouth, bared his sharp white and blood-stained teeth, and cast beast-like gazes at the three people who were looking at him. At his feet, the guard of the freight yard was lying quietly. His neck was bitten to a bloody mess, and he had already lost his life. The three of them raised their wands at the same time, and the witch looked at the bald wizard from the corner of her eye. His indiscriminate bombardment just now did not cause even a little damage to the goods in the box, but he perfectly restrained the man. The iron chain was knocked off the metal post behind him, and the unshackled man was like a tiger in the jungle, squatting on the ground. His bare feet dug 2 holes in the muddy ground, and he put his hands on the ground, his muscles tensed, and then he swooped towards the 3 of them like a cheetah. Naturally, they will not sit still, but the man's speed is so fast, I'm afraid, that even the real beasts in the jungle can't match him. They saw him flickering like a ghost in the hail of bullets under the curse, and in an instant, he pounced on the bald man. In front of the witch, he opened his mouth wide open, biting towards the throbbing carotid artery. What is this? A wizard? Just when the 3 of them were terrified by the man's quick skill, a dark green halo suddenly appeared behind his back, just when his teeth were about to approach the bald wizard's throat, and the next second he was about to bleed like a warehouse guard. When it splashed, the dark green halo distorted and deformed, and condensed into the shape of a man, before it burrowed into the back of the man's head without staying too long. The man's movement suddenly stopped, as if the pause button had been pressed, and his killing attempt froze. The 3 people in distress had seen the green figure, which was the magic that the leaders of the rogue gang often showed. They didn't act rashly, but looked nervously at the man who suddenly stiffened like a statue. The muscles all over his body were twitching, the expression on his face struggled for a moment. He raised his hands and looked in front of his eyes. After a while, he raised his head again. His eye sockets were already filled with faint dark green magic light. He looked at the 3 people who were still in shock and said softly again, "What is this?" The 2 wizards looked at each other, not knowing what he meant, but the witch quickly understood what he was thinking and said, "This is a new charge from the no. Muggles. Muggles? Huh." The man squinted his eyes, crossed his hands, and held the iron chains wrapped around each other's wrists. After a burst of force, the iron chains twisted and deformed as if melting, until they fell off the wrists. "These muggles? You don't even know wizards? You idiots." Hearing the word idiot, the 2 wizards who were still worried at first breathed a sigh of relief, so if they were not uncomfortable being scolded, they knew that their leader had returned. The man half kneeled on the ground, so if he didn't get used to this body, after trying for a long time, he couldn't stand up. He simply sat down on the ground. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the 2 wizards. The thick and short wand stayed in the hands of the bald wizard. Wand. The bald wizard hesitated, but did not move. Instead, the witch stepped forward and presented the wand with both hands in front of the man. You'd better use mine. His wand is not very good." "He just licked it," added the leather wizard, offering his wand. "You can make do with mine." The man showed a dissatisfied smile, stayed on the bald wizard's face for a few seconds, grabbed the witch's wand, and said, "Go get the money later, and buy a new one at the hiding place or Diagon Alley. We still have the Grigorovich, go buy a new one." "Okay." The witch agreed and retreated to the position just now. The man waved the witch's wand for a moment, as if retaming his arm, and it didn't take long for the movement to go from mechanically rigid to natural. "Are you in any trouble?" the witch asked with concern as she helped the man up. HMPH. Krell was captured by the British, Vronsky was killed by Harriman, and Harriman himself was imprisoned, and he was lynched somewhere, the man said with a cold snort and narrowed eyes. The green light in his eyes gradually dimmed. "I have to do it myself. A bunch of trash. Even a freshly graduated aura can't handle it. Can't he? Dead." The man pouted, feeling the witch's movements froze suddenly. He said with a strange expression, "What's wrong with you?" "No, it's nothing." The witch noticed her gaffe and lowered her head. "Are you alright? I met the damn Dumbledore, and I played 2 moves with him. It was a tur, but I gave my body there." "That just now?" He called for shameless foreign aid. "But how could he kill me?" The man twisted his neck and said, "I like this body, young, strong, and full of magic power, but I don't know why Africans don't like to use magic wands. Go find me a dress. Then shall we still notify them as before? Change my name this time." The man twisted his neck and made a series of crackling noises. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's call him Reborn. I have been reborn and become stronger." Dark green magic flashed in his eyes, like a snake waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 516 Monsoon. Horcrux really affects the brain. Tom said with lingering fear. It's a shame that I didn't have any good learning channels when I was interested in Horcruxes. Otherwise, I'm afraid I've become a fool now. Divide into how many pieces? Tom held the broom box and walked quickly on the streets of London with Nelson. The two walked towards Diagon Alley, planning to stop by Martha's tailor shop. $6. Nelson gave the answer without any hesitation. 50. I think it's also 7. After all, 7 is a magical number. Even my socks have 7 colors to distinguish which pair to wear on a particular day. Tom wrung his fingers, playing with the well-fed little snake on his little finger. Unknowingly exposed some of his strange habits, but he quickly reacted, looked at Nelson, and asked curiously, "What is 50? Nelson said nothing, and suddenly drew his wand as the two of them turned into a short alley. "What are you doing?" Tom turned his head to look at Nelson in doubt, and saw that Nelson's wand had already hit his face. Under the influence of the transfiguration, the muscles of his face and the coat on his body were twisted and changed. Tom's mouth grew bigger and bigger. Under his gaze, Nelson's facial features became flattened, and his hair slowly retracted to the scalp, turning into a smooth and big bald head in a black robe, gray complexion, and blue blood vessels protruding from under the skin. Importantly, don't know. 50 is an IQ. Nelson opened his arms, with his left hand forward as an invitation, and his right hand held the wand above his head. Under Tom's horrified eyes, he made a voice that Tom would never forget in his life. "Hey hey hey, Harry Potter is dead." Tom immediately understood what Nelson had become. His expression became distorted at a speed visible to the naked eye. He turned his head to see if there was anyone in the alley, and pulled out his wand. After a while, the two walked out of the alley normally. Nelson held his twitching arms, as if he had just been hit by a demon wind in the alley. Not far further was Martha's tailor shop. The two stopped at the intersection. The shop was still open, and there were some imperceptible protections at the door. Nelson's heart finally sank. "Actually, you don't have to worry," Tom comforted. "I feel that your small balls are enough to defend against any attack. At least they can keep Martha safe. But she can't live forever on those balls, stuffed under the floor." Nelson shook his head, feeling the breeze blowing on his face, and said, "It's time to order two seasonal clothes. The monsoon is here." "Don't lie to me. There is no monsoon in England." The monsoon can always bring people reverie about the same scenery in different seasons, but for the boundary that even the monsoon cannot shake, this kind of expectation can only turn into year after year. In a country like Poland, even if it is affected by, although the influence of the humid air of the Baltic Sea is not affected, the calmness brought by the continental climate always turns the wind and rain into small waves dotted on the invariable. Especially after the completion of this huge circular building called center, the invariance here is almost written down in the bones. Even though the Allied forces won the war, Poland, as a slave country, still maintained its same status as before. The mode of operation, and this rigidity has become particularly evident in Krakow, which is located in the geographical center of Europe. The vast area radiated by the central area remains exactly the same as it was when it was built a few years ago, with heavily guarded blockades and no one inhabited. The vast wasteland, and all kinds of strange people walking around the center. From time to time, covered goods are transported here through the blockade, but there are no empty cars. It seems that this is a silent and huge mouth of an abyss disguised as a cave, and it seems that this is a nail nailed in time, which freezes everything. Krell was arrested. It's a whole new world now. I've seen a lot of active faces or young people recently. I'm really busy. On the second floor of the center, a wooden door marked 202 was kicked open by Andre, who was holding 2 cups of coffee. He held a report under his chin and walked towards Zwig, who was waiting for him on the sofa grid. Zwig was wearing a loose uniform that did not match his image. He looked like a savage who had just come into contact with civilized society. He waved his magic wand, and the document that Andre was holding flew to him with the whoosh sound hands. "You are still caring and know how to love the elderly." Andre squeezed out a rare warm smile on his old face full of scars, put 2 cups on the coffee table, picked one of them with ice cubes floating on it, and poured out the other cup. He pushed towards Zwig, steaming. "If that kid Nelson is here, I will definitely let me walk over tremblingly." "Who is Krell?" Zweig didn't respond to his nagging, casually flipping through the report, exuding the smell of brand new ink in his hand, frowning and stretching out a hand to hold on Ray's hand holding the coffee, moved a cup of iced coffee in front of him. Drink something that won't hurt your stomach when you're old. Why have you become so obsessed since you came back from the east? Even the recipes have become weird. It feels like you have an extra grandma out of thin air who forces you to eat those tasteless lotus whites every day, Andre said, breaking away Zweig's hand. I added milk to your glass. You know, I'm lactose intolerant, and it almost ruined a big deal 17 years ago. You just drank spoiled yogurt that time. Zweig shook his head, took advantage of Andre's inattention when he picked up the cup and adjusted the coffee in the two cups one by one, and Andre swallowed it down. He was fooled, but it was already a done deal. Zweig sipped his iced coffee with a bitter expression on his face from time to time, looked at the report in his hand suspiciously, raised his head and asked, "This Thalokrel, who is it? Why is his file hanging under my tower? Why don't I know it myself?" "You forgot?" Andre shrugged his shoulders and said, "Your memory is not as good as that of an old man like me. When we were not very formal before, weren't you in charge of logistics? He was in your hands at the time. Underneath, he saved many lives by relying on his magic potion skills. I remember." Zweig had a cold light in his eyes, and even the tattoo on his head was a little hot. "Is it the villain who secretly used human life to make medicine? Is he still alive? You stayed here and arranged so many secret missions? Is this just funding him to do evil?" Zweig expressed his anger with a series of questions, and the report in his hand became crumpled because of his clenched hands. "Hey, to be honest, if a warrior who has been paralyzed by a curse can stand up again, who cares whether the potion is made from dragon's blood or human blood? At least the result is good. It was also a sacrifice they made for a greater good. Didn't you drive him away afterwards? Our decision was just a stopgap measure. After all, this guy's useful. I know you don't like this kind of thing, and you specifically avoided it. Andre sighed with the vicissitudes of life on his face. The poor play the game of fighting for their lives, and the rich play the game of fighting for the rich. At that time, how could we have the opportunity to endure those 10 days and a half months? Get a bottle of potion? If a wizard has to consume life to save people, but it's not his own, how is it different from killing people? You are no longer an eye from Oni or Goblin Academy, Andre said with a wry smile. I know you have always felt that you are out of tune with us, but I still want to remind you that you have long been a black wizard who everyone shouted gone. I hope you didn't come to quarrel with me this time. Zweig raised his head and stared at Andre with dissatisfaction. He didn't continue until a conceited smile appeared on Andre's face. So you are here is Prussia's plan in vain? Let me tell you, you can ignore these things and let it become a garbage dump that attracts garbage. When we have almost infiltrated the governments of the world, this place can be directly destroyed, and a world will be built. Go to the biggest prison. It's a great idea. I suggest using your construction team and finding Nelson as a supervisor. You two can eat at both ends. Andre said with a smile. I'm here this time, mainly to ask you to visit Barry again. Has his condition deteriorated again? You know, Barry hasn't been able to get out of bed since he came back from Paris, and you went to see him before. Andre pursed his lips with an ugly expression. White put down everything and took care of him by the bedside. There is a shortage of manpower, so Lord Grindelwald has to leave more things to other people, especially those American, German and French wizards who defected to him a few years ago. These people are opportunistic. New Mentgad has already had many different voices, and I'm also a little worried. How's Barry? Zweig interrupted him, not interested in anything Andre had to say. Barry has a restless temper. In addition, this kid is as lonely and simple as you. He reads the report every day and is worried that those ambitious people will cause trouble, so he begs Lord Grindelwald to let him do something. Andre pursed his lips even tighter. He shook his head and said, Master Grindelwald has been studying the magic he found in Nurmengard 5 or 6 years ago. Those strange things about death and souls. Black magic. He spent a few days with Barry and finally found a way. Andre's lips trembled, obviously seeing something incredible. What method? Tell me quickly, Zweig asked. Moranran is crazily eroding his body, magic power and soul. There are many ways to solve the first two, nothing more than blood transfusion to repair, but his soul has long been so fragile that it is almost eaten away, Andrew said, shaking, swallowed hard, and said, I don't know where Lord Grindelwald learned, or how he developed that terrible magic. He uses some kind of powerful black magic to attack. He squeezed Barry's soul and stuffed him into a cloud of green mist like a toy. Then he found the young man under Nelson, who was playing with penguins in Antarctica, and put Barry's body together with the silent ice inside SYNOPSIS. Zweig frowned, and the office suddenly fell silent. After an unknown period of time, the ice cubes in the coffee cup in front of him had completely melted. He sighed and said, this can be used as an expedient measure. Is it a little too hasty? That's why I asked you to take a look. You have been going to the east non-stop since you came back from Paris. I have been very anxious recently. Andre spread his hands. Especially yesterday. There was a big incident in Prussia. Someone kidnapped the leader of the rogue gang is gone. The organization that Krell was staying in. Lord Grindelwald said it was Nelson's handwriting, and he let Barry go there under Barry's pleading. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Zweig slammed the coffee table vigorously, and the two coffee cups on the table suddenly fell over, spilling the coffee all over the floor, and he cursed. This is nonsense. What can Barry do? Isn't he is it frozen? It is said to be the spell of the ancient Hayerbo to enslave souls. Lord Grindelwald also protected Barry. He used the information sent by Krell to package Barry and let him replace the leader of the rogue gang. Enderly buried his face in his hands. I don't understand the principle, but I think, if it's Hayerbo, all of these should work. Saving people with the magic of killing and enslaving is something that only Lord Grindelwald can do. This is already the best solution he can think of, and Barry can't afford it any longer. This is simply. Zweig expressed his incomprehension. To it's unbelievable, isn't it? Zweig did not speak, and the office fell into silence again. The sun slowly moved in the sky behind him, and the coffee on the coffee table and the ground slowly solidified, and finally turned into an ugly pool of stains. I remember Lord Grindelwald once mentioned that Nelson may reach a height unimaginable by all wizards in the past and present in terms of soul. Why don't you ask him to have a look? I dare not. Andre shook his head with a wry smile. You may not know that Armando Dupont died. After going crazy, he took a sip of the medicine from the Highland Hero Village and went to find Nelson's troubles. I don't know how Nelson beat the experienced Dupont, but anyway, he died. Died after being defeated by Nelson. He sent some relics of Dupont in mayflies, but I put they intercepted. How dare I tell Barry? He can't take this kind of blow, let alone let Nelson come over and then tell Barry himself that he killed his grandpa. Are you confused? I'll go back with you later. I'm going to prepare something. Zweig sighed and stood up, but his eyes went dark. When he stood up suddenly, his body shook, and he fell back on the sofa. He held his forehead, feeling dry and bitter in his mouth. Your coffee is too bitter. I'm the animal type human fruit phantom beast species entrusted to change the author's form. Chapter 517. 48 Charing Cross Road. Is anyone here? The moment they walked out of the alley, the wizard-related features of Nelson and Tom disappeared. They wore the shirts and vests that were popular a few years ago, and they looked like two small-town youths who had just arrived in the big city. Nelson looked at the empty street, quickly crossed the road, walked to the door of the tailor shop, and shouted inside. Sorry. These days there was a quick answer from the door, followed by the sound of panting and running. It seemed that the tailor shop hadn't opened these days. Martha ran out of the store in small steps with her skirt reaching the floor, flustered like a deer. Her long blonde hair was covered by the hood that tailors were used to wear, and she wore a hood around her waist. The tools in the sewing kit collided with each other, making a crisp sound like a wind chime. She couldn't bear the strong light outside, and her eyes squinted as soon as she ran out of the door. But after seeing the two people standing at the door, her eyes suddenly widened, and the pupils in her pupils were full of the light from the past few days. The panic left by the crisis disappeared, leaving only the appointment surrounded by sudden surprises. Those blue eyes seemed to be able to speak, as if they wanted to tell Nelson 1,000 words. Have we not seen each other for a long time? I saw you from a distance last time in Paris. Nelson scratched his head. I'm just busy. I saw you too, on the screen. Nuclear physicist, Martha said with a smile. Come on in. Tom raised an eyebrow, stood beside Nelson helplessly, snapped his fingers, woke up the somewhat dazed Martha, and said with a smile, hey, am I wearing too dark? Why didn't anyone see that? Me. You really can't see it. Martha waved her hands vigorously. I have to make you a bright dress, so that you won't be lost in the crowd. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Whether it was Martha who had just returned from school, Nelson who never saw the end of the dragon, or Tom who would visit the orphanage and shop from time to time, the three of them seemed to have suddenly returned 7 years ago. One person sat on the eaves to bask in the sun. Don't you really have anything to say? Tom grabbed his shoulders and pushed him into the store, saying, brother, that was so many years ago. Messy workbench and said, he seems to be a German. Triggered the alarm. You stayed behind. Mr. Vampire, one of those sickly, dog-toothed flower-smeared guys? Tom narrowed his eyes. Lorca? No, he looks healthy, but he can turn into a bat. Martha shook her head and said, his name is Ludwig Kant. Do you know him? Martha continued to bury her head in arranging the fabrics, and as the pile of fabrics like a hill was cleared away, the golden looking glass pressed on the table was exposed, and the little spinning top finally had a space to turn, feeling the pressure from the side. Nelson and Tom, it was glowing and spinning fast. I knew he could use magic when he first came. Martha didn't notice the sudden silence in the store and covered her mouth with a smile, but I told him that I judged it based on the clothes, and he still believed it. I told him he was wearing an out-of-season suit, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a man in a fur coat on the street in London's weather. I know, Nelson said suddenly. What did he want from you? He wants to make a set of clothes for the season. Martha's tone suddenly became cautious. She looked outside the store door, ran back to the workbench lightly, and tore the clothes from the hidden compartment under the stage. A small drawer came down, and Nelson and Tom reluctantly held it together, and said mysteriously, he left so much gold. Gold? Tom stretched his neck curiously, and the light of the gold ingot in Martha's hand was extremely glaring in the dim shop. Even though Tom was already rich, he couldn't help but feel a little bit overwhelmed when he saw so much gold. So much. It's hard for you to move it. Nelson was also a little surprised. Now I have a set of clothes ready, but I feel like I can't have the money. Nelson fell silent. After much thought, he finally decided not to tell Martha Ludwig the news of his death. I made 2 sets, a normal 2-piece suit and a 3-piece suit for important occasions. I don't know if wizards will wear suits on important occasions, so the second set is still short of the vest. Give it to me. Nelson raised his head and reached out to Martha. Give me the finished set, and I'll bring it to him. You can keep the money, since he gave it to you. Is this really good? Martha still had some concerns, but she turned around to get the clothes. He probably won't need any money, and your craftsmanship is worth so much. Let's use it to do something meaningful. Tom shook his head. By the way, haven't you been in business for a few days? Yes. Martha clenched her hands and covered her chest, lowered her head, and said in a low voice, after all, anyone would be afraid of such a thing, even if your Ministry of Magic officials told me that this place is completely safe. Yes, I'm also a little scared. After all, Mr. Aura told me the same way before. I originally wanted to go to Diagon Alley today to relax and see if there are any special fabrics for wizards. Diagon Alley? Nelson looked at Martha suspiciously and asked, is Diagon Alley open to you now? No way. Martha shook her head. Citizens of London can only read about wizards in newspapers. I saw your school in the Times in the last 2 days. Classrooms and other things look and feel like wizards. The schools in London are very different. They have publicized the place where they can meet wizards and communicate with each other. It is the Alexander Building that was built in a few days. Except for some courageous businessmen and politicians, no one dares to go, but some those who made trouble were quickly driven away. Then how do you get to Diagon Alley? The officer who came here to investigate the situation before was a very enthusiastic and gentle lady. She gave me a voucher to go to Diagon Alley and told me that I can come and go freely as compensation for the attack by the Dark Wizard. Martha said, took out a piece of parchment from her chest pocket and handed it to Nelson. But I still feel uncertain. Would you like to go with me? Looking at the somewhat contrived handwriting on the parchment, Nelson remembered some kind of exam font. He looked at the address of the leaky cauldron written on it, and after confirming that it was correct, he returned the patch to Martha. That's right, Nelson agreed, and said with satisfaction, it seems that there are still warm-hearted people in the Ministry of Magic. She was really enthusiastic, and she even said that she would lead me when I went to deliver clothes to Miss Black. Martha said with a smile, I used to think that wizards, witches, and magicians were like wolves and tigers. But the first person I met was you. What about you? Tom, who was playing with handkerchiefs, snorted, and she took Tom with her, and then said that Mr. Kant seems to be a good man. When I was trapped in the World Expo in Paris, I asked for help in a magazine. A lot of well-meaning wizards came to help soon. The three villains made me a little scared, but Miss Umbridge told me with her actions that there are still many good people in the world, whether they are wizards or us who don't know magic. Ah, who? Nelson suddenly raised his voice, and the somewhat broken tone caused the three people in the store to cast puzzled glances at him. Miss Umbridge. Her name is Dolores Umbridge. Martha suddenly realized. You should know her, right? She seems to have just graduated from your school and has just become a regular trainee at the Ministry of Magic. Woolen cloth. Oh, that pink man. Tom pouted and nudged Nelson with his elbow. What are you making such a fuss about? I thought it was Martha who said the lady was called Dumbledore. Umbridge. Nelson suddenly felt an absurd sense of space-time disorder. He shook his head and said, it's nothing, but her pink bow is really impressive. It's really puzzling that she can have such an attitude towards Martha. Tom whispered close to Nelson's ear. I don't have much contact with her. I only know that she is a very purposeful person. So there are things she valued in Shap, either the bag of gold nuggets left by Kant, or Wahlburger. I personally prefer Wahlburger. After all, I have seen her desire for power, but I don't think there is any need to worry about her doing anything out of line. Yes, after all, she praised Abraxas, who just entered school, as handsome in front of everyone in the Slytherin lounge. Haha, you've heard the joke too. His sleeve. Let's clean it up for you. If you move quickly, you can still catch up with Diagon Alley's famous afternoon ice cream set. It just so happens that we also have something to go to Diagon Alley. Under his actions, the fabrics piled up in the store found their companions according to material, size, and color, rolled themselves up, and stuffed them into the tall cabinet against the wall, and Nelson put away the set of Martha for the Rhodes suit made by Doig, with the ball stuffed into the pocket. Martha looked at Tom's packing wand and Nelson's invisible low pocket with an envious expression she hadn't shown when she met the powerful wizards. Nelson noticed her expression and asked softly, do you want to do the same? Me? Martha pointed to herself, shaking her head like a rattle. No, 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 I'm not a wizard. Who knows? Tom had stuffed the last piece of thick turquoise flannelette into the low cabinet under the workbench, stepped on the cabinet door to make it more secure, turned his head, and smiled at Nelson. You say so? Nah. After a while, the locks of the tailor's shop came down, and Martha came out wearing a hat with a white brim and Tom Nelson scenery. Seriously, you don't look like a person in normal clothes. Tom couldn't help saying, London is finally seeing the sun again. Is it reasonable for you to wear a hat? I've been staying in the United States before, and it's too hot there, so I developed a habit, Martha said with her head tilted, while measuring Nelson's figure with the small ruler that she carried, which made her walking stiff. Sha said while measuring, I remember seeing your windbreaker a few years ago. Can it change size with your body? Magic, Nelson explained succinctly. Magic is so annoying. Tailors are going to lose their jobs. Martha put on an annoyed expression and quickly laughed again. You've grown a lot taller. I remember we used to be the same height, and then Tom suddenly grew taller, abandoned us, and now even you have abandoned me. He may not have noticed this kind of thing himself. Tom curled his lips, squinted at Nelson, and found that he could still barely see the top of Nelson's head. He nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad. The three of them walked quickly on the street, having a very different temperament from the pedestrians on the road. Soon, they came to Charing Cross Road. Perhaps because of the influence of the leaky cauldron, this street has not been affected by too many wars. It spread and became the fastest growing neighborhood after the war. They soon came to the door of the leaky cauldron. Martha looked suspiciously at the old bookstore at number 48 Charing Cross Road in front of her. Magic to convince herself. She closed her eyes and tried hard to recall the address. When she opened her eyes again, the place in front of her, the second-hand bookstore, is like a bouncing melon. The windows with two eyes glared at her and then bent down and jumped sideways vigorously, opening up a new area between the two buildings. Soon, the old gatehouse squeezed out, followed by noisy din and cries of wine glasses colliding. Martha rubbed her eyes. Even though she had seen magic before, this scene was still shocking. "Welcome to the leaky cauldron, miss," Tom said with a smile, extending his arms, bowing his knees in a formal and classical manner. "You may be the first person to arrive here by yourself in hundreds of years, not a wizard." Martha took a deep breath. Even though she was seeing a dilapidated bar in front of her, she had an illusion like, "This is one small step for me." Nelson took her fingertips and sat her to the door, smiled and nodded at her. "Go in." Chapter 518 Gump Aged Social Wine. The Gamp Vintage Social Wine Challenge is still in full swing. Martha let go of Nelson's hand, and with her encouragement, she walked into the creaking wooden door, just like Alice, who fell into a rabbit hole, full of apprehension. Everything in the bar was no different from what she had seen before: old and crumbling tables and chairs, suspicious stains, rough men holding glasses of wine and talking happily, lonely drinkers getting drunk alone. Even the alcohol in the air, the atmosphere, and the customers' out-of-tune drinking orders also made her feel very familiar. "Today we drink to our heart's content, but tomorrow everyone may fall asleep forever." There was a singing voice with a strong accent, and Martha looked in the direction of the singing. In a corner of the bar, several middle-aged men with unshaven beards were holding wine glasses bigger than their heads, filled with the cheapest and roughest wine glasses. Even though the wine in the glass was not enough to intoxicate them, they were already intoxicated by the alcohol. Martha was a little at a loss. In her imagination, no matter how shabby the world of wizards looks from the outside, the inside it was to be magnificent too, adorned with gigantic dragon heads, with torches carved from century-old oak burning an everlasting fire lit with whale fat, and wizards to sit cross-legged under a star map. The intoxicating smoke is lingering in the crucible. They should analyze the stars, predict the future, and study magic. Martha cannot be said to be disappointed, but seeing such an ordinary scene in front of her, even so ordinary that it is somewhat fragmented, her heart is full of tears. I felt a sense of loss that seemed like a world away. The noisy conversation in the store froze for a moment because of Martha's arrival. The drinkers all looked towards Martha's direction. After noticing that she was just a girl who looked delicate and weak, they immediately lost sight of her, lost interest, and returned to the more attractive wine table. It actually came in through this door. I thought the Ministry of Magic had built a wall outside the Charing Cross Road gate. The drinkers chatted, as if they were used to going through the other door. "If one day I leave the banquet, please my good brother sprinkle the wine into the soil for me." The singing sounded again, and Martha turned her head in a daze. The wooden door had already closed behind her. Nelson and Tom didn't follow up immediately. The wizards in front of them didn't look like the three who broke into the store a few days ago. Villain. Martha mustered up her courage and walked into the store. "Gump Vintage Social Wine Challenge. Do you want to participate?" The young bartender saw the unfamiliar face at the door. His eyes flashed with joy, and he ran towards Martha carrying an oak barrel with a tap in his hands. While running, he said hurriedly, "The 250-year-old wine. I guarantee that you will never forget it for the rest of your life after drinking it." He tried his best to promote the signboard of the leaky cauldron, and warned the drinkers around him who were watching happily, put the oak barrel in his hand on the table vigorously, and said enthusiastically, "You just came to England, right? If you come to England without drinking the fine wine blessed by the alcohol goddess, then you have come in vain, and let me tell you a secret." The young bartender winked and said in a low voice, "As long as you can drink a pint, you can get a bonus of 100 galleons. Martha was a little puzzled and a little nervous. She was an experienced person in a big city, but she had never seen such a salesman chasing after her. She couldn't help stepping back, but was quickly picked up. The bartender who caught up with the drink stopped him. He blinked and looked at Martha as sincerely as possible. "Have a drink." As the bartender approached, the eyes of the drinkers around her focused on Martha again. Martha had been to such an American tavern before, and the drunk American men in it always looked at her with disgusted eyes, but she didn't feel the aggression in the eyes of these people. On the contrary, they were all very happy, as if they were participating in a scary game on Halloween. Martha and the bartender looked at each other for a moment, and looked at the surrounding drinkers with pleading eyes. When they met Martha's eyes, they all smiled. This is a British specialty. In the corner of the pub, a hand holding a glass rose on the round table that stopped singing. Every British person can only drink once in a lifetime. "Tom, give me another drink." Hearing Tom's name, Martha froze for a moment, but seeing the back of the bartender putting down his glass and trotting away, she realized that this young bartender was also called Tom. "I'm still working as an apprentice in the United States." "He's right," a gentle female voice sounded beside Martha. She was startled and turned her head to look at the empty table beside her, only to see that a pile of old rags piled there suddenly straightened up, revealing the drunken old witch. The thing that looked like a rag turned out to be her clothes. As a tailor, Martha suddenly felt uncomfortable. The witch didn't notice her expression and continued to say slowly, "This wine is indeed 250 yuan." How young it was. At that time, due to the implementation of the secrecy law, the Leaky Cauldron bar was about to be closed. Fortunately, Ukulele Gamp saved this store and let us have a place where we could get drunk. The bar at that time, the boss brewed a few barrels of this kind of wine, and now only these are left. Even after so many years, my tongue has been soaked in alcohol, and I can still remember the taste. The attitude of the old witch was very different from her appearance. Martha even thought that there was a gentle sister hiding behind the stool talking to her. She looked at the wine glass that the bartender Tom left on the table and stretched out her hand nervously. "Gudang." The old witch swallowed forcefully, looked at Martha's hand reaching for the wine glass, and let out a suppressed laugh like gravel. "Drink, drink, young lady." The drinkers laughed kindly. "It's worth 100 galleons. It's a British welcome." Martha looked at the wine glass in front of her, smelling the smell of wine. She felt as if she was going to be drunk. Somehow, as if under the influence of some magic, she suddenly felt that she should drink some wine. The loneliness of wandering in the United States, i.e., the grievance of being distrusted by British customers as a seamstress, the turmoil encountered in France, and the helplessness of encountering a crisis, even when she returned to her shop, came to her mind at the same time. Standing among the wizards, she didn't feel lonely. Martha was heartbroken, and under the greeting of a pair of wide-eyed eyes, she picked up the wine glass and poured it into her mouth. "You can use this 100 galleons to hire 100 people to slap Tom," said the witch behind her faintly, and then burst into uncontrollable laughter. "If you don't get the bonus, I'm very happy willing to help you with this. No money. I'm happy to. Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted one after another in the bar, converging into a jubilant ocean filled with fine wine, which even covered the sound of the door slamming open. Nelson rushed in through the door and said loudly, "By the way, Martha, don't try that." He swallowed the second half of the words into his stomach, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Martha standing in front of him holding a wine glass with a ton appearance. The moment the wine fell into her mouth, Martha felt a complex taste that she had never tasted in her life. Fragmented bubbles exploded on the tip of her tongue, and each bubble contained the old but delicious taste from 250 years ago. The pure air tells different stories. She feels a strange taste different from any fine wine, like magic power. After hundreds of years of fermentation, it becomes more wonderful and dreamy. It's different. The taste contained in this glass of wine is already complicated enough to cause the organ that senses the taste to shut down, and even the brain will give up thinking about it. Sometimes she can taste the mellow aroma of fermented tropical fruits, but sometimes she can taste it as if eating a table. It is dry and tasteless, and sometimes you can even taste the hunger that is still greedy for the scorched leftovers when eating the rare barbecue in the Zichen orphanage. There is only a sense of conflict between bitterness and astringency, sourness, and sweetness, as if the winemaker had two complicated emotions when he made it in the first place, so that he wanted to stuff them all into this glass of wine. It was too bad to drink, and Martha wanted to give it up, but on one hand, she poured it down too quickly and almost swallowed it all. A different kind of experience. She even felt that she was tasting a glass of magic, even tasting an era, but the bitterness that came from her mouth from time to time kept reminding her that this was a glass of old wine, or a particularly bad one. This kind of oxidized flavor adds a sense of time to this glass of Gamps-aged social wine. This kind of deterioration will only make the original sweet wine bitter on weekdays, but for such a glass of wine that is hard to swallow as far as wine is concerned, it can be used as the most normal taste to balance its overly complex flavor. Welcome to England, miss. The bartender Tom appeared at the bar counter at some point. He opened the drawer of the cash register, grabbed a handful of golden galleons, and poured them into a huge wide-mouthed empty wine bottle. These were either brand new or old. Garen, who even had a different layout, collided with the walls of the glass bottle and each other, making a sound like rain. There was an unconcealable surprise in his eyes, but more of it was surprise. He shook his head, he sighed. I must be crazy. This damn wine is really drinkable. Melon's pants. Melon may not even be able to drink such a glass of wine. Martha didn't understand what it meant to the people in the bar that she drank a glass of wine. Her ears were overwhelmed by the sound of bubbles bursting, and she didn't hear the thunderous screams around her. Martha was still immersed in the complex flavors that are still bursting in the mouth. Even if the flavor of this glass of wine enters the stomach, it still stimulates the perception of the drinker. She never thought that the first time she really experienced magic was in this situation. The guests at the Leaky Cauldron are not like the audience watching an opera in a grand theater. They don't know how to do the elegant gesture of applauding. For a moment, the screams, cheers, whistles, and even the incomprehensible whimpering and barking almost overwhelmed the Leaky Cauldron. The top of the cauldron was about to come off, the wooden door creaked, and Tom came in after Nelson, almost deafened by the noise. What's going on? He covered his ears, looked at Nelson, and after realizing that Nelson couldn't hear him, Tom yelled, What happened? Martha drank that glass of wine. A small silver ball drilled out of Nelson's pocket, and under the control of the wand, it quickly melted into a pool of silvery liquid, forming a line of writing in the air. Which wine? Nelson didn't continue typing. The molten iron floating in the air condensed into a shining arrow, pointing to the oak barrel behind Martha, and Gamps-aged society wine was impressively written on it. Tom's eyes widened immediately. Unlike Nelson, who had only read about it in books, he had personally seen a foreigner being tricked into drinking a sip and almost vomited out his stomach. The bartender looked at Tom, but the bartender in front of the bar looked more excited than anyone. He held the full gallon aloft, jumped around the wine table like a baboon, but was knocked over. The customers who poured out the wine bottles did not feel angry, but started to reveal together. Seeing this scene, Tom had an almost impossible guess in his heart. He slowly turned his head to look at Martha, and the wine glass was empty. Although Martha's heart was full of turmoil, her face remained the same. At first, she also felt that this glass of wine was unreasonable, but after tasting it, she felt that it was the most different drink in her life. Martha turned her head slowly and looked at Nelson behind her, showing a happy smile. Is this magic? Nelson could only see the mouth shape and couldn't hear her voice at all, but he understood what Martha meant, nodded with a smile, and said with mouth shape, Welcome to the real London, Martha. The bartender Tom held the large wine bottle in his hand, which obviously contained more than 100 galleons. He held the bottle high with both hands and jumped off the table in the middle of the bar. In the middle, he slipped and knelt and rushed towards Martha and stuffed the bottle in his hand into Martha's arms. 250 years. I have yelled. Tom, who grew up in a bar, has witnessed one customer after another who challenged him fall down at the first mouthful, and he was repeatedly laughed at as the ancestor brewed a bucket of urine. Exhausted, he yelled, You bunch of rubbish who can't drink. Haha, we are trash. No one knew whether Martha who drank the glass of wine was a wizard or a muggle, and they didn't care. Amidst the commotion, Martha was surrounded like heroes in a daze, and raised a bottle full of galleons. Crack. The flashlights went on, and the reporter of the Daily Prophet on vacation blinked his drunken eyes, shook the camera in his hand, and smiled at the bartender. Tom, the 250-year-old dad, can be taken down. Chapter 519. Do you know what you just did? Nelson took Martha away from the back door of the leaky cauldron and said to her excitedly as he walked, "You have completed a challenge that no one has achieved in 250 years. I wish I had never been exposed to this challenge." Martha hiccuped a little, her body tipped uncontrollably, a blush appeared on her cheeks, she covered her mouth in embarrassment, feeling the pain in her mouth. Looking at Nelson and Tom beside him, he whispered, "It's really too hard to swallow, better than all the drinks I've ever had including the spoiled one. It's because the drink is so bad that the bonus is so high." Nelson shook his head and said, "I've never dared to try this terrible drink. But it is indeed very unique." Martha recalled the unique taste sensation brought by Gamp's aged social wine. Although the complex taste almost includes all the tastes in the world, although it is bad, it can always provoke drinking from time to time. This is something she has never experienced in the past 10 years. It seems that for her, this glass of wine full of taste can be equated with her imagination of magic. Smashing his lips, he said in a low voice, "Is it called Gamp's old social wine?" Yes, in the history of magic textbooks, this kind of wine can almost represent the era when the International Statute of Secrecy was signed. That law made almost all wizards panic. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. If not Gump, maybe the relationship between wizards and muggles will become more tense because of the closure of the leaky cauldron. Nelson agreed and introduced the history of wizards to Martha like a treasure. His emotions may be very complicated at the time, so this barrel of commemorative wine is brewed so uniquely. No, why are you asking me this? Could it be that you still want another drink? Ah, nothing. Martha shook the bottle filled with Giren in her arms and shook her head. "I just think wizards are a little too happy. As long as you drink such a glass of wine, you can get so much money that Mr. Kant can take out the gold for making a piece of clothing. But a person like me who has no magic, I'm afraid that I will rush to these opportunities that you resist so much." Martha. "Sorry, I might be a little drunk." Martha raised her head, shook her head, and showed a bright smile. "I'm not complaining. I know. Like us. What do you say? Muggles. Yes. Muggles like us have less to gain, but also need to consume less. Wizards not only have to study magic, but also fight against those who also know magic, so they deserve better resources." She spoke very frankly, and it was completely impossible to tell that she was forcing an explanation. Nelson looked at his friend with a flash of unbearable eyes. He was about to say something, but Tom held his shoulder. He looked back, Tom shook his head, and said to Martha, "The sheep don't know that they are grazing until they leave the fence, but one day they will understand that their ancestors died with horns." "How many hyenas?" "What's this? A sonnet?" Martha asked, smiling. "Are you reading poetry to me, Tom?" "Nothing." Tom looked at the neat brick cracks at the back door of the bar and walked forward. "Soon you will be able to earn the galleons of those wizards with lagging aesthetics." I have a question." Martha raised her head, looked at the dead end in front of her and the trash cans piled up in the backyard of the leaky cauldron, and asked in a low voice, "You brought me here to let me vomit first?" Hearing this question, Nelson had a playful smile on his face. He and Tom looked at each other, and the two smiled knowingly. They had similar questions when they faced this wall 7 years ago. It is the first door to enter the magical world earlier than platform 9 3/4. If you want to vomit. Tom shrugged, pulled Nelson back, stood still facing the wall, and said with a suppressed smile, "We can take advantage of this now, and we can set off after you finish vomiting." "Gone." Martha blushed. She realized that her question might be stupid, and she couldn't help being a little annoyed. Nelson saw her embarrassment, smiled and drew out his wand. Friction sound. Count up to 3 yuan, and then count down to 2 yuan. Nelson's heart was filled with the tension he felt when he came to the leaky cauldron for the first time, just like an 11-year-old boy who just received a letter from an owl. Wand in hand. With a click, the bricks sank, and every brick on the wall began to move like a dance. They folded and gave way to the two sides, and separated like two bowing waiters. The noise of the market instantly overwhelmed Martha. Her eyes widened. Her mouth opened into a circle. A noisy, fantasy, and fairy tale downtown scene suddenly opened in front of her eyes like a scroll. The air from the other side of the wall came over and began, and she was almost lost in the times more complicated taste of annual social wine. Costumes were very different from those of the wizards in London for hundreds of thousands of years, and they lived by their side like this. Let's go. Nelson smiled at Martha and raised his eyebrows. Tom, I mean that Tom in the bar, has already welcomed you for me. Martha took a deep breath. She always felt that walking in was something that required a sense of ritual, so she straightened her back and tried her best to recall the pitifully few etiquette lessons she had taken as a child. What are you doing here? A drunk man covered in alcohol rushed out, covering his mouth. With sleepy drunken eyes, the three people blocked by the wall ran to the side of the trash can and grabbed the lid, mumbled, "I have muttered clearly, move forward a little bit, don't get in the way." Martha was startled by him and jumped forward in panic and was supported by Nelson. She raised her head and found that she was already standing on the street of Diagon Alley. Turned his head and looked back, only to see Tom walking out slowly, the brick wall closing rapidly behind him, and the muzzled drinkers rushing out of the leaky cauldron. They saw that you took the 100 galleons, so if you don't believe me, you have to try it. Tom shrugged, and a trace of teasing flashed across his face. You really deserve it. Everyone vomited, right? What? The brick wall closed tightly again, and at the last moment Martha could see the admiring glances of the vomiters. Actually, I bought a little Gamp's Old Society wine for a search. You know, I'm not very good at drinking, but I'm just curious about why it's so bad. Tom walked up to Nelson and said, I always feel that it's just average. The wine can't reach the legendary level of bad taste, so I tested it, and sure enough, I prefer to call it a fermented potion than wine. Potion? Nelson raised his eyebrows, which touched the blind spot of his knowledge. Do you know the euphoria? Some top wines will add some. The principle of this Gamp-aged social wine is similar, but it is a mixture of many kinds of potions that can stimulate emotions. That is to say, if you take a sip and you remember the aftermath of everything you've been through in your life, even if you've long since forgotten what it was, but the emotional swings still resurface. In his own realm, Tom looks brighter, he said happily. Most wizards don't get drunk for taste or alcohol, but for themselves. This is a magical wine. Is that so? Nelson asked after a moment of thought. Then why did Martha? Good question. Tom slammed his right hand into the palm of his left hand, making a snap sound. Because she has no magic power, and if she doesn't have magic power, she can't be recalled by the magic power in the wine. I don't know much about magic history, but I think maybe the owner of the leaky cauldron didn't think about allowing wizards to make such a windfall. He may have used the 100 galleons as a way for the leaky cauldron to go back to muggles and wizards 250 years ago, celebrating the great drinking scene. That mediocre Tom will tell every customer the story of Gump saving the leaky cauldron, but he may ignore the grief of his ancestors who watched the bar lose half of the customers. The long cherished wish of the old man has to be tasted, and he may not be able to hear the news from his descendants. Hearing Tom's words, Nelson fell into silence. Maybe this is a story of every ordinary person hidden between the lines of the past that has been passed down in history books. A monsoon that can't blow to London blows overhead, over the ancient roof of the leaky cauldron, and at the turn of the eaves, let out a sigh of contentment. Nelson turned his head in surprise. The deep and shallow scratches on the closed brick wall seemed to be smiling at him. What's wrong? Martha came back to her senses, and suddenly realized that she was in a busy city. She hurriedly wanted to stuff the glass bottle full of galleons into her small bag. This bottle of gold coins had already attracted the attention of many passers-by, but most of their attention was not on Garen, but on the wine bottle that had been placed in the most prominent position in the leaky cauldron all year round. Put it here. Nelson took out a small silver ball, opened the lid and shook it in his hand. A complete sandworm tooth fell out of the small silver ball. He took the ball from Martha's hand bottle, stuffed it in, and threw the ball into Martha's bag, picked up the sandworm tooth on the ground, that was longer than the wand, and held it in his hand like a dagger. Let's go and see the ready-made clothes first shop. I think you won't be able to eat ice cream in a short time. Ah. Nelson turned his head, his malicious eyes were still staring at Martha's bag. He looked coldly at those sneaky figures and locked a familiar face among them, who was once locked up in the pet house. The first unlucky person in the basement of the store. It seems that, after he was out of prison, he summarized his old business. Nelson waved the sandworm tooth in his hand lightly and said with his mouth, "If you look at it again, you will all be turned into toads." Some of these fabrics are very ordinary, not even as good as those made by the oldest looms decades ago, but some are very, very. In the clothing store, Martha sighed while holding a piece of satin like a starry sky. She thought after a long time, I couldn't think of an appropriate adjective, and finally choked out a sentence, "It's magical." This was already the third clothing store they had visited. On the way, Tom left with an excuse and went to pick up the shop that he owned. "It's very magical," Nelson said across the shelf. "Some of them are made from precious magical plants or magical animals, so they have special textures and functions. Wait, I'll find you a product price list. This is a leaflet distributed by the Malfoy family who participated in the Wizard World Expo in June. You can refer to it." Nelson lowered his head and began to rummage in his abyssal pockets. "Yeah, you're here." A striking pink man retreated from the door of the clothing store and walked in quickly. Nelson looked up from behind the shelf and saw a young woman with cat head ornaments all over her body. Looking at these exaggerated accessories, he she had a strange idea she and Mag, who also liked Malmeo Tao, must not be able to chat. "Why don't you call me when you come to Diagon Alley?" She approached Martha half complaining and half affectionately and said in a sweet tone and voice, "By the way, when are you going to send Miss Black's dress over?" Nelson quickly lowered his head again. He felt goosebumps all over his body, and if he continued to watch, he might be about to suffocate and die suddenly. "Miss Umbridge." Martha put down the cloth in her hand and greeted nervously, "I'm coming to Diagon Alley to relax, and I'll call you when I leave in a few days." "Oh." Umbridge made a delicate gesture of raising her hand. This gesture is actually not inappropriate for her with a baby face, but Nelson always thinks of that gesture used by the Weasley brothers. The senior investigator who was chasing fireworks and running around felt uncomfortable, no matter how he looked at it. He felt that he understood why Umbridge would become like that in the future. Maybe it was because she tasted the sweetness of cuteness when she was young, so that when she was old unable to change her pretentious habits. Umbridge embraced Martha's arm affectionately. Don't worry. By the way, what if you come to Diagon Alley without Garen? Do you have any favorite fabrics? Here's a roll for you." "No need." Martha cast a begging look at Nelson across the shelf. "I came with my friend, and he will pay for me." "That's right, Miss Umbridge." Nelson straightened his expression, walked out from behind the shelf, and nodded to Umbridge. "I brought Martha with me. Thank you for your care and help." Looking at Nelson's familiar face, Umbridge searched hard in her mind for who this person was. Soon, she felt her heartbeat a beat slower. As a Ministry of Magic official who was famous for cheating, she was not like those colleagues who only know how to work. Of course she knows who Nelson is. Umbridge can only feel a huge sense of happiness falling from the sky, almost knocking her to the ground, and she can't breathe. Minister Old Malfoy was heard telling Minister Nobby Rich in a meeting here that Williams had spared their lives. These fragmented and bluffing information created a powerful image in Umbridge's mind that Nelson could not even imagine. Her expression quickly became dignified, and her sweet smile disappeared. "Ah, Williams, I know you, the best student in Slytherin. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520. Yes, I'm Alfred Black. Fritz Harriman. There was a creaking sound from the old iron door. The man leaning against the corner raised his head blankly. He looked in the direction of the sound. There was only an airtight brick wall on the other side. Driven countless times, only to see another brick wall behind a collapsed brick wall. Is it hallucinations? Harriman shook his head. He finally understood why those who had wailed under his torment retained the strength to insult him until the last moment of their lives. This kind of devastation, this kind of isolation from the world, can make the soul more numb and make people lose their perception of time and everything in the world, and they are willing to huddle in a cold and humid corner and rot silently. He didn't know how long he had been sitting here, maybe months, or maybe a year, but that is obviously not important anymore. Harriman knows that the only way to survive in confinement is to stay calm, but he has already experienced auditory hallucinations. The crazy executioners who snorted in the past and didn't know how to enjoy and love at all became the same kind of people. Harriman even had the idea of killing himself, but this thought made him even more depressed. These days, he is not. I have ever tried to end my own life in various inconceivable ways, but I have been repeatedly threatened by this horrible room. It not only wants to destroy everything about me, but even takes away the right to end my life. He seemed to understand why a murderous villain like him looked like a clown compared to the truly terrifying Grindelwald. Harriman hugged his knees helplessly, covered his ears and shrank, trying his best to fill his back into the corner of the wall behind him, for fear of revealing any gaps. The pink robe on his body was still bright and bright, but in his eyes, it showed really filthy rundown from years of incarceration. Tom stood in front of him, silently watching the man who was driving himself crazy with his imagination. He closed the iron door behind him casually and clapped his hands. The basement suddenly became brighter, and the texture of the brick walls retreated rapidly like soldiers under orders. The passive but bright soft light immediately filled the entire basement, and even the blind corner of the wall behind Harriman became bright. When he got up, he felt a chill down his back, and the back of his hand lightly touched the wall. The unique cold texture of metal stimulated him, so he worked harder to roll himself up, as if to wrap himself into a sphere. "Fritz Harriman." Tom raised his voice, and Harriman couldn't ignore his call, even if he covered his ears. "Can you hear my voice?" Harriman raised his head slowly, but the soft light seemed so glaring to him. He kept shaking his head, kicked his legs on the ground and leaned back, muttering nonsense that Tom couldn't understand, looking like a real madman. Tom was amused by his performance, raised the corners of his mouth, and took 2 steps forward. Harriman was still leaning back, but it was too late to retreat. His hands were groping around, like a man who forgot how to walk a child. "If I were you, I wouldn't think about looking for a wand. Hasn't the attempt to use apparition to escape these days taught you a lesson?" Tom stretched out his hand, a dry and cracked wand that lacked maintenance appearing at his fingertips. He waved his wand in front of Harriman's eyes and said mockingly, "I thought you really lost your mind and went crazy, but I didn't expect that the desire to survive is so strong." Harriman's movements froze, and he slowly raised his head. The despair brought to him by the confinement for many days had already dissipated in the instant the lights came on. As a dark wizard with many bad deeds and countless enemies, since he has been able to get away with it for so many years, how could he give up hope so simply? Even though the previous darkness and restraint were desperate enough, after confirming that this place is not really isolated from the world, his mind quickly warmed up again, but this enthusiasm was extinguished by Tom's reminder in the next second. He recalled countless escapes in this cell. The people who impressed him did not limit his magical thoughts, which allowed him to try to apparate again and again, but every time he circled in place, meditating on the destination at that time, the pain that he experienced in front of the tailor shop, as if he was shot or electric shock, would follow. Every time he opened his eyes, he would find even more desperately that he was still in this place, in a damn cell. He has confirmed that this is a prison cell, and the person who imprisoned him must have a plan. He let go of his hand and slumped against the wall. Looking at Tom's young face, he felt a little caressing in his heart and said calmly, "Since you locked me up, you must want something." "Yeah, what do you want?" Tom showed a distressed expression, which made Harriman calmer. He had seen many wizards who were young and thought they were superior to ordinary people, but their youthful arrogance often ruined themselves in the end. These years he has chosen to attack and kill the target. It is this kind of young wizard. Seeing Tom's inadvertent desire for something, Harriman felt that he had taken the initiative. "It seems that you should have heard of my name. You can tell your conditions, young man," he chuckled, without the slightest sense of being a prisoner, and put on airs instead. "Don't try to claim my life prizes that don't make sense. You know, those are just side giveaways. Is your life so worthless? Can it be used as a gift?" Tom laughed. He bent down, squatted in front of Harriman, put Harriman's wand on his chin, raised his face, and watched looking at this clown-like mask full of powder and daisy that has become dirty due to neglect for a long time. A trace of disgust rose in his heart, but for the sake of fun, he still said patiently, "A person with a burden a villain with 28 lives. Is he so contemptuous of his own life?" He lightly brushed across Harriman's face with his magic wand, and the green magic light danced on Harriman's face. While inflicting pain that penetrated his bone marrow, he also scraped off the powdery spots on his face macupe. Harriman appeared to be calm on the surface, but he had already thought quickly in his heart. He had killed so many people, and he had seen the faces and pleadings of all kinds of people before they died. A young man who has never met before unfolds a profile. This kind of sting is the Cruciatus curse. I'm very skilled in the use of the spell, but its power is lackluster. It can't meet the standard of the Cruciatus curse. He has no hatred in his heart. He doesn't want to kill me, and he didn't even torture me at all. Thoughts, Harriman pondered in his mind. He is very proficient in controlling spells. Judging by his age, he should be a student who has just graduated from school or even have not yet graduated, or the kind with good grades. Hogwarts is it? If it is Hogwarts, it should be Slytherin. It is said that the wizards and Slytherin are all advocating blood theory and black magic. Tom looked at him with a smile. He hadn't seen such an interesting person for a long time. The last time he met was the stinky boy who came to Hogwarts with Ludwig but didn't become a warrior and finally blew himself up. I have forgotten the boy's name, but this stupid and unknowing manner is still impressive. Thinking of Ludwig, I remembered again that the death of this fool was inseparable from the villain in front of him, and his heart became a little colder. Even though Harriman's underpants were about to be seen by him, he still had patience. I want to see what kind of medicine is sold in his gourd. I've seen a lot of pretentious guys like this, Harriman said, ignorant of Tom's thoughts, and was still doing useless brainstorming that was farther and farther away from the truth. Slytherin's pure-blood wizard. Then the first cell should be the dungeon of a certain pure-blooded family, and only those high-ranking gentlemen like to engage in such shady and vermin-infested things. Anti-apparition spells should be set here. Judging from this kid's performance, come on. He must have plotted behind his family's back and caught me. If so, then I just need to trick him into giving me the wand, and I can find a chance to hijack him. Not only can I escape, but I can also get more good point. I have never killed the son of such a big family, so I don't know if there is a sense of nobility in the whale. I must warn you again, Fritz Harriman, said Tom kindly, in this room your wand will only be a nuisance. Harriman only regarded Tom's words as a clumsy threat. He didn't pay much attention to it, and continued to perfect his speculation. He knows my name and my great achievements. It seems that he is a person who admires black magic, but has no way to understand it. Confused, he probably admires me, and wants to learn more black magic from me, so as to satisfy his desire for power. Then who should this kid be? The dungeon at home has this level of protection. Should be from a big family, Malfoy. No, it's too far away. I was assassinated in London, so his last name should be Black. Harriman raised his head abruptly, and the information he had read when he set off from Prussia flashed through his mind. He took a deep breath, lowered his voice, looked at Tom out of the corner of his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "Alfred Blake, I know what you want." Tom was stunned. He didn't expect that the high talk he wasted half a day waiting for would be such a funny and crazy sentence. Although it was funny enough to please him recently, he was bored and somewhat depressed, but he felt a deep sense of being suppressed. Offended by the fool, fell into silence. What you want is power, isn't it? It is the power of black magic that can manipulate other people's emotions, lives, and even fate at will. Harriman watched Tom's performance with satisfaction. In his opinion, the young man fell into panic because of the exposure of his identity, but in order to make Tom not so nervous, his tone was a little more intimate. I feel your yearning for power. You caught me. I'm willing to share this power and glory with you, my child. Tom didn't hear what he was saying at all, and he noticed the most important point in Harriman's thinking. He had information on almost all wizarding families in England, and it was detailed enough to deduce within a few minutes that he was Alfred. Although this result is extremely funny, but he can still feel the strong malice towards Britain, which seems to be isolated from the wind and waves, from the other side of the ocean. He was silent for a moment, then he threw the wand to Harriman, acknowledged and said, "Yes, I'm Alfred Black. You are amazing, Tom." The moment the wand fell into his palm, he felt immediately afterwards. Harriman, who seemed weak, but was full of chocolate frogs and black bread every day, violently raised his wand, pointed at Tom with a smirk, and roared, "Crucio." Seeing the green lightning that Tom didn't have time to react to, Harriman grinned, and the caked powder on his face was cracked by the exaggerated expression, making him look even more ridiculous than a clown in a circus. "This is the real Cruciatus curse. Do you think you made me feel pain just now?" Harriman said with a sneer. "Offensive and defensive are reversed, idiot. I reminded you. Under the magic light of the Cruciatus curse," Tom said helplessly, but thinking that the person in front of him was a fool, he finally gave up the idea of persuasion, shook his head and sighed. Forget it. Why didn't he show a painful expression? Harriman didn't have time to think. The next second, the curse gushing from the tail of the wand swallowed him. He turned the humiliation of being imprisoned for many days into malice, and shot it at the hateful Tom, which should have been a perfect Cruciatus curse, but unexpectedly, the target of the curse is himself. An agony Harriman had never experienced engulfed him completely. "Kill me." After an unknown amount of time, Harriman lay weakly on the ground, whispering with his lips like a salted fish, "It's just that you treat your little rubbish as a treasure." Tom continued to humiliate him relentlessly. "Your idea was completely wrong from the first sentence. Thanks to you can continue to circle. Kill me." "No, you don't want to die," Tom said, tugging at his hair and lifting his face off the floor. "How can a man who licks a chocolate frog clean every day want to die?" Harriman looked blankly at the eyes of Alfred. These bottomless black eyes were like spotlights, which swept him transparently and pricked his fragile body precisely through the mottled clown-like macupe. And a rough heart. Chapter 521 The Man in the Mirror. Did it ever occur to you that no one cared about your little rubbish baby and brought you here just because you messed with the wrong people? Tom gently lifted his wand from Harriman's convulsive hand. "Take it. The Cruciatus curse was used well. Your heart is full of hatred. You want to torture me, even kill me, right?" Harriman's eyes widened in horror. Tom repeated his inner voice almost exactly. "When exactly? Has your heart been prying into it? What kind of legilimency is this?" Harriman instinctively wanted to reconstruct the occlumency, but the more flustered he was, the more uncontrollable thoughts surfaced in his mind, as if a pair of incomparably delicate hands tore open his chest precisely. "Heart." Outline the key points hidden under his bloody memory with a red pen like notes. Who did I offend? Harriman's mind quickly flashed through every face he had seen in London. Their trip was already secret enough that they had never had contact with any wizards before they were caught, and those whom he saw the useless Muggle was not on his mind at all, and Harriman might never know the answer to this question. "Have you ever thought that you will sit in the position of those people you tortured?" Tom clapped his hands and waved Harriman's wand. Poisonous snakes emerged from the tip of the wand and quickly shattered. Under the pressure of the curse, the already overwhelmed wand wailed. "Are you still obsessed with those rags that are so ridiculous that people can't laugh? If you don't open your mouth, the next thing may be that you can't accept." Harriman tightly closed his eyes and mouth, trying to physically cut off Tom's legilimency, even though he knew it was futile, but there was no other way. "Oh, no wonder you know so much about wizards in Britain. Has anyone actually trained them?" Harriman's wand twirled lightly at Tom's fingertips, making beautiful arcs one after another. Although the wand was taken away, the pain from the Cruciatus curse was still strong, and even intensified. Harriman struggled to lift at the beginning. When he met Tom's black hole-like eyes, he saw a blood color that was countless times crueler and fiercer than him in the depths of the blackness. Just like a local hooligan in a village saw the real burning, killing, and looting. There is no blood on this young man's body, but the madness that is the source of his magic power is so shocking. Although it is treacherous and terrifying, this kind of power still has an upright momentum. Why is a man without blood debts? Do people have the spirit of a devil? Harriman didn't know the root and cause of this contradictory appearance, and he was only left in the panic that the insights that had been tried and tested in the past were useless at this moment. Like a well-behaved student who recites the text, Tom reads Harriman's memories hidden in the depths of his memory that he does not want to touch. I think Vampire of Hanover is a much better name than Fritz Harriman. Why don't you keep using it? Hearing this long dead name, Harriman wailed like a frightened horse and covered his ears, but Tom showed no kindness to him, and even after looking through the memory, he didn't even need to be angry. 7 years, 27 people, how did you manage to be so average, so random? Your taste is really perverted. Tom thought for a moment and said, I'll tell you how to look at you more and more familiar. I heard it when I was a child, your story, a famous murderer in Germany, but I remember that you were executed in 1925. No wonder, you are a wizard whose head is stored in the basement of the University of Göttingen. At first, Harriman just felt terrified, and the feeling of this kind of memory being played around was really uncomfortable, but soon, his face became pale, and the content of Tom's dictation was no longer the killing memory he was proud of. It was those old things that even he himself deliberately forgot. He had already forgotten why he became like this, but under Tom's reminder, he had to recall it painfully. You were first accused when you were 16 years old? TSK. When I was 16 years old, I would still be sad for a long time because of violating school rules. Tom was a little tired from squatting. He stood up and looked at a piece of carrion, looking down at the already incoherent man. Oh, you were accused of killing a railway worker who found out that you abused children, and the person who reported it to the police was your father. I really can't imagine what you did make your father dislike you so much. I'm curious, why would a 16-year-old wizard only dare to attack children? Don't say it, please. Don't say it. Oh, so here it is. Tom let out a mocking laugh. The laughter passed through Harriman's palm, passed through his eardrum, and hit the depths of his memory. No wonder you like wearing this kind of clothes. It turns out that for the weak, what you fear will eventually become your disguised shell. Tom grabbed Harriman's hair and lifted him up to the same height as himself. His eyes opened a path leading directly to the depths of Harriman's soul, and he bore Harriman's consciousness and fell down together, falling to the place where reason and magic layers of blocked restricted areas. Harriman just wanted to quickly escape from this frighteningly depressing place. Tom's recitation mixed with quick comments was better than all the punishments and censures he had ever seen. He had worked hard for many years and spent one life after another. The serious shell that had been piled up was broken bit by these careless words, revealing the shivering 11-year-old boy curled up in the depths of the shell. He was completely naked, wearing a dirty railway worker's coat, helplessly squatting in the corner and sobbing. A shirtless man sat on the head of the bed, smoking inferior tobacco with an oily pipe, flicking ash on him from time to time with a grinning grin. Does it taste good, boy? Tom let go of his hand, and Harriman's body fell cleanly. On the verge of collapse, he saw Tom's lips opening and closing out of the corner of his eye. Does it taste good, boy? The humiliation at the age of 11 and the humiliating experience that made him cry so clearly appeared in front of his eyes. Harriman shed bitter tears. He understood that he had never and would never forget this past, and that his dignity was stepped on by Tom. Repeated whipping, his eyes went black. He almost forgot who he was. In a trance, only Tom's faint voice could be heard. You put your father's head there? Seriously, I thought I hated my irresponsible father enough not to even think about it. You want to drag the most stable Briton into the vortex of disorder in Prussia. I have to say that a group of mobs actually have a bit of a strategic vision. But what do you want to infiltrate? Do you rely on money? Or use that kind of do you want to lure normal people who have already embarked on a civilized life in the days of worrying and drinking blood? TSK. Nermengard? Tom clicked his tongue lightly and fell into silence. After a while, he looked down at Harriman, raised his hand, and a small green snake slipped out of his cuff, coiled around his fingertips, curled up, and then with a sudden jump, he jumped onto the top of Harriman's head. He searched through the hair for a moment, found the direction, and dexterously climbed onto Harriman's forehead, opened his mouth disproportionate to his body, and provoked it with his sharp fangs the eyelid of his right eye. Tom watched this scene silently and saw the little snake gently licking Harriman's muddy eyeballs with the letter. The solid body became blurred and soon turned into a snake-shaped magic power. Only a pair of props, the eyelid-covered fangs still remained solid, and the green magic power wrapped a group of inhuman souls, piercing into Harriman's eyeballs abruptly. This process should be accompanied by severe pain, but Harriman, who had collapsed, could no longer feel the pain, or could not give corresponding feedback to the pain. As the magic power deepened, Harriman's body moved strangely like a snake. Writing, his left eye widened suddenly, his left hand struggled to resist what happened next, but his right hand slowly raised up, holding down the disorderly dancing left hand, with a conflicted, crying expression on the corner of his mouth, laughing expression. Looking at the man whose expression was collapsing, and even his soul was about to crumble, Tom suddenly felt a nauseating feeling in his throat. He retched and hit his forehead vigorously. He felt pleasure in the process of destroying a person. He was immersed in this kind of superior judgment, immersed in the enjoyment of playing with the soul wanted only, and this change of mentality had been unknown to him for a long time before. Until now, only then did I react. Damn, how could this happen? Tom raised his hand and pulled out his wand. The power of black magic was driving him on the path of destiny, and the spells from that green ancient magic book were appearing one by one. In front of his eyes, in a trance, the scene in front of him changed rapidly. In the dirty alley, Credence's body had already fallen to the ground. The only remaining silent magic power lost its restraint, quickly nibbling away at his lifeless body. Watching a mass of black flames about to burst from the ground, suddenly, Tom Riddle sneered, and a dazzling green light shot out from the tip of the staff, nailing the unformed monster in place. He raised his head and took a deep breath. What a charming breath. This is power. It is power. It is eternal life. He is intoxicated by his own power like the creator, and he is playing with malicious more and recklessly. The monster that is feared by everyone on weekdays is as soft and fragile as plasticine under his spell. He spells with Moran's body, named himself Tom Marvalo Riddle. I hate this mundane name. He frowned, waved his hand, and the letters changed positions alternately with his movements, and finally became a brand new word, Voldemort. It's him again. Tom clutched his temple with throbbing veins, gritted his teeth and cursed secretly. Ever since Nelson received the box from Dumbledore, he could always see this damned self. Horcruxes, Moran, can't you try some power without side effects? But soon, the figure in the alley distorted and deformed, with hair falling off, and facial features deformed, becoming the appearance Nelson had shown him this morning. Tom chuckled, and this Voldemort made that funny pose again, letting out a hey 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 laugh. I hope my boggart doesn't look like this. Tom took a deep breath. His beating heart calmed down. His forehead was covered with fine sweat. He waved his hand, and a mirror floated in midair. He stared at himself in the mirror, and sneered. You still have to stick to it? Obsessed with rags that are too ridiculous to laugh at. He had just said it to Harriman, and now he said it to himself again. The person in the mirror raised his head, and the figure in the alley disappeared, and Tom's sight returned to the room underground in Diagon Alley. Harriman was raising his upper body in a cobra-like posture. His right eye, bitten by a poisonous snake, was filled with green light, exactly the same as Ludwig's grandfather once looked. Harriman shrank in the corner of his left eye, his body covered with that old railroadman's suit. Weakness is no excuse. To vent to someone weaker. Tom narrowed his eyes and raised his chin at Harriman. Take back your things, do better, and finally, destroy them. Harriman's eyelids burst into his eyes. With Na's dream darkening Chen Kang's rats, the plan fell through. He stuffed the cracked wand back into Harriman's hand and watched his figure disappear in place. Everyone has ghosts, only stupid Tom Riddle wants to live forever. Tom looked at the empty room, shrugged, went to the cabinet in the corner, found a chocolate frog, and tore it open. Packing, stuffing the chocolate frog struggling to escape into his mouth. Chewing viciously, he lowered his head, looked at the chocolate frog picture with the portrait of Armando Dupont, and muttered, when will there be a portrait of Lord Riddle? Tom shook his head. At least for him, this is no longer a problem. He lowered his head. He took out a small silver ball from his pocket, raised it to his lips and asked, where are you? Chapter 522 Social Rhetoric. I'm sorry, Miss Umbridge. Nelson covered his pockets and gave Umbridge a standard social smile. I have something to do. If you excuse me for a while, you can talk to Martha first. Please. Umbridge was not as polite as her. She bowed slightly, acknowledged ladylikely, and turned to Martha, leaving plenty of room for Nelson. Hello. Can you hear me? Nelson walked out of the clothing store, stood by the mailbox facing the street, looked at the street with people coming and going, usually picked up the small silver ball, held it with one hand, and raised it to his ear, and blurred out this familiar, but long-standing greeting finally. He was stunned, and looked back at the bright and clean glass window of the clothing store. A blond man in a long trench coat was standing there with a smile. He was amused by himself. This is not a phone. Nelson shook his head, and the sense of alienation brought about by the struggle that seemed to be in another world disappeared. He stuffed the small silver ball in his hand into the ear canal, and took out another one to his mouth. This should be the correct way to use it. What smallpox? Tom's voice clearly appeared in his ears. I have figured out the bottom line of Fritz Harriman. He is the murderer that Jonas once told us about. Is it the murderer whose head was cut off and sliced to study the brain by the University of Göttingen because he was too crazy? Nelson asked. The wizard passing in front of him heard this sentence, stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and looked at him suspiciously. How can this young man who looks like a dog speak so heavily? Nelson's unfocused gaze happened to stay on his neck, and the passerby shrank his neck and walked away quickly. What nonsense. He turned his head to look at Nelson from time to time, as if he was afraid that he would catch up and cut off his head. He kept accelerating his pace and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Nelson didn't notice the stop of such a passerby. According to scientific research, people will ignore or rationalize everything around them when they make a phone call, even if they make a magic phone call. He paced by the mailbox, said, I remember it was a ghost story Jonas told to scare us into going to bed early. What kind of ghost story is that? Tom said exaggeratedly. I can only say that the imagination of Muggles still needs to be improved. After all, there are so many scary things wizards can do. Nelson shook his head, looked at the street signs around, and said, Martha and I are at the door of a Savannah-style clothing store, which is diagonally opposite the Owl post office. Hey. Tom's voice suddenly became high and low like someone's harmony, and the two voices came to Nelson's ears. He felt that someone had patted his shoulder and turned his head. Tom was already standing behind him. You actually know where this store is? I'm even more familiar with Diagon Alley than Hogwarts. Tom raised his eyebrows and looked into the store through the glass window. Behind the mannequins in the window, Umbridge was enthusiastically arranging for Martha, recommending all kinds of fashionable dresses for wizards. They were already piled up on the shelves next to the two of them. Looking at Umbridge, who was so generous, Martha was a little confused and didn't know what to do. This Darlaws Umbridge is a talent. Tom looked at the pink woman and sighed emphatically. It's a talent. How to say? You should know that she once praised Abraxas for being handsome and charming in front of everyone in the Slytherin lounge. Ah yes, you mentioned it before. Tom scratched his hair and said, here before. She even wanted to participate in the freshman mutual aid meeting I organized. Of course, its scale is not limited to freshmen. After all, after us, there are already 6 freshmen enrolled. I feel like she is a bit of a degraded version Professor Sloan, just as well informed, just as keen sense, and just as good at making money, just a little less tough. I don't remember having a student this senior at your tea party, Nelson thought, catching the chocolate frog that Tom handed over to him. I remember she was supposed to be a grade above us, or 2. She's in the same class as Minerva, Tom said with a curl of his lips. I've inquired that she and Minerva attended the Ministry of Magic's entrance interview together, but her performance wasn't very good, so she can only be confused. An intern position, but Minerva did not bad, and even Nobby Rich himself admired her, but she didn't choose this path herself in the end. Your information is a bit late, Tom. Nelson smiled. She has been a regular for a long time. Of course I know. You listen to me first. Tom said with a wave of his hand. When she was still active in school, you went to Germany. You may not know about this matter, although I declined her request to join us, but she still did not give up. This is a very purposeful woman. She will happen to appear in every meeting after that. Her original words are, the experience of senior students may be helpful to you young people who are eager for knowledge. She will always volunteer to help those guys with outstanding family backgrounds but bad brains, such as Carlo, Selwyn, etc. She even wanted to volunteer to be our guide at the beginning, but she couldn't help but felt that her abilities were not enough. Somewhat mediocre, so most people don't buy her. What happened next? Nelson became interested and tore open the package of the chocolate frog, but he used a little more force. The chocolate frog squeezed out of the package, jumped hard, and fled to the road. Nelson only had time to look at it. It was trampled flat by a passing pedestrian. Oh, poor little guy. You know, Selwyn is a fool. There is only one child in his family, but his father always wants him to be a person like Dumbledore, or at least a person like Farley, who puts him under a lot of pressure. His head was swollen several times bigger than others, but I think it's more likely because his father married his cousin and gave birth to him in order to. Tom looked at the wrapping paper and stood awkwardly. Nelson took out another chocolate frog and handed it to him. You know, the noble and oldest Selwyn family. I remember this should be the motto of the Black family. Their families are not too different. Tom raised his arm in front of Nelson to prevent the chocolate frog from continuing to search for freedom. So old Selwyn was very harsh on his son, so harsh the young man is a bit withdrawn. Umbridge has his eye on him, and he has become one, what should I say, confident sister? Huh? Confident sister? Reason told Nelson that the current Umbridge can indeed play the role of a confidant, but the future who kept doing sit-ups under the cries of the centaur kept appearing in front of his eyes. The senior investigator couldn't help but feel a little funny and a little disgusted. He felt a little acid reflux in his stomach, and he had to eat this chocolate frog to suppress it. You really don't believe it? Tom raised his eyebrows. She reveals always the homework of professors in various subjects inadvertently, so she is very popular among those lazy people. The children of a big family who don't have to worry about anything are not like us, who have to sell their ancestral property to get some pocket money. I admit that, when I first gathered the members of this mutual aid society, I had this idea that their power can help me going further. I think Umbridge must have thought the same way, and she even did a better job of uniting them than I did. Yes, when your little friends grow up, you will be able to go to the Ministry of Magic to become a 9,000-year-old. What is that? Selwyn are siblings, and even use a set of nonsense to make Selwyn think he is her distant cousin. That's all. I don't know where Umbridge has become a member of the 28 Purebloods, an honorary member. This is too childish. This is no joke. She made up a clear and even verifiable context. I even think that, if her target is me, she can become a direct descendant of Slytherin living outside. If it is you, she can even go straight to the Wizengamot and find Judge Shafik to confess your marriage. Tom sneered, sounding a little admired. I can only say that I have a specialization in art, and I can't do these things. After graduation, she relied on this relationship to enter the Ministry of Magic despite her poor interview performance. Even old Selwyn himself felt that she was a relative of their family, and she was even more comfortable after entering the Ministry of Magic. I have heard that almost everyone who works with her in the law enforcement department criticizes her, but she is a perfect subordinate to her superiors. Caro told me that she may even become the minister's secretary. I thought she called herself Selwyn after she got the locket. What locket? Tom shook his head. I actually admire this kind of person. How should I put it? It feels like she has already decided from the moment she entered Hogwarts that she will be like a vine in the devil's net. She clings to a higher power. For this reason, she can give up her studies, her normal social life, and even her dignity. I probably know why she is so enthusiastic about Martha. Probably because of Erbuga. After all, Mr. Black is considered the most popular person in the Ministry of Magic, and her appearance has strengthened her thoughts. She is a well-informed person. How easy is it for a wizard to please a muggle? And she only needs to pay a small price, and she has the opportunity to get unimaginable rewards. Nelson glanced back at the window, and there were more dresses piled up on the shelf next to Martha, but Umbridge's face full of compliments was not at all tired, as if he had already integrated the mask into his habits, or maybe she was just that kind of person. He was thickened in listening. The chocolate frog in his mouth was already flopping, the corners of his mouth were covered with small chocolate-colored paw prints, and the passers-by all cast strange glances at him. Nelson took a sip, and ended the chocolate frog's life. "I'm going to give her a chance." Tom narrowed his eyes. "I've already stuffed that person's soul for Fritz Harriman. Time is getting tighter. Since you have an agreement with Dumbledore, then leave it to me. The interests of those in the Ministry of Magic are not the most reliable alliance after all. We need someone who can really come to the fore to speak. Aren't your friends not graduated, like us?" "I have more than a few friends." Tom smiled confidently. "The friendship between cups and cups is nothing compared to real money. Mr. Karkaroff, don't forget who I am. Doesn't Shine love antique dealers?" At Tom's prompt, Nelson recalled the aliases of the two, and remembered the pioneering work of the two who almost burned Nocturne Alley, so he couldn't help laughing, but his expression quickly conjured up a handkerchief, spit out the contents of his mouth, and burned it up. "Why is this chocolate frog? It has an expiration date. When did you put them in the pet store cabinet?" Tom handed Nelson's unlimited Coke. "We're even." Nelson drank Coke tons and tons and his tongue was already numb. "Don't worry, those who seek the same have been lonely for too long. They don't care what power can bring." Tom squinted and said softly, "For those who pursue power, the most precious thing is power itself." Passers-by got farther away from these two crazy guys. Tom chuckled and shook his head. "Actually, I'm also a little excited. After all, I've wanted to be a powerful person since a long time ago. In fact, it's no different from the guys I mentioned." Berlin. Two people with almost identical expressions, but very different appearances stood face to face. Behind them was a crumbling, struggling and collapsed shard statue. Their eyes were almost filled with the same green light, and even their subtle movements seemed to be looking in a mirror. "Same. Harriman, you're back. I thought you'd been eaten by the wild dogs in England. The new name is LeBurn?" Harriman ignored the other party's ridicule, and the two twisted their necks in a mirror image. "It's a collision with my taste, but if you are LeBurn, then, who I am?" Chapter 523 Fairy Tales. "Would you like another one?" Tom walked to Nelson's side, looked at the street full of pedestrians with him, reached out and patted Nelson on the shoulder, and handed a chocolate frog. "This is the frog I used to go to. I bought it in a few days, so it should not have expired." "No need, Tom." Nelson shook his head. "I feel better in my mouth now. You go in first. I'll blow the air outside." Here after parting, "I just went to the West City to find you. There is no one at home, so I just wanted to come to Diagon Alley to try my luck. I didn't expect you to be in Sheldon's ice cream shop. I thought young people like you like to eat sweets when they bring girls out to play. She's just had a whole glass of Gamps Old. You know that stuff. And I don't think she's going to even have supper. Gump's Old Society wine." Dumbledore showed a surprised expression. "Someone told me this when I passed the leaky cauldron just now. I thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be true. It was that girl Hull. She's so brave. She just simply doesn't know. It takes more courage to try the unknown. You have the final say, Professor." Nelson smiled. "I'm not a Gryffindor, so I have no right to speak about courage. By the way, Sigmund has already picked up Mr. Kant." Dumbledore patted his head, remembering the business here. "Mr. Kant's grandfather is recovering in St. Mungo, and he is going to send Mr. Kant back to Berlin. I would like to ask you to go and see together." "Nah." Dumbledore nodded at Nelson and smiled. "See what the land that made Mr. Kant brave looks like." In Berlin, Nelson saw dilapidation and desolation. It is rare to see intact buildings on the street. The tallest building in sight is a church with half of the roof collapsed. This Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church was damaged by artillery fire not long after it was built. However, the German Muggles have no intention of repairing it, and even this dilapidation will continue into the next century. There was no color to be seen in the whole city, not even on the faces of the people. It was like a black and white photograph. The way forward for the two was blocked by a tank parked on the side of the road skeleton. You can see the most miserable internal structure. People took home all the scrap iron that could be used, but they didn't even bother to move it. Dumbledore and Nelson walked around the side of the tank. There is a huge crater on the ground on this side, and even though Berlin has been raining for so long, the smell of gunpowder has not been washed away. The top cover of the tank has been removed. On the pedestal, where the machine gun was originally placed, a bird's nest made of dead branches sits quietly on it, and it is impossible to see whether it is full or empty. It's the crow's nest, Dumbledore said casually. Compared with the European continent, which is being rebuilt everywhere, this ancient city at the source of the war seems to have not yet emerged from the haze of the war. People cast vigilant eyes, and they whispered in a voice that the Tick could not hear clearly, measuring them from all directions. Nelson only felt that he was wandering in a disorderly jungle. From their eyes, he could clearly see the price they set on him. What do you think order is? Nah. Dumbledore ignored those malicious eyes, looked at Nelson with a smile, and said softly, of course, we need to set a premise here. Foresight, put aside those thoughts that do not belong to this era. Let's draw the ground as a prison. Let's take a look at what this weather-beaten land needs. Does it need a savior who breaks the barriers? Or does it need a piece of bread that is enough to eat? Is this a course, Professor? Nelson looked back from the bomb crater on the street, raised his head, and asked. No, it depends on you. Nah. If you feel that you are still confused and need an elder who is a few years older to clarify your doubts, then this is indeed a lesson. Dumbledore agreed and shook his head again. But if you clearly know what you think in your heart, then this is just a conversation, a small talk, a question and answer for me to ask you for advice. In fact, I really don't see enough order. Nelson stopped. He didn't want to discuss this topic with Dumbledore, just like most people with their own opinions. He would not look up to these people, who were restricted by the times. Even if he, no matter how lofty and great, he still held his temper and said, it is understood, accepted, and practiced by most people. Do you think they'll accept that? At least the first step has been achieved, Professor, and is understood by most people. Haha, nah, you are a little too sensitive. Dumbledore laughed cheerfully. His smiling face was very conspicuous in this grey city. I didn't say that you overthrew the secrecy law. It refers to war, a war in which Muggles use artillery to plunder resources. Aren't they the same? One difference can only be commented on after the results are known. Dumbledore turned his head and stared into Nelson's eyes. What we are discussing today is a trivial matter. I've heard a story. No hints, no metaphors, just a story. Dumbledore smiled and narrowed his eyes, looking up at the stars in the sky that are still twinkling even in the daytime. It's a fairy tale. Nelson pursed his lips, readying himself for hints and metaphors throughout. Once upon a time there was a man. Let's call him Nelson Williams. Dumbledore took Nelson to the side of the street, where a bench had appeared at some point, and he sat comfortably on it, putting a larger seat next to him was reserved for Nelson. Looking at Nelson, who was sitting down, he said, as a person who can see the future, he has been immersed in the fear of time since he can remember. In terms of life, life is not as unknown as we ordinary people think, but has a beginning and an end, with a fixed development and ending. He is worried and treacherous. It is full, but under such a huge and magnificent story, he still can't see the small things around him. He can't see where his family and friends will go. Even if he can see the future, he can only watch them helplessly, playing their respective roles, floating and sinking in the torrent of time. Hearing this sentence, Nelson lowered his head, feeling a little lost. Yes, even if he knew exactly how many girlfriends Harry Potter had had 50 years later, he still couldn't see Jonas's departure, and couldn't stop himself tragedy around. Later he realized his mistake, but the whole world has been changed recognition beyond under his promotion. Those fragments from the future can no longer solve these problems. In the quagmire, Gellert has told me many times about the sorrow of a prophet. People who can see fate often like to challenge fate. He is successful, but he will lose his sense of security because of the changing future. He has benefited from the prophet, but he is always subject to it. Dumbledore sighed and threw 2 silver coins into the hat of a child who came to beg in front of the two, turned to look at Nelson, and continued, but this Mr. Nelson Williams is different from Gellert Grindelwald. His attitude towards the future is not pious, and it can even be said to be disdainful, because he is already used to changing the future, just like sketching and doodling in a finished adventure novel. As long as the story can continue, he doesn't mind some bold attempts. What happened to him then, Professor? He failed, but he didn't fail completely. I don't know what he did. After all, that's not what the story is about, Dumbledore said, shrugging. He calls himself a loser, but one thing, the gift from him can change everything. This prophet can not only change the future, but also the past. So he sent a letter to his past self, a letter that can change the direction of the whole story. Do you know what's in that box? I don't know. I don't know everything. It's just a story I heard. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, leaned back in the chair and stretched, and continued. As he expected, Mr. Nelson Williams from the past received this letter. He was shocked by the terrible consequences of his plan, so he revised his plan overnight, but the plan did not seem to be as perfect as he wanted. As a result, at the time, when he sent the letter in the future, he faced the same decision again. Dumbledore said it lightly, but Nelson looked at the dilapidated city streets in front of him. He understood how heavy this choice was, and he even faintly felt the sense of struggle between the contradictions. He made the same decision, wrote a letter, and sent it to his past self together with the box he received before. Dumbledore spoke lightly, but the inexplicable heaviness lingered only in the ears of the audience. Mr. Nelson Williams, who received the letter, was as shocked as he was when he received the letter. He repeatedly deliberated on his plan. This time, he not only had doubts about the implementation, but even began to reconstruct his original thinking. The crowds huddled on the half spire of the church to keep warm, making quack calls from time to time, and the colorful sunlight reflected by the Gothic-style glass flashed across Nelson's face. Before he knew it, time had passed in the evening. He finally wrote a letter that could change history, stuffed it into the box he received at the beginning, and sent it to his past self. Throughout the afternoon, Dumbledore repeated the story of once upon a time there was a mountain, and there was a temple on the mountain, as if the person who wrote this story did not understand the basics, and just wrote it over and over again to fill up the number of words. Nelson sat a little bit sleepy, even his buttocks were a little numb, but his heart was full of turbulent waves. Dumbledore's voice appeared at the right time, calming the endless waves. "Nah, I have a question." He blinked and asked briskly, "Quiz, please listen to the question. How many Mr. Nelson Williams appeared in the story just now?" 15. Nelson blurred out. "No, 1. Dumbledore said with a serious expression, shaking his finger. "There is only one. There is only one Mr. Nelson Williams in this world." Nelson raised his head and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Dumbledore's following words. "I know what you want to say, Nell. These Mr. Nelson Williams have all experienced different lives and have their own regrets. I can go on and on. So there are 16, 100, or even one Mr. Williams." Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled behind his half-moon glasses. "But there is only one Mr. Nelson Williams in the world, even if he has been through so much, trapped himself in time for such a long time, even though he has tasted the bitter fruit of his self-esteem in achievements that the world can't even imagine. But he has never given up hope, and he always remembers his original appearance, so he can receive letters again and again, make a change, and send the letter back years later, hoping to find a way to make up for the regret. It's the same person. In fact, it was the decision of the International Federation of Wizards to allow Prussia to become like this. Compared with encountering general obstruction in the process of gradual policy advancement, it is better to gather the unstable factors together and then wipe them all out, Deng said. There was a hint of self-deprecating shame on Bullidor's face. In fact, most people's value judgment logic is for the greater good, and Gelat's slogan just uttered it nakedly. "Nah, I'm terrified that you'll end up sending a letter like that as a courier to deliver it to you, and I don't want to see you overwhelmed by this box full of wishes. They're so important to you, it's just possible. No one will do everything like that. I think you should have opened that box, but you should have released yourself from the prison of time." "I won't, Professor." "Really?" Dumbledore shook his head and didn't say much. He looked at the dilapidated roof of the church and changed the subject. "A large number of people came to me and wanted to see if the promises you made in response to the question were feasible. That's why I brought you here today." Chapter 524 Berlin, the broken dome of the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church. If you don't even know who you are, how can I know? Barry frowned and looked at Harriman's head in front of him. With the help of the information provided by Krell, he knew the former subordinates of Ribbern well, and Harriman was no exception. Could it be that this guy encountered some kind of crime in England, hit so that the brain has become abnormal? A trace of doubt could not help but rise in his heart. He raised his hand and reached for Harriman's forehead. The setting sun lit up the tattoo on the back of his hand, and even his dark skin was dyed golden by the sun. The afterglow of the setting sun shot from the broken roof of the church to the ground, leaving a mottled orange-yellow light and shadow on the road full of bomb craters. It has been half a century since the church built in memory of Emperor William was capped in 1895. For a long time, this street that has passed by an unknown number of people has never embraced the gentle sunset, and only when the church is dilapidated, the roadbed stepped on by people, has the opportunity to feel the temperature. Barry twisted his sore neck. His grasp of the current body was still a bit sluggish. The incompatibility between soul and soul was like an unbreakable curtain, separating the two ends of the puppet and the manipulator. Only a thin thread maintained. Seeing the subtle connection, he blinked his dry eyelids and looked out of the window. The setting sun directly hitting the window made him unable to open his eyes. Fortunately, there was a tall statue between him and the sun. Standing on top of the statue, in the shadow of his arm, Barry could see two people sitting on the bench. Those two people were somewhat familiar. Maybe they were passing by on the streets of Berlin? Barry doesn't think there are any old people besides himself who are willing to come to such a bizarre and abstract place as Prussia. Maybe Nelson will come. He couldn't help but smile. The years he acted with Nelson could almost be called the happiest time of his life. He didn't have to rush to prove his worth, and he didn't have to be surrounded by careful care. It's just that he doesn't know why he keeps avoiding me. The smile on Barry's face quickly turned bitter. He has missed this old friend many times, but he didn't realize that this miss came from another old friend. He always received this kind of inexplicable and embarrassing care. For Barry, it was White's arrogance and Nelson's eccentricity that made him feel less like a terminally ill patient. He withdrew his gaze from the window, and Harriman stared at him without blinking. His eyes became dry due to being open for too long, and the tears secreted instinctively swirled in the eye sockets. Although the teary eyes were somewhat, it made people laugh, but Harriman's serious and rigid expression on his face made Barry feel uncomfortable again and again, as if he was parasitic in the body of this unknown African wizard. Harriman is also like a walking dead. Damn, what did this guy go through in England? It's not that he didn't think about the possibility of the real Liburn coming back, but after considering Nelson's character of not being able to rub a little sand in his eyes, he naturally thought that falling into Nelson's hands, this kind of bad guy has been sentenced to death. On the street opposite this unremarkable building, Nelson and Dumbledore returned to the harmonious chat again, as if the story Dumbledore told just now was just a simple fairy tale a person who can travel through time has harvested time and time again. Regrettably, Nelson felt that his pockets were heavy when he pinned his hopes on the future again and again. For a deeply bound traveler, every time he reads the letter, he bears several times, hundreds of times, or even countless times the sum of 10 years. Dumbledore had a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of worry. He didn't think about the general trend of the world, but as a teacher, as the first leader who led Nelson to magic, he cared about the burden that the students had not belonged to him almost crushed shoulders. But looking at Nelson still straight back, he was not that worried. Compared to the status of Grindelwald's disciple that everyone worried about, Dumbledore always felt that Nelson was an ordinary person like him. Let's talk about another matter. Dumbledore smiled, patted Nelson's knee, and said, Mr. Abbott found me last week. The replacement of the chocolate frog picture has been decided, and the hero who destroyed Second Salem in the United States became the most popular candidate. Really? Then Tom will be very happy. Nelson raised his eyebrows. After all, he doesn't have the honor of the youngest author to publish a paper on transfiguration today, and he has always been worried about it. Younger, handsome, and popular wizards. Dumbledore clapped his hands and laughed. This batch of chocolate frogs will be the first batch of food sold to muggles in London after the abolition of the secrecy law. I believe that those who provide portrait rights will make a lot of money. Tom is crazy now. Nelson laughed. Yes, that's why Mr. Abo wants to ask you for portraits, said Dumbledore. The time is set for next weekend, so there won't be a lot of time to paint. Although I really want to be humble, Nelson said with a smile, after struggling for a moment. But who can refuse to have their face appear in the most popular snack card? Very well, you must dress up handsomely. Martha has prepared the best robes for us. What you said makes me want to order a dress from Miss Martha. Dumbledore told the story of how he saved money to buy chocolate frogs when he was young, and the atmosphere quickly became cheerful. But in the small building across the street, the atmosphere between Barry and Harryman dropped to freezing point. You're not him. You're not that person, I'm sure. Harryman showed an unpredictable smile, as if someone had pulled his face and raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a bland smile, "You not him. Don't talk to me with that expression. Are you a puppet?" Barry earnestly acted like the leader of the rogue gang, usually dominating. He had long heard that this Harryman was a pervert, but he hadn't thought of his illness. It was so serious. Are you a puppet on a stage? Isn't it? Anyone here is not a puppet? Is the purpose of your return to Berlin just to annoy me? It doesn't matter. Harryman turned around, showed his back to Barry without any worries, and walked towards the door, preparing to end this meaningless conversation. Whether Liburn comes back or not, he can only lift it and dance by the rope from the south. He is just the chair you sit on, whether it is him or not. As long as he can complete this mission, no one cares who he is. What do you want to say in the end? Riburn will not be angry, let alone be annoyed. He should only care about his mission and position. Harryman twisted the door knob, walked sideways to the outside of the house, bumped into the person who was about to enter the door. He staggered, stopped, turned his head, and said to Barry, "You should know, it's useless for us to care. Why do you insist on grabbing a job like a puppet? Who the hell are you?" Barry asked tremblingly. "I'm Fritz Harryman, your faithful hyena." Harryman bowed slightly, seeing that there was an extra person in the seat that originally belonged to him. This man, who was both Harryman and the leader of the rogue gang, felt in his heart immediately. He had a calculation. Tom controlled his soul, but did not tie his brain. Seeing that the other party came prepared, but he had no news, he immediately gave up his identity as the leader of the rogue gang, and put the green poisonous snake in his eyes. "Hidden. I came back here across the sea, waiting for your orders, remember? For a greater good. Oh no, it's a career." After finishing speaking, he turned and left without hesitation, passing by the old man with scars on his face and the bald head with a serious expression at the door, apologized softly, and quickly disappeared into the corridor. "Oh, Andre? Zweig." Barry raised his head, looked at the two dusty guests, and complained, "Andre, you didn't tell me before that this man's subordinates are full of lunatics." Andre didn't respond to Barry's complaint, but just looked at Zweig beside him, and nodded slightly. Barry only had time to see Zweig raise his wand, and before he could complain, he felt dizzy from his back to his forehead. His eyes went dark, and he fainted. In a vague way, Zweig and Ender could be heard loud conversation. "Wouldn't Lord Grindelwald be dissatisfied with us asserting ourselves like this? You asked me to come here, and now you're worried about it? Well, after all, forget it. Let's take a look at Barry's situation first. To be honest, I thought Lord Grindelwald would choose a more berry body for him. How strange this black man is. He also has a lot of tattoos on his body. Do you know him? Don't find strange relatives for me, just because of some patterns. These runes are unique to Wagadu. They are not used to using magic wands, and prefer to strengthen themselves with deformation, alchemy, and potions that they are good at. It seems that this man in Africa, he is a person with a head and a face, and I don't know what kind of bloody bad luck he was caught here. Do you have any relevant information there? If it's famous, I should be able to find out. Now it seems that Barry doesn't fit this body very well. Do you understand? It's like wearing a large size of clothes for you." Barry felt himself being picked up by Zweig and lying on the table. The back of his back was lifted, and cold metal products and wands slid around the spine. "I don't understand." According to the information, the leader of the gang has changed several times. Why does Lord Grindelwald want Barry to come? It was he who strongly demanded to go out. It's a joke. Look. There are at least 3 bones misplaced here. Barry heard a clear click, and a burst of numbness came to his mind. Why don't you just find a reason to continue to let him go to Grindelwald? Where is your aunt? The Deathly Hallows have been found long ago, and the other 2 are in Nelson's place. Lord Grindelwald has already given him the most important one. Besides, let Barry go to England again. Let him be killed by muggles or others. What was taken away? His body can no longer withstand such torture. Barry was a little ashamed and outraged when he heard that to expose his short stories like this, but he also realized that Zweig and Andre probably didn't know that they could hear them. The Deathly Hallows. It is said that it can extend the magic that touches the soul. If this is the case, it is even more necessary for Nelson to come and see him. Forgive me, Zweig. Do you know how much I have gone to the trouble of not letting them meet in the future? Give Nelson ventilation, see a doctor first, and then talk about things? You have to follow these crooked ways, and now Barry has the magic power of silence to maintain. What if something goes wrong? Wait, who's that outside the window? Let me see. What are you talking about? About? Just behind the statue, there are 2 people sitting, looking at this side all the time. Has anyone spotted us? I didn't see it. There is nothing there. You must have misidentified the crater or the shadow. Diagon Alley, Savannah style clothing store. Martha stared dumbfounded at Tom, who was chatting with Umbridge in front of her. In her impression, Tom was always a loner who was unwilling to talk to anyone, except Nelson and a few of his peers. Some people are autistic. Tom, who seems to be suffering from social coefficients who Martha thinks are unattainable. Tom looks personable, and he can even speak like Umbridge. His thoughts were turbulent, and he wanted to surrender immediately. Tom's prey not long after the chat started. Feeling so enthusiastic and flattering, Martha felt that she had seen too much incredible magic today. She shook her head, walked to another row of shelves, and carefully looked at the wizard's fabrics. Chapter 525. Mr. the youngest author of Transfiguration Today and his friends. Mr. Riddle, a little to the right, please. There were more strange people on the shore of the Black Lake on weekends than in the past, and there were also some strange appliances and sets. A white curtain was opened by 2 temporarily cut pine trees and hung by the lake. Some scenes that were very different from the surrounding environment appeared. The young Muggle reporter Wallace stood in the distance, standing with a group of professors, watching the actions of this group of wizards with curiosity. To the right, Tom looked a little restrained and moved 2 steps to the right under the guidance of the staff. He was wearing a black robe that seemed simple, but actually implied mystery. The obsidian breast buttons are hidden in the dark color of the robe, but it can always reveal its luster when the lights are on. The slim robe outlines the tall and straight figure of the young man, but it is not so tight to the spirit, but when it reaches the hip bone, it loosens the restraint, and the loose hem, which is as fat as usual, is dragged to the ground, swinging gently in the breeze. If some gold is added to it, it will be enough for a prince to wear when he ascends the throne. The pure black tone is a bit too depressing, but the shade of amber dotted on his chest just adds a touch of bright color to his look. There seems to be fire and blood flowing in the dark red gemstones. Although they are equally deep, they will not let him already pale. He looked like a scary vampire or a black and white photo. Yes, a little further to the right. I'm already very far to the right. Tom raised his chin with some dissatisfaction and stared at the noisy guy gesticulating in front of him with his nostrils. Yes, that's it. The wizard standing opposite him clapped his hands vigorously. Yes. Just look here with your nostrils, that's what you want. The curtain behind Tom suddenly burst into color, which is different from the movie-like projection in Wallace's imagination. It started from a little black in the center of the curtain, and quickly spread to the surroundings like a cloud, and gradually became thinner. Various colors were separated during the process, and soon, the colors that belonged to the plane protruded, completely breaking away from the shackles of the curtain, and condensed into color blocks floating in the air behind Tom. These pure color blocks they deformed, combined, and split each other without human manipulation, forming richer and more realistic colors. Soon, a group of fuzzy figures with tense faces and wands in their hands appeared behind Tom, and they surrounded Tom. Even if there is no one in front of you, it creates a sense of tension that is surrounded very well. The faces of these people became clearer and clearer, but it seemed that, in order to protect the right of portrait, they were not so clear and recognizable, and even the badges pinned to their chests became blurred and abstract, but one could just see a bird that was regarded as a magician by the Magical Congress of America, represented by the eagle. Putchy Professor Sloan couldn't hold back, and laughed out loud. "Professor Sloan, what's the matter?" Wallace asked curiously. "Abo, this old boy is really bad, but I like it," Professor Sloan said with a full stomach, holding back a smirk. "Did you see those figures? The scene where wizards kiss Tom. America? Magic Congress? Siege?" Wallace subconsciously took out his shorthand and asked. Just a few words contained huge information that he had never heard of. He realized that the scene Tom was in at the moment showed a big incident. "I couldn't wait to ask, can you expand on it?" Hahaha. Abo once went to the Magical Congress of America to promote their family's chocolate frog, and then he was severely humiliated. By the way, he plagiarized his product and launched the American banana yellow chicken. Have you eaten it? Chocolate frog. Professor Sloan looked at Wallace and continued to explain after seeing him nodding, but he obviously misunderstood, thinking that Wallace was asking why the old boy Abo was so bad. Banana little yellow chicken is a banana flavored white chocolate, plump and can fly. Abbott was so angry that he scolded the United States for 6 months after returning to the UK. That's why he highlighted the United States in the picture. The symbol of the Magic Congress. This is repeatedly revealing their scars. I thought you wouldn't mind telling me what Mr. Riddle's scene represented. Oh, of course. This was a world-shattering event before, and the Magical Congress of America secretly funded an anti-wizard ahem. Mag frowned and coughed twice. Are you okay? Minerva, I heard that people are prone to catch cold when the seasons change. I'll make you a potion in the evening. Professor Sloan turned his head and looked at McGonagall with concern. Continued, this anti-wizard organization is called Second Salem. You can go to the Second Salem Memorial Park outside Boston, USA to see its history. I think Muggles should like this kind of Dragon Quest very much. The story of the Second Salem ostensibly anti-wizards, but actually benefiting from the Magical Congress of America ahem. It was Flitwick who coughed this time. Felius, have you been infected by Minerva? Could it be the flu? Cough. Affected by the two. Professor Sloan also began to cough. What's going on? Is there pollen around? Is it? I heard that it is easy to induce allergies when the seasons change. When I first came to teach at Hogwarts, there was an unlucky child who was allergic to dust in the air. Horace, I think you should give Mr. Wallace a good explanation of the latest magic of wizard portraits. Dumbledore appeared behind Professor Sloan, interrupting his big mouth behavior. No, the future competitors are necessary, don't you, Mr. Wallace? Ah, yes, Professor Dumbledore. But Second Salem is indeed a relatively extreme organization, and even some of its aftermath still has an impact on our world today. I think that as journalists, apart from reporting in addition to the news, there should be a standard in mind to measure whether the news should be made public. Dumbledore acknowledged at Wallace and said, some of their actions are appalling, and at this tense time, if they are fully revealed, it is inevitable that some radicals who do not know the truth and have prejudices will imitate, which may pose a threat to the safety of Hogwarts students. As the principal of the school, this is not what I want to see. I understand, Professor Dumbledore. Wallace was a little reconciled, but he had to admit that Dumbledore was right. He agreed and remained silent. Don't worry, Mr. Wallace, I have not deprived you of the right to know the truth, Dumbledore said with a smile. I went to a small meeting last weekend. It has been nearly half a year since the abolition of the Secrecy Act. Not too bad. We agreed that it is time to get in touch with our compatriots who don't know magic. 15 kinds of snacks, including chocolate frogs, which will be launched on the 1st of next month, are the earliest stepping stones. These products have passed through the carefully selected ones, contain some images or text such as pictures. You can recognize many famous great wizards and their achievements in history. The efficiency of this recognition is extremely high. In our social structure, after the large-scale content such as the operating mode is fully disclosed, there will be no worries about sensitive content like second Salem. I can even allow those who have witnessed this incident to take you to the building mentioned by Professor Slughorn. Take a look at the Salem Victims Memorial Park. There seems to be a group of people like you, but a few steps earlier. Really? Wallace's eyes lit up. Yes, Dumbledore looked around and smiled. America is much more open to non-wizard groups, and this is also due to their long-term efforts. While a group of people were chatting, Tom had already posed according to the requirements of the opposite wizard. He raised his arms to his chest, pointed his wand at the opposite wizard, and still raised his head slightly, maintaining the style of looking at people with his nostrils. Said sadly, Mr. Riddle is so. Seeing Tom's haughty expression, Wallace said in shock. Although Tom on the train was also very rude to him, it was not to this extent. Tom has always been very humble. Professor Slughorn looked at Dumbledore, and after making sure he was not talking nonsense, he said patiently, it's just that he doesn't have magic like most of the other wizards on the Chocolate Frog picture in terms of practical or research achievements. He is famous for the big event I mentioned before, and the most commendable thing is his combat ability, so this posture is very such as the founding of Gryffindor Man, the greatest dueling master in British history. Godric Gryffindor is similar to holding a sword in one hand and a wand in the other. I can give you one later. I have 15 Gryffindors. Thank you. What's more, the wizard in the portrait just provoked Tom, which made him so unhappy. Usually he is not like this. I see. It's like Yusuf Cash snatched the cigar from Churchill's hand to irritate him in order to take a picture of Churchill's majesty and captured that moment. Wallace regained his energy and accepted said, who is that? My idol. Oh, it should be about the same. But will this affect the model too much? After all, the portrait is before Wallace finished his sentence. Tom asked the same question. I'm not sure I can maintain this pose until the portrait is finished. Just look at it, Mr. Riddle. Only then did people know that the person standing opposite Tom and gesticulating was actually a painter. They saw him waving a wand that he took out at some point and pointing at Tom's nose. Tom, who was pointed at by the wand somehow, felt even more upset. But the wizard painter yelled, yes, that's it. Immediately afterwards, a ball of thick ink stuck behind Tom's back rushed towards him. Just when the onlookers were amazed at how big this painter was, thinking that Tom was about to turn into a dyed chicken, the thick ink retreated violently again ink, and quickly condensed into a vivid picture, as if a scene of struggling was forced into a thin piece of paper, before Tom even had time cursing. A gorgeous painting has been painted behind him. He turned around, and the self behind him looked no different from a real person under the unique light of oil painting, and even the occasional traces of brush strokes made him even more handsome. That the 2 rows of obsidian buttons were painted with some kind of paint, and they glistened in the sunlight. The artist behind them clapped their hands, and said with satisfaction, it's really good. After drawing ugly people for so many years, I thought my painting skills had regressed. Professor Slughorn's face stinks at a speed visible to the naked eye. He remembers that the portrait in his home was painted by this guy, and he even sat on the sofa like a puppet. After walking all afternoon, when I woke up, I felt that but was not my own. Why are you pointing your wand at me? Tom, who finished the portrait, collapsed. Looking at himself pointing at himself with a wand in the smaller and smaller canvas, he shook his head in dissatisfaction, and couldn't help laughing again. Now, Mr. the youngest author ever to publish a paper on transfiguration today should be out of play. Of course not. Nelson appeared behind him at some point. Unlike Tom, another wizard painter invited by the Abo family chose the library as the scene for portrait painting. He raised his head and shrank when Tom's portrait I took a good look at the painting before I slapped it. Tom and the portrait noticed Nelson's arrival, and a middle finger protruded from the hand holding the wand, but in the next second, he was put into the portfolio by the author. Haha. Tom laughed. Aren't you afraid that your portrait will give the middle finger to the person who bought it? Nelson shrugged. The achievement is written in the Chocolate Frog card. I can be merciful and allow you to write in the achievement that you are a friend of Mr. Youngest Author. Not bad. I will buy 100 portraits of myself and stick them on your bedside and let them give you the middle finger every day and every moment. Oh, thank you so much. 2. Excuse me, Mr. Abo would like to ask for your opinions on the circulation. The painter who put away his portfolio asked with a smile. More or less? Of course it's more. Tom shrugged, and then he looked at Nelson and said, it's more than his. Nelson said with a smile, which is enough to make all season card lovers sick. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.